make the best wives, don't make waves. Back then, I nodded, smiled, and swallowed every single wave that tried to rise in me. But now, sitting alone in my kitchen decades later, I finally saw it clearly. Quiet doesn't mean weak. I wasn't the same woman who once bent herself in half to keep everyone happy. That woman was gone. A strange calm settled over me, heavier than exhaustion but sharper than grief. I rose from my chair, placed the untouched tea in the sink, and wiped my cheeks. Enough crying. Enough begging for scraps of love and respect. If Ryan and Emma thought they could humiliate me and still waltz down the aisle in the fairy tale I paid for, they were wrong. Dead wrong. The next morning, I made an appointment with Margaret Chen. Margaret had been my attorney for years. Sharp, discreet, and unshakable. As I sat across from her in her sunlit office, I felt the familiar knot in my stomach tighten. "Colleen," she said kindly, folding her hands. "You look tired. Tell me what's going on." I laid it all out. The rehearsal dinner. Emma's public humiliation. Ryan's silence. The wedding I had funded down to the last napkin, and how I canceled every single vendor. Margaret listened without interrupting, her expression unreadable. When I finally stopped talking, she leaned back in her chair. "Let me be very clear," she said. "You've done absolutely nothing wrong. Every contract is in your name. Every payment was from your account. If they want this wedding, they'll have to pay for it themselves." I exhaled slowly, a small flicker of relief breaking through the anger. "But what if they try to sue me?" I asked, my voice quieter than I intended. Margaret's lips curved into a faint smile. "On what grounds? They don't have a leg to stand on. And if they or their lawyer are foolish enough to send you a letter, forward it to me. I'll handle it." A sharp knock on the office door startled me. Margaret's assistant poked her head in. "Sorry to interrupt. There's a man on the phone. He says it's urgent. Ryan Meyer?" I froze. Margaret raised an eyebrow. "Do you want to take it?" "No," I said quickly. "Not now." "Good," Margaret replied. "Let him sweat. You've spent long enough carrying him." For the first time in weeks, I felt something unfamiliar in my chest. Not anger, not grief. It was power. Real, quiet power. I nodded. "You're right." Margaret slid a packet of papers across the desk. "I'll draft a formal notice to every vendor confirming cancellation and your sole legal authority. And if Ryan or Emma show up here, they'll be speaking to me, not you." As I signed the papers, my hand no longer shook. Let them rage. Let them scream. I wasn't their wallet anymore. By the time I got home from Margaret's office, my phone was buzzing nonstop. At first, I ignored it, but then the notifications flooded in, dozens of them. Facebook, Instagram, even texts from people I hadn't spoken to in years. My stomach sank. I opened Facebook. The first thing I saw was Emma's face, red-eyed and tear-streaked, hair pulled into a perfect messy bun as she clutched a tissue in her hand. The caption above her video read, "I never thought my future MIL would destroy our wedding out of jealousy and spite. My heart is broken." I hit play. "She canceled everything," Emma sobbed to the camera. "The venue, the flowers, the food. She even threatened the vendors. After all we've done for her, she's trying to ruin the happiest day of our lives." Her voice cracked for dramatic effect. "We didn't want to share this publicly, but she left us no choice. Please pray for us as we try to rebuild what she tore down." The comments were already piling up. "Wow. What kind of mother does that? Cut her off? She sounds toxic. So sorry, Emma. Stay strong." A fresh wave of anger burned in my chest as I scrolled. Every word was a lie. After all we've done for her? I had paid for her dream wedding. I had written checks for her designer dress, her overpriced venue, her hand-picked caterer, and now she was painting me as the villain. Another notification popped up, this time from Instagram. Emma had posted a photo of her and Ryan embracing, captioned, "We will not let hate win. Family is who supports you, not who tears you down." Hundreds of likes, dozens of supportive comments. I felt my hands shake, not from grief, but from fury. I opened my notes app and started a list. Every post, every comment, every lie. I screenshot them one by one, saving each carefully into a folder marked, "For Margaret." If Emma wanted a war, she was going to get one. But not the kind she expected. This time, I wouldn't cry. This time, I wouldn't beg. This time, I would fight. It started with an email from the florist. "We regret to inform you that due to a canceled contract, we are unable to provide services for the Meyer-Whitaker wedding. We wish you the best moving forward." Then the photographer posted an Instagram story about an unexpected opening this weekend and tagged their business account. Next came the band, a polite voicemail. "Hi Colleen, just wanted to confirm we've marked the Meyer-Whitaker event as canceled. Thanks for letting us know." The dominoes were falling, one after the other. By Friday morning, the wedding was in shambles, and that's when the call came. Emma. Her voice was different this time, tight and trembling, but laced with sugar. "Colleen, can we talk?" "I'm listening," I said flatly. "I know things got heated at the rehearsal, but we were all stressed. You know how weddings are. I shouldn't have said what I said." "You told me to leave," I said coldly, "in front of everyone. I was overwhelmed. But please, let's not throw everything away over one mistake. Ryan and I, we can't afford to lose all the deposits. The guests are expecting a wedding." I could almost hear her trying to smile through gritted teeth. "Be reasonable," she said. "Do this for Ryan. Don't ruin his big day." My hand tightened around the phone. "I'm not ruining anything," I said calmly. "I'm saving myself." There was silence on the line. Then her voice dropped the sugary tone. "You're a bitter old woman," she hissed. "You've always been jealous of me. Ryan deserves better than you. Then he can marry better too." I ended the call before she could respond. The phone rang again almost immediately. Ryan this time. I let it go to voicemail. I was sitting at my desk scrolling through emails when I saw it. The subject line read, "Final payment confirmation, Maldives honeymoon package." At first, I thought it was spam, but then I saw the email address, colleen.meyer@aol.com. My stomach dropped. I clicked it open. "Thank you for booking your 14-night stay in the Maldives overwater villa with private butler service. Charges have been applied to your American Express ending in 3,921. My credit card." There was even a cheerful note at the bottom. "Your guests, Ryan Meyer and Emma Whitaker, will enjoy unlimited champagne and a private yacht excursion as part of their package." Congratulations! The date of the booking was 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago, while I was meeting Emma for lunch to discuss floral arrangements, she had been using my credit card to plan a $26,000 honeymoon. Without asking, without a single word, my hands trembled as I scrolled further. Another email. "Thank you for your recent purchase, bridal luggage set, Louis Vuitton." I felt something inside me snap. They hadn't just taken my generosity for granted. They had planned this from the start. The wedding wasn't a celebration of love. It was a heist. A slow, calculated extraction of my money, my trust, my dignity. And they hadn't even bothered to hide it. I opened my banking app and scrolled through recent transactions. $12,400 Emma's boutique. $8,950 private chef deposit. $3,200 exclusive spa treatments, Maldives. Not a single charge made by me. Not one. I stared at the numbers on the screen, my jaw tight, my pulse pounding. They never intended to pay me back. Not for the wedding. Not for anything. And yet they had the audacity to call me selfish. I closed the laptop with a sharp snap and sat back in my chair. There would be no more phone calls. No more second chances. No more motherly indulgence. They had shown me who they were. Now it was time for me to show them who I was. The voicemail came late that night. The screen lit up as I was folding laundry. Ryan, 10:47 p.m. For a moment I hesitated. A small, stupid part of me thought maybe, just maybe, he was calling to apologize. I pressed play. "Mom." His voice was cold, flat. "I don't even know why I'm bothering with this. You've never been a real mother to me. Not really. Always too busy, too controlling, too cold." My chest tightened, but I didn't move. Emma was right about you. You've been jealous of her from the start. That's why you're doing this. You can't stand to see me happy. There was a pause, a sharp exhale. No wonder Dad left you. I get it now. The words hit like a slap across the face. No wonder Dad left you. That's who you are, alone, bitter, always the victim. And now you've destroyed the one good thing in my life. The line clicked dead. I stood there staring at the phone, the air heavy and still around me. Not a tear fell, not this time. Instead, I felt empty, hollow, like a cord had finally snapped inside me. Slowly, I pressed my thumb against the screen and hit delete. The message disappeared, and with it, something else disappeared too. The last fragile thread tying me to the boy I used to love more than life itself. Being alone is better than being used. I set the phone down and turned off the light. It was over. The next morning, I sat in Margaret's office, my hands wrapped around a mug of tea I hadn't touched. Margaret had already read the transcripts of Emma's posts and Ryan's cruel voicemail. Her face was calm, but her eyes had a sharp edge I hadn't seen before. This isn't just entitlement anymore, she said. It's harassment, and we're going to shut it down. She slid a draft across the desk. Cease and desist, harassment, defamation, unauthorized use of funds. I skimmed the bolded lines, my heart pounding, not from fear, but from something harder, cleaner. Margaret's voice cut through the room like a scalpel. We're sending this directly to Emma. 1 copy certified mail, 1 via email, and 1 to her parents. They need to understand that if they keep this up, there will be consequences. I nodded, my fingers tightening around the mug. Now, about Ryan. Margaret tapped a folder labeled Joint Accounts. Did you know he's been pulling from the account you opened for him in college? My stomach twisted. I thought he stopped using it years ago. He didn't. In fact, she opened a printout of recent transactions. He withdrew $7,500 last month, right after you paid the venue deposit. The blood drained from my face. Margaret didn't flinch. We freeze it now, today, before he decides to drain the rest. For a moment, my hands hovered over the folder. That account had been my way of saying, I'll always be here for you. But that promise didn't mean the same thing anymore. Do it, I said quietly. Margaret nodded. Consider it handled. She reached for her phone and began issuing instructions to her paralegal. Her voice was steady, professional, unbothered. Exactly the kind of calm I needed right now. As I listened to her dictate the cease and desist letter, something strange settled over me. I wasn't shaking. I wasn't crying. I wasn't even angry anymore. For the first time in weeks, I felt steady. Ryan and Emma had taken enough from me. My money, my dignity, my role as a mother. They wouldn't take another thing. Margaret ended the call and looked at me with a faint smile. You've done everything right, Colleen. If they want a wedding, they'll have to pay for it themselves. I let out a slow breath. Let them try, I said softly. By the end of the week, the cracks in their fairy tale had turned into gaping holes. It started with a post on Emma's Instagram, a filtered photo of her hand clutching Ryan's. The caption read, "Trying to stay strong during this difficult time. Please respect our privacy." The comments were a mix of pity and confusion. What happened? I thought the wedding was this weekend? Sending love. Stay strong, babe. 2 hours later, Linda texted me, Colleen, did you really cancel the wedding? Everyone's talking about it. I didn't respond. It wasn't my job to explain myself anymore. The phone rang again, this time an unfamiliar number. Against my better judgment, I answered. Colleen, it's Gary Whitaker, Emma's father. His voice was tight, clipped, like he was forcing every word through clenched teeth. I don't know what Emma said to you at the rehearsal, but surely you can't mean to ruin the whole wedding over one misunderstanding. I stayed silent, waiting for the real reason he had called. He exhaled sharply. Listen, if this is about money, I can't lie. We're in a tight spot right now, but I'm sure we can work something out if you'll just reinstate the payments. There it was. I almost laughed. The same man who'd been too proud to speak to me for months was now begging for my help. No, I said simply. You'll have to figure it out on your own. "Do you know what this will do to Emma?" he barked. "The guests, the reputation of both families." I ended the call mid-sentence. The next day, I got an email from the venue manager. "Dear Ms. Meyer, as per your cancellation request, the Myers-Whitaker wedding has been removed from our schedule. Please note the date has been rebooked." Rebooked. Their dream wedding wasn't just canceled. It now belonged to someone else. For a moment, I pictured Emma scrolling through Pinterest, screaming at Ryan while her parents sat helpless on their couch. But I didn't feel satisfaction. I felt nothing. The email came late Sunday night. I almost didn't open it. The subject line alone made my stomach turn. "Let's put this behind us." I clicked anyway. "Mom, we've decided to forgive you for everything that's happened. I know emotions were high and people said things they didn't mean. Emma and I talked it over, and we're willing to let you come to the wedding if you can behave and not make things awkward. This is our day, and we'd appreciate it if you didn't make it about you. Let's move forward as a family." Ryan, I stared at the screen, my jaw slack. "Forgive me?" A laugh burst out of my throat before I could stop it. It started small, sharp, but grew until I was clutching my sides, shaking with bitter amusement. Forgive me. After I funded their fairy tale. After Emma threw me out of the rehearsal like some hired help. After Ryan stood there, silent, while I was humiliated in front of everyone, and they thought I needed forgiving? I wiped a tear from the corner of my eye, not from sadness, but from laughing too hard. I hit reply and hovered my fingers over the keyboard, but I didn't type a single word. They didn't deserve a response. Instead, I closed the laptop and pushed it aside. They could keep their little fantasy of control. I was done playing the fool. The wedding day came anyway, a bright Saturday morning in June, exactly as Emma had wanted. I woke to the sound of birds outside my hotel window, the scent of eucalyptus drifting through the air. The spa had upgraded me to a suite with a private balcony overlooking the ocean. At noon, I was stretched out on a chaise lounge, my hair wrapped in a towel, a chilled glass of champagne in hand. A notification pinged on my phone. "Today's the day. Can't wait to see you both at 2 p.m. A guest, clearly unaware that the fairy tale had crumbled. I sipped my champagne and smiled faintly. At exactly 2 p.m., I imagined the venue, now booked for another couple, bustling with flowers and laughter that had nothing to do with Ryan or Emma. The thought didn't bring satisfaction. It brought peace. For the first time in years, I felt weightless. The staff brought me a fruit platter and refilled my glass. I reached for my phone, opened Instagram, and snapped a photo of the view. Endless blue sky, sunlight sparkling on the water, my champagne flute glinting in the corner. I typed a short caption. "Best decision I ever made." No context, no names. But I knew they'd see it, and they'd know exactly what I meant. By Monday morning, the whispers had turned into a roar. It started with a single comment under Emma's tearful Instagram post. "Didn't Colleen pay for the whole wedding, though? This doesn't add up." At first, Emma's friends rushed to defend her. "Don't spread lies. You don't know the full story. She's a toxic mom trying to ruin their happiness." But then, another comment appeared. "My cousin works at the venue. Colleen booked and paid for everything. Emma and Ryan didn't pay a dime. The dam broke." Screenshots of Emma's honeymoon package, charged to my credit card, somehow leaked into a wedding gossip group. People were ruthless. So they used her to pay for a wedding and luxury vacation, then humiliated her? Classy. Imagine fighting the hand that feeds you. They deserve each other, spoiled and entitled. Even some of Ryan's old college friends weighed in. Not surprised, he always let women walk all over him. I didn't comment, I didn't like or share, but I saved every single screenshot. Later that afternoon, Linda, my sister-in-law, called. "Colleen," she began cautiously. "I didn't realize. I'm so sorry. We all thought. Emma made it sound like you were trying to sabotage them for no reason." "You believed her," I said calmly. "I know," Linda sighed, "but people are starting to see the truth now. I just wanted you to know. You're not alone in this anymore." I didn't reply. I didn't need her pity. What I needed, and finally had, was clarity. For years, I let people take and take, thinking it was my job to keep the peace. But peace bought with self-sacrifice isn't peace. It's silence. And I was done being silent. By the time the second week passed, the gossip had spread like wildfire. Emma's Instagram account had gone silent. Ryan's profile picture disappeared. It started small. One mutual friend posting, "Maybe don't bite the hand that feeds you next time." Then a cousin of Emma's shared a cryptic tweet. "If you can't afford your own wedding, don't scream at the person paying for it." People weren't just whispering anymore. They were laughing. Screenshots of Emma's posts leaked into a wedding forum. Brides and strangers alike ripped her apart. She ruined her own wedding by being a brat. Sounds like she thought her MIL was her sugar mama. The entitlement is unreal. Who throws out the person funding the whole event? Even vendors joined in. A florist posted anonymously. We warned her that her mother-in-law was the contract holder. She didn't care. She thought she was above consequences. I didn't say a word. I didn't defend myself. I didn't need to. The truth had a way of crawling out on its own. By the end of the month, Emma and Ryan's guest list had evaporated. Friends stopped answering their calls. Their dream wedding was the talk of the town, not as a celebration, but as a cautionary tale. And me? I was sitting on a balcony 2 states away, watching the sun dip below the horizon with a glass of champagne in my hand. I posted one quiet photo, my feet propped up, the ocean stretching out endlessly before me. The caption simple, "Happiness looks better on me." I didn't check for likes or comments. I didn't care if Ryan saw it, or Emma, or any of the relatives who had once called me dramatic. This wasn't for them. This was for me. The next morning, my phone buzzed. Ryan. I stared at the screen for a long moment before pressing decline. A text followed. "Can we talk? We made mistakes." I turned off the phone and set it face down on the table. For years, I let people pull me into their storms. Now, I chose peace, and peace meant never stepping back into their chaos again. They thought they could humiliate me and still live off my generosity. They were wrong. I wasn't their wallet. I was their wake-up call.
The morning was damp and dank, like most of my days since Miriam had left. 77 is the age when every day begins with aches and pains in different parts of your body and ends with thoughts of those who no longer sit beside you at dinner. I, Obadiah Lamb, have gotten used to being alone in this house in Henlopen Acres that Miriam and I bought back in the 80s. It's big, 2-story, overlooking the bay, and an area I'm still trying to maintain despite my arthritis. That morning I was making myself oatmeal for breakfast as usual. The TV in the kitchen was broadcasting the local news, the only voice breaking the silence of the house. I was about to sit down at the table when I heard the sound of a car pulling up. I looked out the window and saw my son Ingram's silver SUV. What the hell? I muttered to myself. Ingram usually gave me advance notice rather than showing up on my doorstep at 7 in the morning. I stepped out onto the porch, wrapped in an old robe. 4 people got out of the car. My son Ingram, his wife Beatrix, and my grandsons, Terrence and Alwyn. Beatrix immediately took charge of unloading the suitcases, not even bothering to say hello to me. "Daddy!" Ingram smiled strainedly as he climbed the stairs. "We thought we'd come to visit you." With 6 suitcases, I nodded at the trunk from which Terrence was pulling another bag. "We plan to stay for a while," Ingram answered, avoiding my gaze. "We're renovating, remember? I told you about it on the phone. I didn't remember anything like that." The last time we'd spoken was 2 weeks ago, and Ingram had only asked about my health and retirement. How long do you plan to stay? I asked bluntly. A couple weeks, maybe a month, Ingram shrugged. Don't worry, we won't bother you. He patted me on the shoulder and made his way into the house. Beatrix followed him, barely nodding at me, holding a fancy purse and a cell phone. Hi, Grandpa, Terrence mumbled, walking past with 2 suitcases. Hello, Grandpa. Alwyn, my granddaughter, at least tried to smile, but she was immediately staring at her phone. I was left standing on the porch, looking out over the bay and thinking that my peaceful life had just ended. It took me about 10 minutes to gather my thoughts and return to the house, which was already filled with other people's voices and smells. In the kitchen, Beatrix was dumping the contents of my refrigerator. Obadiah, this cheese has been expired for 3 days, she exclaimed, showing me a package of cheddar. And what is this horrible sausage? It has so many nitrates in it. You could die on the spot. I watched in silence as she threw away the groceries I had bought only 2 days ago. I wanted to say that I had lived to be 77 years old eating what I liked, but I held back. Ingram, meanwhile, was walking around the house, looking around the rooms and talking on the phone. Papa, he said, coming back into the kitchen, Beatrix and I will take the master bedroom, will you? You'll be more comfortable on the first floor so you don't have to go up the stairs. I felt something inside me clench. The master bedroom was the room where I'd slept with Miriam for 45 years. There were still her pictures standing there, her books lying around. I'm quite comfortable in my bedroom, I replied, trying to speak calmly. I take the stairs every day. It's good for my joints. But Papa, Beatrix intervened, you are 77. It's dangerous to climb stairs at your age. What if you fall at night when you go to the toilet? I have an upstairs bathroom, I objected, and I've never fallen down the stairs in my entire life. There's a first time for everything, Beatrix said. Ingram, tell your father we're concerned for his safety. Ingram looked at me with that peculiar mixture of pity and irritation that I had begun to notice in his gaze in recent years. Dad, please, it's only for a few weeks. Besides, the bedroom on the first floor is quite cozy. Cozy wasn't the word I'd used to describe the former guest room. There was a narrow bed, an old dresser, and nothing else. But I realized it was useless to argue. I nodded and went upstairs to gather my things. Moving into the small room took me all day. Not because I had a lot of stuff, but because every item in the master bedroom was connected to a memory. The picture of Miriam and me on the beach in Cape May, our wedding rings in a box on the dresser, her favorite vase that I never put away after she died. By the time I was done that evening, the house no longer looked like the one I'd lived in for the past 40 years. Beatrix had hung some modern paintings, arranged her knickknacks on the mantelpiece, and moved my photographs. The living room now held Ingram's huge suitcase, which he hadn't even bothered to put away. The grandchildren had taken over the second bedroom upstairs where my office used to be, and from there now came loud music and the sounds of video games. At dinner, which Beatrix had prepared from some organic produce she brought with her, I felt like a guest at my own table. Ingram and Beatrix were discussing their plans without even trying to include me in the conversation. We have to repaint the kitchen, Beatrix said. That awful yellow color looks so outdated. But it's Miriam's favorite color, I objected. She chose that paint herself. Obadiah, that was 30 years ago. Beatrix rolled her eyes. Nobody paints kitchens yellow now. I'm thinking light gray with accents of mint. This is my house, I reminded her, and I don't plan on repainting it. Dad, Ingram interjected, we just want to freshen things up a little. It'll be good for the value of the house, too. Are you planning to sell my house? I felt anger rising inside. Of course not, Ingram answered quickly, but it's always wise to keep the property in good condition. I noticed the way he and Beatrix looked at each other. Something in that look made me feel uneasy. After dinner, the grandchildren quickly disappeared upstairs without even washing the dishes. I started to put the plates in the dishwasher, but Beatrix stopped me. Obadiah, you're doing it wrong. The plates have to be rinsed first or the machine will get clogged. I've been using this dishwasher for 15 years, I replied. I know how it works. Ingram, Beatrix turned to my son, who was sitting in the living room staring at his laptop. Tell your father that he can ruin the machine. Ingram didn't even look up. Dad, please do as Beatrix says. She's better at appliances. I walked silently out of the kitchen and into my new room. I sat on the edge of the bed, and for the first time all day I felt how tired I was. Not physically, emotionally. I pulled out of my pocket the picture of Miriam I always carried with me. What would you do if you were me, darling? I whispered, looking at her smiling face. The following days turned into a real ordeal. Beatrix established a new routine in the house without asking my opinion. Breakfast was now served at 8, not 7 as I was used to. My morning coffee was replaced by some herbal tea because caffeine is bad for your heart at your age, Obadiah. My favorite shows on TV were declared too loud and outdated. In their place, the living room now had endless reality shows that Beatrix watched or sports channels that Ingram switched to. One day I returned from a morning walk and found that my collection of old records, which I had collected all my life, had disappeared from the living room. Where are my records? I asked Beatrix, who was arranging some decorative candles on the shelf where my record player used to stand. Oh, that old junk? She didn't even turn to me. I put it away in the garage. They were collecting so much dust and Alwyn's allergic. It's not junk, I said indignantly. Some of these records are rare editions. They're worth money. Obadiah, nobody listens to records these days. She finally looked at me with that condescending smile I hated so much. If you want music, Terrence can show you how to use Spotify. I left the house and headed for the garage. My records were piled in an old cardboard box, some of the envelopes crumpled. I carefully pulled them out, checking for damage. The first edition of Miles Davis's Kind of Blue that I'd bought back in the 60s, the Ella Fitzgerald albums that Miriam had loved so much, they were all piled carelessly like junk. I took the box to my room and hid it under my bed. At least there Beatrix wouldn't get to them. The grandchildren barely spoke to me. Terrence was constantly busy doing his own thing, either going to job interviews or going out with friends. Alwyn spent most of her time in her room, occasionally coming down to get something from the refrigerator. When I tried to talk to her about college or her plans, she would answer in one-word answers and quickly find an excuse to leave. One day I offered my help when she was working on some project for school. I can help you with your research, I said. After all, I worked as a postal inspector for 40 years and know a thing or two about organizing information. Alwyn looked at me with that peculiar expression that young people have when they think an old man is hopelessly out of date. Thanks, Grandpa, but I'll Google it, she replied, and went back to her laptop. A week after they arrived, I discovered that Beatrix had thrown out my old photo albums that I kept in the hall closet. Why would you do that? I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw the albums in the trash can in the backyard. Obadiah, they were taking up too much space and we needed somewhere to store our stuff, she replied, without even apologizing. Besides, all those old photos can be scanned and stored digitally. It's much more convenient that way. These albums are my life, I said, pulling them out of the trash. These are pictures of my parents, of my youth, of Ingram's early years. Dad, Ingram intervened, who, as usual, showed up when the conflict had already started. We're just trying to clean up. There's too much things. Stuff? I looked at him. This is my house, and these things are my life. I didn't ask you to clean it up. But you live alone, Ingram said with the same tone he'd used to talk to me when I was old. It's hard for you to manage a house this big. We're just helping out. I took the albums to my room and added them to the growing collection of things I had to rescue from Beatrix. My little room was slowly becoming a repository for my life, which was being methodically purged from the rest of the house. That night, sitting on my narrow bed and flipping through the salvaged albums, I thought seriously about my future for the first time. It was obvious that Ingram and Beatrix weren't planning to leave in a couple of weeks as they claimed. They were settling in, changing the house to suit themselves, gradually displacing me and my belongings. I felt like a ghost in my own home, whose footprints were being methodically erased. I looked at the picture of Miriam and I standing in front of this house the day we bought it. We were so happy then, full of plans and hopes. We imagined growing old here, sitting on the porch and watching the sunset over the bed. Miriam didn't live to see it. Cancer took her 5 years ago, and now I was in danger of losing the house we loved so much too. I couldn't let that happen. I had to find a way to maintain control of my life before it was too late. Everything changed one rainy Sunday, 2 weeks after my house had become someone else's territory. I was sitting in my room, as I usually had been for the past, rereading old letters to Miriam and listening to jazz from my phone through my headphones. Terrence had shown me how to use Spotify after all. It was the only useful thing that had happened these days. It was drizzling outside the window, drops dripping down the glass, and I remembered all those rainy days we'd spent with Miriam by the fireplace, talking about books we'd read and plans for the future. A quiet knock on the door brought me out of my reverie. I took off my headphones and invited him in, expecting to see Ingram or Beatrix with another complaint. But Alwyn's head appeared in the doorway. "Grandfather, may I come in?" she asked tentatively. "Of course, come in." I was surprised and pleased. My granddaughter had rarely sought my company since they'd arrived. Alwyn entered and stopped awkwardly in the middle of the room, looking around. I noticed that it was the first time she'd seen what my home had become, a warehouse of salvaged items, memories, and things Beatrix had deemed outdated and unnecessary. "Wow," she said, looking at the stacks of books, albums, and record boxes. "I can see where all the stuff in the living room went." "Not all of it," I answered. "A lot of it your mother just threw away." Alwyn grimaced and sat on the edge of the bed. "Grandfather, I came to warn you." Something in her voice made me wary. "About what?" "I overheard my parents talking." She lowered her eyes. "Mom's decided her parents are moving here. Grandma Prudence and Grandpa Garth. They're selling their house in Rehoboth Beach." I felt a chill go through me. Even if the house had been twice as big, there wouldn't have been room for this crowd. But it wasn't just about space. "Where do they plan to put them?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. "That's why I came." Alwyn fidgeted with the edge of her t-shirt. "Mom and Dad think you'd be better off somewhere else." "What other place?" My voice shook, though I tried to stay calm. "A home for the elderly," Alwyn squeezed out. "They've already found some place in Lewis and put down a deposit. They say you'll be taken care of by professionals, and you won't have to worry about cooking and cleaning and all that." I felt the anger rising in me in a wave. Ingram and Beatrix were planning to evict me from my own home to make room for her parents. "When are they going to tell me about this?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "Tonight," Alwyn answered. "They're waiting for Terrence to come back from his interview. They want the whole family together." "Except for me, I suppose." I grinned bitterly. "I'm not part of the family anymore, am I?" "Grandfather, don't say that," Alwyn objected. "It's just, they think it's best for everyone. Mom says you can't live alone anymore, and they're too busy to take care of you. Look after me." I rose from my chair, feeling a surge of energy from indignation. I've been taking care of myself for 77 years. I worked as a postal inspector for 40 years, raised your father, built this house with your grandmother Miriam. And now they think I'm an incompetent old man who should be put in a nursing home. Alwyn looked startled by my outburst. She'd never seen me in anger before. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself down. I'm sorry, Alwyn, I said more quietly. I'm grateful you warned me. At least I'll have time to prepare. What are you going to do? She asked anxiously. I don't know yet, I answered honestly. But I'm not going to give up without a fight. In the evening, just as Alwyn had predicted, Ingram called a family council in the living room. I sat in my old chair, the only thing in the room Beatrix couldn't throw away because I refused to get up out of it when she tried to clean it, and watched the faces of my relatives. Ingram looked tense. Beatrix was tapping her foot impatiently on the floor. Terrence was staring at his phone, pretending he wasn't here, and Alwyn was avoiding looking me in the eye. Dad, Ingram began after a long pause, we want to talk to you about the future. My future, I clarified, looking him straight in the eye. Or the future of this house. Ingram hesitated, but Beatrix took the initiative. Obadiah, she said in that tone one uses with a cranky child, we can all see that you are finding it hard to live alone. You forget to take your medication. You don't eat properly. Your house is in a state of disrepair. We're worried about you. Really? I couldn't help but be sarcastic. I thought you were worried about where to put your parents, Beatrix. She flinched, and Ingram cast a quick glance at Alwyn, who shrank back in her seat. Dad, let's be honest, Ingram said. Yes, Beatrix's parents are selling their house and moving closer to us, but that's a separate issue. We're really concerned about your health and safety, so much so that they decided to evict me from my own home. I could feel my hands shaking with anger, but I tried to speak calmly. We found the perfect place, Beatrix interjected. Pine Grove is not just a nursing home, but a real community for active retirees. There's a pool, a library, organized excursions. I knew she was lying. Pine Grove was the cheapest nursing home in the area, with minimal services and a bad reputation. I'd read about it in the local paper. It was constantly understaffed and the building was in need of renovation. I'm not going anywhere, I said firmly. This is my home, and I'm staying here. Dad, be reasonable, Ingram leaned forward. You can't live here alone, and we can't look after you all the time. We have our own lives, work, children. I didn't ask you to look after me, I reminded him. You came here and decided you could run my life, and now you want to get rid of me to make room for Beatrix's parents. Obadiah, Beatrix was outraged. How can you say that? We are only thinking of your welfare. Then leave me alone, I replied. Go away and let me live as I did before you came. That is impossible, Ingram said. We have already decided everything. You're moving to Pine Grove in 3 days. And if I refuse, I straightened in my chair, feeling my heart pounding in my chest. Dad, don't make this harder than it has to be, Ingram sighed. You realize it's inevitable. At your age, sooner or later, everyone has to move into a nursing home. It's better to do it now, while you're still active enough to get used to the new place. I looked at my son and didn't recognize him. When did he become such a cold, calculating man? Where is the boy I taught to ride his bike? The boy I read books to before bed? The boy I comforted after his first heartbreak? This is my home, I repeated. I'm not going anywhere. If you don't go voluntarily, Beatrix said with ill-concealed irritation, we'll have to get a guardianship. Ingram has already consulted a lawyer. At your age, the testimony of a couple of doctors will be enough to declare you in need of guardianship. I felt a chill go down my spine. They threatened to take away not only my home, but my right to control my own life. Would you do that to your father? I asked Ingram, not believing my ears. He looked away. Dad, don't bring it up. Just agree to move in and everything will be fine. I realized I had lost this fight. They were willing to do anything to evict me, and they had the advantage: youth, legal knowledge, resources. I had nothing but my stubbornness and sense of injustice. Okay, I finally said. I'll go to that nursing home of yours, but don't think I'll ever forgive you for that. The next 3 days passed like a blur. I watched Beatrix and Ingram pack my things, deciding for me what I would need in the nursing home and what was unnecessary. Most of my books, my stamp collection that I had collected all my life, many of my photographs, were all declared unnecessary and sent to the garage for storage. I could only take my clothes, a few personal items and photos with me. The rooms at Pine Grove were small and a lot of stuff wouldn't fit in there. Alwyn tried to help me by sneaking things into my suitcase that Beatrix had put aside. She was the only one who seemed genuinely upset about what was happening. "Grandpa, I'm so sorry," she whispered as she helped me pack the photo album. "I've tried to talk to Mom and Dad, but they won't listen." "Don't blame yourself, baby," I replied, stroking her head. "You couldn't change anything." The day of the move, I woke up early and walked out to the backyard. The fog had not yet cleared over the bay, and the water seemed silvery in the morning light. I stood there for a long time, soaking up the view that had been a part of my life for so many years. Miriam and I loved to sit on the veranda on summer evenings, watching the sun set over the bay, coloring the sky and water in shades of pink and gold. Now, I didn't know if I would ever see that view again. Ingram found me there an hour later. "Dad, it's time to go," he said, trying to sound cheerful. "The car is already loaded." I nodded and took one last look at the bay before turning and walking toward the house. Ingram's SUV was parked by the porch, 2 suitcases and a box loaded in the trunk, all that was left of my life. Beatrix was fussing around, checking to see if everything was locked, if we'd forgotten anything. She looked almost happy, as if getting rid of me was a great relief. "Obadiah," she said as I approached the car, "don't forget your pills." I put them in the side pocket of my suitcase and made an appointment schedule. "You'll give it to the nurse when we get there." I didn't answer, just sat in the back seat next to Alwyn. Terrence had stayed home. He had some important appointment, he explained. I was even glad he hadn't gone. At least there would be one less witness to my humiliation. The drive to Pine Grove took about 30 minutes. I looked out the window at the familiar places whizzing by the post office where I worked, the park where I walked with Miriam, the store where I bought her flowers every Friday and felt a part of me die. Pine Grove turned out to be exactly what I expected. A dreary 3-story gray brick building surrounded by stunted trees and a neatly trimmed but lifeless lawn. Not a trace of that active retirement community Beatrix had spoken of. Through the windows I could see elderly people sitting in chairs in the common room, staring mindlessly at the TV. "It looks nice," Alwyn said uncertainly as we got out of the car. "Don't pretend, baby," I replied quietly. "We both know what this place is." We were greeted by the receptionist, a full middle-aged woman with a strained smile and tired eyes. She walked us through the check-in process, showed us to my room, a small space with a narrow bed, nightstand, and closet, and handed us a schedule of meals and medications. "Dinner is at 17:30, she said, looking into her papers, not at me. "Don't be late or you'll have to wait until breakfast." Ingram and Beatrix helped me put my things away, which took only a few minutes, so few were there. Then came the moment of farewell. "Papa," Ingram looked awkward, "we'll be visiting you. Maybe not right away. We need to help Beatrix's parents with the move, but we'll definitely come soon." I didn't answer. What could I say? That I didn't want to see them. That betrayal was unforgivable. That they had ruined my life for their own convenience. Alwyn hugged me tightly, and I felt her tears wet my shirt. "I'll come visit you, grandfather," she whispered. "I promise." "I know, baby," I replied, stroking her back. "Take care of yourself." When they left, I sat on the edge of the bed, and for the first time in a while, I let myself cry. Tears streamed down my cheeks as I stared at the bare walls of the strange room that was now my home. The first week at Pine Grove was the worst week of my life. The food was bland, the regimen was oppressive, and the community was depressing. Most of the residents were significantly older than me or had serious health problems. Some suffered from dementia and didn't even recognize their own children who came to visit them. I spent most of my time in my room, reading the few books I managed to take with me, or looking at photographs. Sometimes I would go out to the common room and look out the window at the parking lot, hoping to see Alwyn's car, but it never arrived. On the 10th day of my stay at Pine Grove, something happened that changed everything. I was sitting in the dining hall trying to swallow something called chicken stew, but more like glue, when I heard a familiar voice. Obadiah? Obadiah Lamb? It couldn't be. I looked up and saw a tall, skinny man with a gray beard looking at me with genuine surprise. Ferris? I couldn't believe my eyes. Ferris Dunham? Ferris had been a co-worker of mine at the Postal Service and then moved on to work at the bank. We'd been friends for years, but lost touch after his wife died when he moved in with his daughter in Baltimore. "What the hell are you doing in that almshouse?" he asked, taking a seat across from me. "My loving son decided I belonged here," I grinned bitterly. "And you?" "I've been here for 8 months, Ferris replied. "After my second stroke, my daughter decided she couldn't take care of me. I was too weak to argue. We talked all through lunch and sat in the common room for a long time afterward. Ferris told me about his life after the move, how his daughter had sold his house, how he had lost most of his belongings, and how he had gradually come to terms with his new reality. "But you," he said, looking at me carefully, "you're still strong. You walk on your own. Your head is clear. Your hands are not shaking. What about your house?" I told him the whole story, how Ingram and Beatrix had invaded my life, how they had gradually forced me out of my own house, how they had finally evicted me to make room for Beatrix's parents. "And the house belongs to them now?" Ferris asked when I had finished. "No," I shook my head. "That's the irony of it. The house is still registered to me. Ingram should have deeded it to me 2 years ago, but he kept putting it off because he didn't want to pay the gift tax. Said he'd get around to it, that it was better to wait until until you went to the other side of the world," Ferris said bluntly. "He was always a man who called things by their proper names." "Exactly," I nodded. "And as long as the house is listed as mine, they just use it." Ferris rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "You know, Obadiah," he said after a pause, "if the house is legally yours, you can do whatever you want with it. Like, sell it." "Sell it?" I'd never thought of that. The house was a part of me, the place where I spent most of my life, where my memories were kept. "Think about it," Ferris leaned closer. "Your son and daughter-in-law threw you away like you were nothing. They live in your house, use your possessions, and they sent you here to die. Why not teach them a lesson?" I was beginning to see where he was going with this. "Are you suggesting I sell the house out from under their noses?" I asked, feeling something like hope stirring in my chest. "Exactly," Ferris smiled broadly. "I spent 30 years in a bank, Obadiah. I know how these things work. If the house is in your name, you have every right to sell it. They don't even have to know about it until the deal is finalized." I pictured Ingram and Beatrix's faces when they found out they could no longer live in my house. It would be the perfect revenge. "But where would I go?" I asked. "Even if I sell the house, I still need somewhere to live, and there might not be enough money for a new place, given the prices right now." "I've thought about that too," Ferris squinted slyly. "My nephew has a real estate agency in Lewis. He might be able to help you find a buyer who will agree to let you live in a guest house or an annex. Many rich people are looking for property in Henlopen acres and are willing to agree to different terms just to get a good house." I could feel a plan starting to form in my head. This could work. I could regain control of my life and at the same time take revenge on those who had betrayed me. "Ferris," I said, looking at my old friend with renewed determination, "tell me more about this nephew." As promised, Ferris introduced me to his nephew Horace Dunham the very next day. Horace was an energetic man of about 45 with shrewd eyes and a keen gaze that made me think of the sharks I had sometimes seen off the Gulf Coast. He had come to Pine Grove on the pretext of visiting his uncle, and we met in the little garden behind the building where patients did not usually walk for lack of benches and shade. "Uncle Ferris has told me your situation, Mr. Lamb," said Horace, after we had exchanged greetings, "and I think I can help you. Do you really think anyone would be willing to buy a house with such an encumbrance as I am?" I asked bluntly. I'd been thinking about Ferris's plan all night, and I doubted its feasibility. Horace smiled, showing flawless teeth that were obviously worth a lot of money. "Mr. Lamb, you underestimate the appeal of real estate in Henlopen Acres. Prices there have risen 30% in the last 2 years. A house overlooking the bay, with a lot like that? Believe me, there will be buyers willing to make any kind of offer. But wouldn't my son be able to contest the sale? That was my biggest fear. He lives there. If the house is officially registered in your name, and there are no documents restricting your right to dispose of it, such as a life annuity or a gift with the right to reside, then legally you have every right to sell it. Your son can only challenge the sale if he can prove that you are incapacitated or acting under duress. That's why they put me here." I grinned bitterly. "To make it easier to prove my incapacity later. That's why we need to act quickly and carefully." Horace nodded. "I'll prepare the paperwork, find buyers, and we'll do the inspections while your son is at work. No one will know about the sale until the contract is signed and registered." "And how would we organize the inspections?" I couldn't imagine secretly showing the house to potential buyers while Ingram and Beatrix were at work. "I'm, locked in here." "Do you have keys to the house?" Horace asked. I nodded. When they brought me to Pine Grove, I had put a bunch of keys in my jacket pocket and no one had thought to take them. "That's great. I'll organize day trips for you. Officially, it's part of a socialization program for patients. They take groups to shopping malls, museums, parks. It's common practice in these facilities. I'll make arrangements with the administration to include you in these trips, and I'll be waiting outside in my car." The plan sounded like a spy operation, and part of me couldn't believe that I, a 77-year-old retired postal inspector, was seriously considering such a venture. But the other part, the part that still remembered the humiliation of being banished from my own home, yearned for justice. "What if Ingram or Beatrix are home during the inspection?" "I always make sure the path is clear beforehand," Horace replied confidently. "It's standard practice in my business. Sometimes I have to sell houses where the spouses are divorcing and one of them doesn't want to sell. Believe me, I know how to handle it delicately." We agreed that Horace would start the paperwork immediately. I needed to provide him with a copy of the property certificate, which, fortunately, I always kept in an envelope along with other important documents in my wallet. The foresight I had developed from years of dealing with postal mail had served me well for the first time in a long time. 3 days later, Horace called me on the Pine Grove phone and informed me that the paperwork was ready. The house was for sale, no address, just neighborhood and features, and there were several interested buyers. "You have your first tour tomorrow, Mr. Lamb," he said. "I've made arrangements with the administration. You'll be marked for a trip to the Botanical Gardens. Horace," I lowered my voice, though there was no one else in the room, "aren't you afraid that this is, well, not quite legal? I mean, cheating the administration, secret meetings." "Mr. Lamb," he sounded absolutely certain, "you're a fully capable citizen temporarily residing in a care facility. You have the right to privacy and to manage your property. If the administration thinks you're traveling to look at cacti, but you're instead touring your property with potential buyers, that's your right. No one is keeping you under house arrest." His words gave me confidence. Indeed, I had done nothing illegal. I was simply disposing of my property as I saw fit. The next day I put on my best and only suit, which Beatrix had allowed me to bring with me, and joined a group of elderly people waiting for a bus to go to the botanical gardens. When the bus pulled up, I discreetly separated from the group and made my way to a black sedan parked around the corner of the building. Nice day for a real estate tour, isn't it? Horace smiled as he opened the car door in front of me. On the way to my house, Horace told me about the first potential buyer, a middle-aged couple from New York looking for a vacation home. They're willing to pay a good price, but they want to completely remodel the interior. This means that all of your stuff left in the house will have to be moved out. Most of my things are already in the garage, thanks to Beatrix's efforts, I said bitterly. Ingram promised they'd keep them for me, but I doubt they'll fulfill that promise. We could include a clause in the contract about keeping and giving you the personal effects, Horace suggested. Or we could arrange for removal before the deal is finalized. When we arrived at the house, Horace drove by first, scrutinizing the lot. Your son's car is gone, he noted, but there's another car in the driveway. Beatrix must be home, I felt disappointed, or her parents had already moved out. Let's check it out. Horace pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hello, this is Clean Stream Plumbing. We've received a request for a plumbing inspection in your neighborhood. Is someone going to be home in the next 2 hours? He listened to the answer and smiled at me. I see. Thank you very much. Then we'll come tomorrow. We disconnected. No one's home. It's a neighbor's car. They left it in your driveway while their own was being repaired. The woman who answered the phone said everyone was gone for the day. Your son at work, your daughter-in-law, and her parents at a furniture store in Rehoboth Beach, picking out new bedroom furniture. For my bedrooms, I clarified, feeling anger rising inside. Don't worry, they'll be picking out furniture for a whole other house soon, Horace winked and turned the car around. We have about 3 hours before they get back. More than enough time to look around. A couple from New York. The Websters were waiting for us nearby, at a coffee shop. They were exactly as I'd imagined, groomed, self-assured, with that peculiar expression on their faces that comes from people who are used to getting what they want. Mrs. Webster looked at the house with the meticulousness of a man who is willing to spend a lot of money and wants to get the perfect product for it. It's not a bad layout, but it's so outdated, she said, running her finger along the kitchen countertop. We're going to have to completely remodel the kitchen and the bathrooms too. The view of the bay is great, Mr. Webster said, looking out the living room window. And the lot is big enough. We could build a pool. I watched in silence as strangers discussed the future of my home, planning to tear down and rebuild the rooms where most of my life had been spent. It was painful, but also liberating. I began to realize that home is just walls and a roof. Real memories live inside me, and no one can take them away or rebuild them. The Websters stayed in the house for about an hour, asking many questions about utilities, the age of the roof, and the condition of the foundation. Horace answered professionally, occasionally turning to me for clarification. At the end of the inspection, Mrs. Webster turned to me. Mr. Lamb, your agent mentioned that you would like to retain the right to stay in the guest house, but I don't see a guest house here. It's not here yet, I admitted, but there's plenty of room on the property to build one. She frowned. I'm afraid that complicates things. We were planning to use the house for vacations, not to share the lot with, she faltered, not wanting to say the obvious, an elderly person. I understand. I nodded. Maybe we're not right for each other. On the way back to Pine Grove, I shared my doubts with Horace. Maybe the guest house idea isn't realistic. Who would want to buy a house with that kind of encumbrance? The Websters aren't the only potential buyers, Horace said confidently. Tomorrow, we have an appointment with another client who I think would be a better fit. He's not just looking for a vacation home, but plans to move to Henlopen Acres permanently. The next day brought another field trip, this time officially to the local history museum. Horace was again waiting for me around the corner, and we drove to the house, making sure no one was there beforehand. Thornton Barrington was nothing like I'd expected. Instead of the typical rich businessman in an expensive suit, I saw a tall, trim man of about 55, dressed in simple slacks and a shirt with the sleeves rolled up. His graying temples and tanned face with wrinkles in the corners of his eyes showed a man used to spending a lot of time outdoors. "Mr. Lamb," he shook my hand firmly, "it's a pleasure to meet you. Horace told me your story, and I admire your determination. Unlike the Websters, Barrington looked at the house not as a potential renovation, but as a future home. He asked questions about the neighbors, how the neighborhood had changed over the years, and was interested in the history of the house and our lives with Miriam. I've dreamed of a house by the water my whole life," he said as we walked out into the backyard. "For the last 30 years, I've run a chain of hotels in the Midwest, started with one motel that I inherited from my father and gradually expanded the business. Last year, I sold the company to a major corporation. Now I can afford to live where I've always wanted to live." "And you're not uncomfortable with the guest house clause?" I asked bluntly. "Not at all," Barrington smiled. "You know, Mr. Lamb, when I was a boy, my grandfather lived with us. He had a small annex to the house, just one room with a bathroom and a tiny kitchen. But the place was magical to me. My grandfather told me stories about the war, taught me how to fish, showed me how to fix different things. When he was gone, I missed him in those times very much." He looked around the lot, calculating something in his mind. "Here, in the far corner, you could build a nice guest house, with a separate entrance but close to the main house. 2 bedrooms, living room, kitchen, maybe even a small terrace overlooking the bay. What do you think?" "It sounds almost perfect," I admitted, trying not to show how touched I was by his words. "I'm not suggesting you be my grandfather," Barrington laughed, noticing my embarrassment. "But I do appreciate life experiences and stories. And I also like the idea of having someone in the house who knows its history, who has cared for it for years. It gives a place soul, you know?" I did. And for the first time since Ingram and Beatrix showed up on my doorstep with suitcases, I felt hopeful. After the inspection, Barrington made an offer that exceeded the market value of the house by 15%, on the condition that he would build me a guest house to my specifications, and I would have the right to live there for life. In addition, he insisted on including a clause in the contract to ensure that I have access to all my personal belongings stored in the house and garage until the deal is finalized. "I want it to be fair," he said. "Your son and daughter-in-law have done you an injustice, but I don't want our deal to be marred by any legal disputes in the future." Over the next week, Horace organized several more tours, during which Barrington and I discussed the details of the deal and met with a lawyer who helped draft and review all the documents. Barrington even brought in an architect to discuss the plans for the guest house. "Construction will take about 3 months, the architect said, showing me the preliminary sketches. "But you'll love the result. The house will be completely self-contained with its own heating and air conditioning system, a modern kitchen and a bathroom adapted for your age." I looked at the blueprints and I thought I could see my future. Not a dull room in Pine Grove, but a cozy house overlooking the bay, where I could spend my remaining years with dignity and comfort. Finally, 2 weeks after our first meeting, all the paperwork was ready. We met at the lawyer's office in Louis, and I signed the purchase agreement. Barrington handed me a check for the down payment, and the rest of the money was to be deposited into my account after the transaction was recorded. "Congratulations, Mr. Lamb," said the lawyer, shaking my hand. The deal will be registered within 3 working days. After that, the house will officially become Mr. Barrington's property. What about my son and his family? I asked. Would they have to move out? According to the law, the new owner can demand to vacate the premises within 30 days after the registration of the transaction, the lawyer replied. But that's at Mr. Barrington's discretion. I think 30 days is a fair time limit, Barrington nodded. That's enough time to find a new place to live. When we left the office, I felt a strange relief mixed with anxiety. The plan had worked. I'd sold the house, secured my future, and taught Ingram and Beatrix a lesson. But how would they react when they found out? What will I tell them when I meet them? Don't worry, Mr. Lamb, said Barrington, as if he had read my thoughts. I'll be there when you tell them the news. Together we can handle any reaction. Thank you, Mr. Barrington, I thanked him sincerely, for everything. Please call me Thornton, he smiled. After all, we'll be neighbors now. On the drive back to Pine Grove, I looked out the window at the passing scenery and thought about how dramatically my life had changed in those 2 weeks. I had gone from a rejected, humiliated old man to a man in control of his own destiny. I sold the house that had become my prison and secured a new future for myself, all thanks to a chance meeting with Ferris and his nephew. As Horace dropped me off at the Pine Grove, I noticed Ingram's car in the parking lot. My heart skipped a beat. Had he really found out about the sale? But that was impossible. The paperwork hadn't been filed yet. Horace, I pointed to the car. That's my son. Don't worry, he reassured me. Most likely, it's a normal visit. Maybe he finally decided to visit me, like he promised. I nodded, though I didn't believe it. Ingram hadn't visited me once since he'd placed me in Pine Grove. Even Alwyn, who had promised to visit, hadn't shown up. What should I tell him? I asked, feeling uncertain. Nothing yet, Horace advised. The deal has not yet been registered. It would be better to wait for official confirmation before making a statement. Mr. Barrington and I will come and pick you up in 3 days when it's done. I walked into the building, preparing for my meeting with my son and not knowing what it would bring. But there was a certainty inside me. No matter what happened, I was no longer a helpless victim. I was back in control of my life. Ingram did come to visit me, though visit is too loud a word for what actually happened. He spent less than half an hour in Pine Grove, mostly complaining about work and asking me how I was feeling like I was dying. Not a word about when I would be taken home, not a hint that my exile might ever end. Before he left, he mentioned, as if, by the way, Dad, we're having a little celebration this Saturday. It's the birthday of Beatrix's father, Garth. He's turning 75. And you're having the party at my house? I couldn't contain the bitterness in my voice. Ingram frowned as if my words had caught him off guard. Well, technically it's still your house, yes, but you don't mind, do you? After all, we live there, and Beatrix's parents are there now, too. Already moved in? I knew the answer, but I wanted to hear it from him. Yes, last week. He looked a little guilty, but quickly pulled himself together. They sold their house in Rehoboth Beach and are now living with us. We remodeled the rooms upstairs a bit. I hope you don't mind. I thought about the papers I had signed 3 days ago, the check that was in Horace's safe, the plans for the guest house that the architect had shown me. All these were my secrets, my little revenge for betrayal, and the moment to reveal it was at hand. I don't mind, I lied with a smile. It's a big house with plenty of room for everyone. Ingram relaxed visibly, clearly relieved by my sudden compliance. That's good. I knew you'd understand. It's only temporary until he stammered, not wanting to be finalized. He stammered, not wanting to finish the sentence. Until you can find me a better place than Pine Grove, I suggested, keeping my tone friendly. Exactly, he nodded, not recognizing the irony. Beatrix and I are looking at better options. Pine Grove is certainly not the place where you should be spending your... He paused again. The rest of my days? I prompted. I meant to say the near future. Ingram smiled awkwardly. When he left, I sat at the window for a long time, looking out at the parking lot and thinking about the upcoming Saturday. Horace had promised that the paperwork would be filed by Friday, and Thornton and I had planned a visit on Saturday morning. But now that I'd heard about the party, I thought it might be even better to announce the news in front of all the guests. Let Ingram and Beatrix experience the same public humiliation I had experienced when I was evicted from my own home. I called Horace from Ferris's phone and told him about the conversation with my son. It could be good for us, Horace agreed after a moment's thought. If all the guests are already in the house, it will be harder for Ingram and Beatrix to make a scandal. They'll want to save face. How do we explain my appearance? I asked. They didn't invite me to the party. Mr. Barrington can call ahead and say he wants to see the house as a potential buyer. They don't know it's already sold. Let's say it's urgent, that he flew in from out of town and can only make time on Saturday. It was a risky plan, but I liked it. For the first time in a long time, I felt a rush of adrenaline and excitement, feelings that I thought had forever left me as I got older. Friday came and went, and with it the last formalities of the paperwork. Horace called me that evening and confirmed that the deal was officially registered. The house was no longer mine. It belonged to Thornton Barrington. I called your son, Horace said. I introduced myself as Mr. Barrington's agent and said that my client was very interested in buying their house and would like to see it tomorrow around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And what did Ingram say? I nervously imagined the conversation. At first he was very surprised and said the house was not for sale. I apologized for the misunderstanding and explained that there must have been an error in our agency's database. But then I added that Mr. Barrington was willing to offer a sum well above the market value, and your son was interested. You bet, I grinned. Ingram never missed an opportunity to make money. He said they were having a family reunion tomorrow, but they could spare half an hour before the event. I confirmed the appointment for 14:00. Mr. Barrington and I will pick you up from the Pine Grove at 13:30. I barely slept that night, replaying the scene in my head. How would Ingram react when he found out the house was sold? What would Beatrix say? And her parents? I was both scared and happy at the same time. In the morning, I shaved thoroughly, put on my only suit, and shined my old shoes. I wanted to look dignified at the moment of my triumph. At precisely 13:30, Horace and Thornton Barrington were waiting for me at the entrance to Pine Grove. Thornton was dressed in an immaculate navy blue suit, but he wore it with a careless elegance that made him look like a man accustomed to expensive things. Ready for the big day, Obadiah? He asked, shaking my hand. Ready as ever, I replied, feeling my heart pounding. On the way back to the house, we discussed our plan once more. Thornton would play the role of an interested buyer until we were inside the house. Then I would announce the truth. Don't make any sudden moves, Horace warned. Your son may try to challenge the deal, claiming that you were incapacitated or pressured. Don't give him a reason. I'll be reasonable, I promised, though a storm of emotion raged inside me. When we pulled up to the house, I saw that preparations for the party were already in full swing. Several cars were parked in the driveway, and people in catering company uniforms were bustling around the entrance, unloading boxes of food and drinks. Looks like it's going to be a big party, Thornton said, parking his Mercedes next to the other cars. We got out of the car and headed toward the house. I could feel my knees shaking, but I tried to walk straight and steady. Horace walked beside me, ready to support me if necessary. Ingram opened the door, wearing a half-unbuttoned shirt and holding a towel, clearly in the midst of preparations. Mr. Dunham, he held out his hand to Horace. Thank you for telling me you were coming. We're having a celebration tonight, so there's not much time. He paused, noticing me standing just behind Horace and Thornton. His eyes widened. and the hand he held out for a handshake froze in midair. Papa? He looked as if he'd seen a ghost. What are you doing here? Hello, Ingram. I tried to make my voice sound calm and confident. I've come to visit my home, or rather, my former home. What are you talking about? Ingram looked from me to Horace and Thornton, clearly trying to figure out what was going on. Allow me to introduce myself. Thornton stepped in, extending his hand. Thornton Barrington, the new owner of this house. The new what? Ingram shook the outstretched hand, but his face was full of bewilderment. Ingram, who is it? Beatrix appeared from the back of the house, dressed in an elegant dress with her hair and makeup done. She froze when she saw me. Obadiah, what's going on? Why don't we go inside and discuss it? Horace suggested. I'm sure neither of us wants to attract unnecessary attention. Ingram stepped back silently, letting us into the house. Inside, everything was ready for the party. A long table in the living room, covered with a white tablecloth and filled with plates and glasses, flowers and candles everywhere, and classical music playing softly from the speakers. Explain what's going on, Ingram demanded when we were all in the living room. It's very simple, I answered. I sold the house to Mr. Barrington. The deed was registered yesterday. You must vacate the premises within 30 days. There was a deafening silence. Beatrix looked at me as if I had just announced that I had come from Mars. Ingram slowly turned pale, and then his face began to blush. Is this some kind of joke? His voice shook with restrained anger. You couldn't sell the house. You're in a nursing home. You, a fully capable citizen with the right to dispose of his property, Horace finished for him. The house was in Obadiah Lamb's name, and there were no legal restrictions on its sale. That's impossible, Beatrix shook her head. We live here. My parents sold their house to move here. What's going on here? An elderly couple, obviously Garth and Prudence Pollock, entered the living room. Garth was a tall, gaunt man with a military bearing, and Prudence was a small but bossy-looking woman with carefully styled gray hair. Who are these people? Mom, Dad. Beatrix turned to them, her voice trailing off. This is Obadiah, Ingram's father. He says he sold the house. Sold it? Prudence looked at me in disbelief. How could he sell the house while he was in a nursing home? Through a realtor, like they usually sell houses, I replied, not holding back on the sarcasm. Look, Ingram tried to pull himself together. There must have been a misunderstanding. My father, he doesn't quite know what he's doing. He's old. He has moments of confusion. Moments of confusion. Stop it, Ingram. My voice was firmer than I expected. You know perfectly well that I am of sound mind. You and Beatrix evicted me from my home to put her parents here. You sent me to Pine Grove, a place that looks more like a warehouse for unwanted old people than a decent place to live. You didn't even visit me, except once when you needed to report on a party, which I wasn't invited to, by the way. We were going to get you out of there, Ingram objected. I just needed some time to get settled to help Beatrix's parents. Don't lie to me, I shook my head. You never planned to take me away. I became an inconvenience and you got rid of me. That's outrageous, Prudence intervened. Ingram, you said your father agreed to move into a nursing home because he needed care. He agreed, Ingram glared at me angrily. And now he's getting revenge. I'm not taking revenge, I countered. I just regained control of my life. Mr. Barrington offered me a good price for the house and agreed to build me a guest house on the property where I could live. I'll no longer rot in Pine Grove, and I'll no longer be at your mercy. A guest house? Beatrix interjected, then turned to Thornton. Are you seriously going to build a cabin for him and let him live on your property? Absolutely, Thornton nodded. That was one of the terms of the deal, and I fully support it. Obadiah deserves a decent life in a place he loves. This is insane, Ingram shook his head. The deal cannot be legal. My father was in a care facility. He could not make such decisions on his own. Here's a copy of the purchase agreement. Horace pulled a folder of documents out of his briefcase. And here's an extract from the registry, confirming the registration of the transaction. It's all perfectly legal. Obadiah was declared fully capable by an independent doctor before signing the papers. Ingram grabbed the papers and began frantically going through them as if he hoped to find some mistake or loophole. It's impossible, he mumbled. How could you? At that moment, the doorbell rang. Beatrix shuddered and looked at her watch. My God, it's the guests. They are beginning to arrive, and we have here this. Maybe we should cancel the party, suggested Garth, who had been silent until now, watching the drama unfold. Cancel it. Prudence looked as if he had suggested something obscene. Impossible. Everyone is on their way. The food is ordered. The musicians are paid for. Then you'll have to host and pretend everything's all right, I said. Mr. Barrington and I won't spoil your party. We just wanted to tell you the news in person and discuss the timeline for vacating the house. Vacating the house? Beatrix raised her voice. You want to evict us? Your son, your grandchildren. Where would we go? The same place you sent me, I answered calmly. You'll find a place to live that suits your abilities. You have 30 days. Much more time than you gave me to pack. The doorbell rang again, more insistently. Beatrix gave me a searing look and went to open the door. We're going to contest this deal, Ingram hissed when she came out. You couldn't have made those decisions on your own. You were placed in a care facility because of your condition. What condition, Ingram? I looked him straight in the eye. You know yourself that I was perfectly healthy when you sent me to Pine Grove. My only condition is that I was an hindrance to your plans. The first guest entered the living room, an elderly couple I didn't know. They stopped in the doorway, clearly sensing the tension in the room. Is this a bad time? The man asked uncertainly. No, come in. Beatrix returned to the living room with a strained smile. We were just discussing family matters. Meet Ingram's father, Obadiah, and his friends. Business associates, Thornton corrected, nodding politely. The next half hour passed in a strange, tense atmosphere. The guests kept arriving. Beatrix and Ingram tried to pretend that everything was all right, but their fake smiles and nervous glances betrayed the true state of affairs. Prudence was whispering arguments with Garth in the corner of the room, occasionally throwing angry glances at me. I watched it all with a feeling close to satisfaction, not gloating, no more like relief that justice had finally been served. They had thrown me out of my life as a waste, and now they were facing the same uncertainty themselves. Finally, when there were about 20 guests in the house, Thornton came to me. I think our message has been delivered, he said quietly. Shall we leave them to digest the news? I nodded, feeling suddenly tired. The emotional strain of the last few hours had taken its toll. Thornton, Horace, and I headed for the exit. Ingram intercepted us at the door. This isn't over, he said, lowering his voice so the guests wouldn't hear. I will fight for this house. You can't just throw us out on the street. I'm not throwing you out on the street, I replied calmly. You have 30 days to find a new place to live. And unlike you, I'm not forbidding you to take all your things.
I would highly recommend Monday.com because it can streamline your operations. Entech Philippines is an environmental services provider to over 10,000 doors in the Philippines.
And what?
You'll regret it, he said, his eyes open and threatening. I've already regretted a lot of things, Ingram, I said, feeling my heart clench. I regretted not seeing the man you've become. I regret letting you and Beatrix manipulate me. But I will never regret taking back control of my life. I left the house without looking back. Thornton and Horace followed me. When we got into the car, I finally let myself breathe. Are you all right, Obadiah? Thornton asked, looking at me with concern. Yes, I replied. surprised at how truthful my answer was. I'm fine. For the first time in a long time, I was really okay. As we drove away from the house, I saw Ingram standing on the porch in the rearview mirror, staring after us. His face was contorted with anger, but behind that anger I could see fear, the fear of a man who had suddenly lost control of the situation and didn't know what to do next. It was exactly the feeling I had experienced when they And while I didn't consider myself a vengeful person, I couldn't help but recognize that in that moment the circle had closed. "Where to now?" Horace asked, pulling out onto the main road. "To Pine Grove," I replied. "I have to pack. And then I'll be waiting for my new house to be ready." "Don't worry about the timing," Thornton said. "I've already contacted the contractors. We'll start building the guest house next week. In the meantime, you can move into the hotel at my expense, of course." "Thank you," I looked at him gratefully, "for everything." As we drove back to Pine Grove, I thought about the look on Ingram and Beatrix's face when they found out the house had been sold, about the panic in Prudence's eyes when she realized they would have to move again, about the ruined holiday they had planned in my now former home. I didn't feel schadenfreude, no, but I felt satisfaction that I had done them justice. They wanted to get rid of me, write me off, forget me, but I had shown them that I was still a force to be reckoned with. A new chapter of my life was ahead, in a small but private house, overlooking the bay I loved so much. No neglect, no humiliation, no having to obey other people's rules. I smiled at my thoughts. Perhaps 77 years isn't so long that there is so much to live for ahead. The days following our visit to the party turned into a real war. Ingram called me at Pine Grove several times a day, alternately threatening lawsuits and begging me to come to my senses. He hired a lawyer to try to find loopholes in the purchase agreement, but Horace was too experienced to make mistakes in the deal. "Dad, you don't realize what you're doing," Ingram said during one of the calls. "You've left us homeless. Where are we going to go now? We have children. We have Beatrix's parents. You have good salaries," I answered calmly. "You can rent an apartment or a house, like millions of other people do." "But the house was practically ours," he sounded indignant. "You promised to leave it to us as an inheritance." That phrase opened my eyes to the real reason for his anger. It wasn't that they had no place to live, Ingram and Beatrix could afford to rent or even buy a house. It was that they already thought of the house as theirs, already planned what they would do with it after I died, and I ruined their plans. "I never promised to leave the house to you," I reminded them. "I said I would make sure my estate was divided fairly between you and your sister. Abby, my daughter, lived in Oregon and visited me infrequently, but she always called at the holidays and sent pictures of her grandchildren. She had no claim on the house and never tried to interfere in my life. I decided long ago that she would get an equal share of my inheritance, although Ingram always felt he should get more since he took care of me." "Abby doesn't even visit you," Ingram exclaimed. "She lives on the other side of the country and comes once every 5 years." "At least she didn't send me to a nursing home to make room for her family," I countered. After that conversation, Ingram changed tactics. 2 days later, Beatrix and her grandchildren arrived at Pine Grove. Terrence looked annoyed and showed he'd been forced to come, but Alwyn seemed genuinely happy to see me. "Grandpa," she hugged me when we met in the common room, "I missed you so much." "I missed you too, baby," I replied, touched by her warmth. "How are you doing in college?" "I'm good," she smiled. "I got an excellent grade on my economics project. You know I'm studying finance, right? I didn't know that. In all the time I lived with them, no one had ever mentioned that Alwyn was studying finance." Beatrix sat next to me, smiling strangely and occasionally intervening with awkward compliments. "Obadiah, you look beautiful. This nursing home is clearly doing you good. It has such a cozy atmosphere." She looked around the dreary common room of the Pine Grove as if she were in a 5-star resort. "Don't pretend, Beatrix," I said bluntly. "We both know this place is awful. That's why I'm so glad I'm moving out of here soon." "About that," she lowered her voice and leaned closer. "Ingram and I have been thinking. Maybe you should renegotiate with this Mr. Barrington. We could buy the house back as soon as we find the funds. In the meantime, you could come home and live with us like you used to." I could hardly contain my laughter. Like before, that meant in a small room on the first floor with no say in the matter, with constant humiliation and complaints. Thank you, but I prefer my new plan, I replied. They've already started building the guest house. We will be ready in 2.5 months. 2.5 months? Beatrix sounded disbelieving. And where will you live in the meantime? Thornton rented me an apartment in Ruiz. I couldn't help but smile at the shocked look on her face. Overlooking the ocean. I'm moving in tomorrow. But, that's crazy, she exclaimed. Living alone at that age. What if you get sick? What if you fall? Who will take care of you? I've hired a nurse who will come twice a week, I answered. And the rest of the time I am quite capable of taking care of myself. I am not an invalid, Beatrix, despite your attempts to convince everyone otherwise. Beatrix pressed her lips together but said nothing. Alwyn watched us with interest, clearly trying to understand the dynamics of the relationship. Grandfather, she said after a pause, can I visit you in your new apartment? I can come up on the weekends, help you get settled in. Sure, baby. I was touched by her offer. You're always welcome. Beatrix gave her daughter a disapproving look, but she kept silent. The rest of the visit passed in strained politeness. As they were leaving, Alwyn hugged me again and whispered in my ear, I'm glad you won't be living in that horrible place anymore, Grandpa. The next day, I moved into the apartment Thornton had rented for me. It was a spacious one-bedroom apartment in a new building on Loose Key, with large windows, a modern kitchen, and most importantly, no stairs or thresholds. The perfect place for an elderly person. When I walked in there for the first time, I was struck by the feeling of freedom and spaciousness after the cramped room in Pine Grove. I could cook what I wanted, watch TV when I wanted, shower without waiting in line, and sleep without having to listen to my neighbors snoring behind a thin wall. Thornton had taken care of everything. The apartment was fully furnished. There was food in the refrigerator, and on the table was a folder of documents, a contract with a caregiver, a schedule of doctor's appointments, emergency numbers, and, what surprised me the most, a plan for investing the money from the sale of the house. I took the liberty of bringing in my financial advisor, Thornton explained when he arrived to check on me. He put together several investment portfolio options based on your needs and wants. Nothing risky, mostly safe bonds and dividend stocks. But the income would be steady, more than enough to live comfortably. I was struck by his concern. Thornton didn't treat me as a burden or a second-class person because of my age, but as an equal whose opinions and desires mattered. A week after I moved in, I met with a financial advisor, a young woman named Laurel, who patiently explained various investment strategies to me without using the patronizing tone often used with older people. Mr. Lamb, with the amount from the sale of the house and your current savings, you can afford a very comfortable lifestyle, she said, showing me charts and tables. If we put the bulk of the money in this portfolio, you'd be earning 3 times your current expenses each month, and that's without taking into account your pension. As I listened to her, a sense of wonder and joy grew inside. All my life I had been a frugal person, saving money, rarely spoiling myself. Now, at the age of 77, I'm suddenly rich. What am I supposed to do with this money? I asked, looking at the impressive numbers. Laurel smiled. Anything you want, Mr. Lamb. Travel, pursue hobbies, help your grandchildren with their studies, buy things you've always wanted but thought were too expensive. Live life to the fullest. Living life to the fullest, a phrase stuck in my head. Wasn't that what I'd been deprived of all these years since Miriam's death? Hadn't I become a shadow of myself, existing day after day without real purpose or joy? That same evening, I sat down and made a list of things I had always wanted to do, but had put off for lack of money, time, or courage. A trip to Europe, where Miriam and I had always dreamed of visiting, a cruise in the Caribbean, photography courses. I've always loved photography, but never learned it professionally. A new closet. My suits went out of style a long time ago. A visit to a good restaurant at least once a week. Miriam always said that life is too short not to spoil yourself with a good meal. Looking at this list made me feel alive for the first time in a long time. I had a purpose, plans for the future, and most importantly, the means to fulfill them. Alwyn kept her promise and started visiting me regularly. She came every Saturday and we spent time together, walking along the promenade, eating lunch in cafes, sometimes just sitting on the balcony and talking. She told me about her studies, her plans for the future, her friends and hobbies. I listened to her and thought about how little I knew about my own grandchildren's lives when I lived with them under the same roof. Ingram and Beatrix continued
Pa,
to
si
try
Reyna
to
pa.
manipulate me. They called, wrote
Singin
letters,
mo.
even came unannounced a couple times, each time
4:15
with
na.
new arguments for why I should help them in their
Mag-uunat-unat pa yan.
predicament. Dad, we
Magko
can't find
4:30 na,
decent
oh.
housing in our price range, Ingram complained during one of the visits. The real estate market is so overheated right now. Maybe we should look for a smaller apartment, I suggested. You don't need 5 bedrooms anymore. But we have children. We have Beatrix's parents, he resented me. We can't live in cramped quarters. Terrence is already working and can rent his own place, I said. And Beatrix's parents, as far as I know, got good money from the sale of their house in Rehoboth Beach. They can rent or buy something for themselves. Ingram and Beatrix had not expected me to be so well informed about their financial situation. They expected me to take their word for it and make concessions, as I had done before. If you don't care about that, can't you at least think about the inheritance for your grandchildren? Beatrix changed tactics. Alwyn and Terrence deserve a stable future. I've already taken care of that, I replied. I put some of the money from the sale of the house into educational trusts for Alwyn and Terrence. They'll get those funds when they graduate and are ready to start living on their own. This was another piece of advice from Laurel that I gladly accepted. The educational trusts were structured so that neither Ingram nor Beatrix could access them. The money was solely for education and seed money for grandchildren. Ingram and Beatrix's faces stretched. They clearly expected to be able to control whatever funds I set aside for the grandchildren. But what about us? Ingram finally asked. We are your family, your children. Won't you leave anything to us? I looked at my son and his wife, trying to find some genuine concern or love in their faces. But all I saw was greed and irritation. I've already given you more than you deserve, I said calmly. You've lived in my house, used my things, run my life. Now it's my turn to live for myself. After that conversation, their visits became less frequent and their calls shorter. They realized that they could no longer manipulate me and gradually gave up trying to get money. Meanwhile, the construction of the guest house was progressing faster than planned. Thornton regularly sent me photos and videos of the site, consulted me on the interior design, color scheme, and furniture arrangement. He was as enthusiastic about the project as if he was building a house for himself. I've always dreamed of having a big family, he confided one day when we were touring the construction site together. But my wife died young, and we had no children. All my life I devoted to business, and only now, on the slope of years, I realized that I missed the most important thing. It's never too late to start a family, I said. Maybe not blood, but someone who really cares about you. He looked at me gratefully. You know, Obadiah, I am glad we met. You remind me of my father, just as straightforward, honest, with a sense of dignity. I've always respected those qualities. In the 2 months I've been living in Lewis, I've been transformed. Regular walks along the seafront improved my health. A new closet and haircut changed my appearance, and the freedom to manage my time and money gave me back my sense of self-worth. I enrolled in a photography course at a local college, where I met a group of enthusiastic people my age. We often went on photo shoots, capturing sunrises over the ocean, blues architecture, and shorebirds. Among the new acquaintances was Eleanor Pringle, a 72-year-old widow, a former literature teacher with a sharp mind and a subtle sense of humor. We quickly found a common language and began to spend more and more time together. Went to the movies, to restaurants, to concerts at the local Philharmonic. "You've changed, Grandpa," Alwyn remarked during one of our visits. "It's been a long time since I've seen you so happy." We were sitting in a cafe on the waterfront enjoying Saturday brunch. I'd just shown her the pictures I'd taken at dawn, the misty beach, the seagulls hovering over the waves, the fishermen's boats heading out to sea. "I feel different," I admitted. It was as if I had lifted a heavy weight off my shoulders that I hadn't realized I was carrying. "Daddy and Mommy weren't fair to you," she said quietly. I knew it, but I was afraid to contradict them. "I'm sorry for that." I took her hand. "You have nothing to apologize for, baby. You were a child dependent on your parents. No one expected you to stand up for me. But I could have at least visited you at Pine Grove." Tears glistened in her eyes. "I promised, but I didn't come once. You're here now," I smiled. "That's the main thing." Our conversation was interrupted by my phone ringing. It was Eleanor, inviting me to a poetry night at the local library. I accepted, and when I finished talking, I noticed that Alwyn was looking at me curiously. "Who is it?" she asked with a slight smile. "A friend," I answered, feeling myself blush like a teenager. "Eleanor Pringle. We met on a photography course. Just a friend." Alwyn raised an eyebrow. "Or a special friend?" I didn't know what to say. Eleanor and I had never discussed our relationship, but lately I'd often found myself looking forward to our meetings, noticing how she dressed, how she styled her hair, what perfume she used. "I don't know," I admitted honestly, "but I like spending time with her." Alwyn smiled broadly and openly. "I'm so happy for you, Grandfather. You deserve to be happy." In early June, almost 3 months after selling the house, the guest house was ready. It exceeded my expectations. Spacious, bright, with large windows and a view of the bay, with comfortable furnishings and all the necessary adaptations for someone my age. Handrails in the bathroom, no thresholds, wide doorways for the possible use of a walker or wheelchair in the future. Thornton threw a small housewarming party to which he invited Ferris and his nephew, Alwyn, my nurse Martha, Eleanor, and some new friends from photography courses. Ingram and Beatrix were not invited, though I knew they still lived in Henlopen Acres, having rented a house nearby. Standing on the terrace of my new home, with a glass of champagne in my hand, surrounded by people who were genuinely happy for me, I felt an extraordinary peace. The bay stretched out before me, just as it had 40 years ago when Miriam and I had first seen the view. The sun was setting, coloring the sky in water shades of pink and gold, like the sunsets we'd enjoyed together. "To new life," Thornton said, raising his glass. "To a new life," echoed everyone in the room. Eleanor stood beside me, her hand lightly touching mine. Alwyn was talking to Ferris, laughing at his jokes. Martha was arranging the appetizers on the table, glancing at me every now and then with an approving smile. I raised my glass and added, "And here's to lessons it's never too late to learn. Here's to the courage to start over, even when it feels like time is running out. Here's to appreciating each day and never letting others decide how we live our lives." Everyone drank to my toast and the conversation flowed on, but I stood for a while longer, looking out over the bay and thinking about the path that had brought me here, of betrayal and pain, of loss and gain, of closed and open doors. I felt no bitterness toward Ingram and Beatrix, though I did not forgive them completely. They had made their choices. I had made mine. Perhaps someday we would find common ground again. Perhaps not. But that wasn't so important now. What was important was that, at 77, I had finally learned to put myself first. Learned to say no to those who tried to manipulate me and yes, to new opportunities and joys. I learned to live in the present moment, not in the past or the misty future. Eleanor touched my arm quietly. What are you thinking about, Obadiah? I looked at her. A beautiful woman with intelligent eyes and gray hair arranged in an elegant style, and thought that life is indeed full of surprises. About how it's never too late to start a new chapter, I replied, squeezing her hand, and how grateful I am to fate for everything, even the hard times. They've brought me here, to this moment, and you know what? I wouldn't trade it for anything else. We stood side by side, watching the sunset over the bay, and I felt like I'd finally found what I'd been looking for all my life. Not just a home, but a sense of belonging. Not just comfort, but true freedom. Freedom to be myself. Freedom to choose my path. Freedom to savor every moment that life has to offer. And in this freedom, in this sense of peace and tranquility, I finally found my happiness. Not in great achievements or material values, but in simple joys. In the laughter of friends, in the touch of a hand, in the rays of sunset over the water, in the knowledge that tomorrow will be a new day full of opportunities. And this day will belong only to me.
All right, team, we're transitioning to flag, but tasks are still going to be on both. Did nobody see my coffee cup post? There was no clappy clap, so make sure you track your time on Fireplace.
My tea had long since gone cold, but I didn't notice it, staring out the window at the gray October sky. The rain drummed monotonously on the windowsill, like the ticking of an old clock in the living room, the faithful witnesses to my loneliness. My name is Eunice Grimshaw. I'm 78 years old, and I've been a widow for 15 years. Sometimes it seems to me that I've lived several lives, and now I'm living the last one, quiet and unnoticed by others. My house in Cumberland is the only thing that has remained unchanged. Victorian style, 2 floors, a small garden behind. It used to be noisy. Gavin's laughter when he was little, my husband Alfred's voice, music on Sundays. Now there was only the creaking of the floorboards and the radio in the kitchen. I rose from my chair, leaning on my cane, my knees aching again, heralding rain. Though what did it matter if it was coming? As I passed the mantelpiece, I stopped at a photograph in a simple wooden frame. Alfred on our wedding day. Strict suit, neatly combed hair,
Papayo
slightly
mag-ring yung
embarrassing
kiray
smile.
nakitin mo.
He worked as an engineer in a local factory, a man with few words but reliable. He liked to repeat, not with words but with deeds. And indeed he always did, fixing, building, providing. What would you say, Alfred? I whispered, touching the dusty glass. What would you say about our son now? Gavin was born 2 years after we were married. We adored him, spoiled him, but we didn't spoil him. At least, that's what I thought. He did well at school, was polite, dreamed of becoming an engineer like his father. That all changed when Alfred got sick. Lung cancer took him quickly and ruthlessly. Gavin was 37 at the time, already working for an insurance company, married to Laura. I thought grief would bring us closer together, but the opposite happened. At the funeral, Gavin was distant. I remember him standing at the grave, tall, thin, with his father's features, but without his inner core. When they lowered the coffin, I burst into tears, and he looked somewhere in the distance, as if what was happening did not concern him. In the evening, when the guests had gone, I asked him if everything was all right. He replied, "Mom, I'm 40. I'm not a child. You can't cling to the past." I didn't realize then that this was the beginning of the end, of our intimacy, of our understanding. 3 years later, Gavin divorced Laura. She was a sweet woman, a little naive, genuinely in love with him. Why they separated, I did not fully understand. Gavin said only that they grew out of the relationship. They were left with a son, Keith, who was 10 at the time. Custody was shared, but the boy spent more time with his mother. It was during that period that I began to notice a change in my son. Calls became less frequent, visits shorter. When he came to visit, he would either sit staring at the phone or talk about work, promotions, bonuses, a new car. I rejoiced in his successes, but I lacked warmth. One day I tried to talk to him about it. "Gavin, honey, we've become such strangers," I said, pouring tea. He looked up from the phone screen, puzzled. "What are you talking about, Mom?" "I come," I called. "What else do you want?" Attention, son, real attention. He sighed, the way you sigh when you talk to a cranky child. I got a job, Mom. I got a life. I can't sit here for hours talking about the neighbors or your TV shows. That's not what I mean. You know, he interrupted. You've always been like this, always demanding more than the others. Dad understood that, but you didn't. His words hit me harder than a slap. I didn't say anything. What could I say? That I'd worked my whole life as a nurse so he could have everything he needed? That I'd denied myself everything when Alfred was sick to pay for the best doctors? That after he died, I was the one who helped Gavin with the down payment on the house? No, I didn't bring it up. A mother shouldn't keep a ledger of good deeds for her own child. As the years went by, I got used to my son only calling when he needed something. Usually money, either for roof repairs, for a vacation, to recover from stress, or for new furniture. I've never said no. Perhaps it was my mistake to forgive too much, to give too much. But isn't that what mothers do? Isn't that what I've been saving for all these years? Keith, my grandson, was the only ray of light. Unlike his father, he visited me often, first with his mother, then on his own when he was older. He helped in the garden, listened to my stories of the past, brought books. He was the one who insisted that I learn how to use a smartphone and a computer. Grandma, you have to keep up with the times, he said, patiently showing me how to use a video call. Otherwise, the world will pass you by. Thanks to Keith, I mastered not only calling, but social media, online shopping. The envelope was lying on the table among the other correspondence, white with the blue Fairview National Bank logo on it. I didn't notice it right away, busy sorting through my utility bills. Only after finishing my second cup of coffee did I pick up the envelope and twirl it around in my hands. Strange. I hadn't done any business with Fairview National. Opening the letter, I ran my eyes over the first few lines and felt a chill run down my spine. Dear Mrs. Tolliver, you are reminded of your late monthly mortgage payment. What followed was an amount that made me dizzy, $7,243.80. What the hell is this? I muttered as I continued to read. The letter said that I was behind on my second monthly payment on a $950,000 mortgage loan made in March. If I didn't pay the arrears within 2 weeks, the bank would be forced to begin foreclosure proceedings. My first thought was to call the bank and explain that there had been a mistake. I had never taken out a loan for such an astronomical amount. My little house on Elm Street, purchased with Harold 32 years ago, had long since been paid off. Why would I, a 67-year-old widow, take out a new loan? I dialed the Fairview National number listed in the letter, and after a long wait on the line, I finally heard the operator's voice. Hi, this is Winifred Tolliver. I received a letter about a late payment on a loan, but there's some mistake. I didn't take out any loan from your bank. Just a moment, Mrs. Tolliver. I'll check the information, the girl replied politely. While she studied the data, I looked out of the kitchen window at my small but well-kept garden. Harold had died 10 years ago, and since then I had lived alone in the house, gradually adjusting to the life of a widow. 43 years together and then nothing. No, not quite empty. I had children, Harper and Lennox, but they'd long since gone on with their own lives, not often thinking of their mother. Mrs. Tolliver? The operator's voice brought me back to reality. According to our records, on March 14th of this year, you actually took out a mortgage loan in the amount of $950,000 for a period of 30 years. The loan was for the purchase of real estate at Lakeview Terrace, number 27 in Concord. But that's impossible, I exclaimed. I've never signed any paperwork for a loan, especially not for that amount of money. We have all the documentation we need, Mrs. Tolliver, including your signature on the loan agreement, copies of your passport, social security numbers, and tax returns for the last 3 years. I felt my mouth go dry. Someone had used my information to apply for a loan for a colossal amount of money. It's fraud, I said firmly. Someone had stolen my data. In that case, you should go to the police, Mrs. Tolliver, and you should come to our head office with identification for a hearing. But I must warn you that until the situation is cleared up, the bank will hold you responsible for the loan payments. After the call, I sat down at my desk, feeling my hands shaking. Who could have done such a thing? Who had access to my documents? Suddenly, the phone rang. My daughter's name popped up on the screen. Mom, did you remember it's Zoe's birthday today? Harper began without greeting. We're expecting you at 3 o'clock. And please don't wear that awful green sweater. This is a restaurant, not your vegetable garden. Zoe, my granddaughter, was turning 12. Of course, I remembered that and had already prepared a gift, a silver bracelet with a star pendant. I remember, Harper, I said, but I have a serious problem. I got a letter from the bank. Mom, don't start that again, I interrupted her with ill-concealed irritation. If you get another credit card advertisement, just throw it away. How many times do I have to tell you that you don't need to open all these letters? Harper, it's not about the commercials. Someone put almost $1 million worth of credit in my name. There was a pause on the phone. What is this nonsense, Mom? Harper finally said with a nervous chuckle. Who would give a pensioner such a loan? You're confusing things. I'm not confused, I objected. I have a letter from the bank. It says in black and white about a loan for $950,000 issued in my name, and supposedly with my signature on it. Mom, your blood pressure must be skyrocketing again. Harper's voice had a sweet, caring quality that always meant the utmost irritation. Are you sure you took your pills today? Stop talking to me like I'm an old woman out of my mind. I rarely raise my voice, but I couldn't help it now. I'm sane and I know exactly what's going on. Someone stole my information and took out a loan, and I'm going to report it to the police. The police? Oh my God, Mom, are you trying to embarrass us for the whole town? Harper sounded panicked. Look, I'll come over after work. I'll look at this letter and we'll figure it out. But for God's sake, don't make any calls. Okay, I agreed, feeling a little perplexed by this reaction. Come by after work. Hanging up the phone, I thought. My daughter's reaction seemed strange to me. Had she gotten too anxious over the threat of going to the police? Harper was usually the first person to advise me to not make a fuss about nothing. To distract myself from my anxious thoughts, I decided to get ready for my granddaughter's party. I took out of my closet a dark blue dress, which I wore only on special occasions, and began to iron it. My thoughts kept returning to the mysterious loan. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I was at the Golden Lily restaurant, a pretentious establishment with exorbitant prices and tiny portions. Lennox, my son, was already there with his wife Deirdre and their teenage children, 15-year-old Nolan and 14-year-old Marilyn. Lennox worked as a customs broker and always emphasized his status with expensive watches and suits. Mom, you didn't comb your hair properly again, he said instead of greeting me as I approached the table. Your hair is sticking out over your left ear. Hello, Lennox. I ignored his remark. Hello, Deirdre. Hi, guys. The teens mumbled something in response, still on their phones. Deirdre nodded with a polite smile that didn't reach her eyes. Where's Harper? I asked, sitting down in the offered chair. Delayed at work, Lennox replied. Some problems with the Ward family. You know how responsible she is for her duties as an inspector. Harper worked in social services, dealing with dysfunctional families. She always said her job was to rescue children from incompetent parents. Sometimes I thought that phrase was a rebuke to me too. We'd been sitting at the table for half an hour when Harper finally showed up with her husband Frank and the birthday girl Zoe. My granddaughter, a tall girl with brown hair for her age, was wearing an expensive dress that made her look like a miniature copy of her mother. Grandma, you've come, Zoe exclaimed with faint surprise, as if my presence at her birthday party was something unusual. Of course I did, dear. I would never have missed your birthday. I handed her a neatly wrapped box with a bracelet. Happy birthday! Zoe took the gift without much enthusiasm and set it aside without even unwrapping it. Thank you, she mumbled, and then turned to her cousin Marilyn to show her something on her phone. Mom, what kind of story did you make up about the loan? Harper whispered to me, leaning it close to my ear while the others were busy studying the menu. I didn't make anything up, I answered just as quietly. I have a letter from the bank. For God's sake, don't talk about it in front of everyone. Harper straightened up and said loudly, Mom, do you want salad or soup? Lunch passed in a tense atmosphere. Lennox and Harper discussed some general business, occasionally turning to me with condescending questions like, "Do you still remember Uncle Robert?" Or, "Mom, are you sure you're doing okay alone in this big house?" My house was far from big, just 3 bedrooms, a living room, and a kitchen, but the kids periodically hinted that I should have moved to a smaller place. I suspected they just wanted to sell the house and split the money. After lunch, as Zoe opened presents, I noticed Harper and Lennox exchange meaningful glances as my granddaughter carelessly set aside a silver bracelet. "Must be old-fashioned," Harper muttered so I could hear. I wanted to say it was a replica of my grandmother's bracelet that she'd worn all her life, but I kept silent. What was the point of explaining the value of things to people to whom only price mattered? When the party was over, Harper said she'd stop by my house in an hour. I took the bus home, feeling strangely anxious. Something about my daughter's behavior made me uneasy. At home, I reread the letter from the bank one more time. The address of the property purchased with the loan money looked familiar. Lakeview Terrace was a new upscale lakeside neighborhood that was frequently featured in the local paper. Had someone stolen my information to buy a house there? While waiting for Harper, I turned on the computer, a gift from Lennox last Christmas. "To keep you up to date, Mom." I wasn't very good with computers, but I had the basic skills. I opened a search engine and typed in the address, Lakeview Terrace, 27 Concord. Photos of a luxurious 2-story house with panoramic windows and a view of the lake appeared on the screen. The value of such a property really could have been about $1 million. I scrolled down the page and froze when I saw the information about a recent sale. The house had been sold in March of this year, and the date of the transaction coincided with the date the loan was processed. I heard the sound of a car pulling up and looked out the window. Harper had parked her brand new SUV in front of the house. I noticed the car was new too. She had previously owned a mid-sized sedan. When my daughter entered the house, I immediately noticed her nervousness. She avoided looking me in the eye and fixed her hair too often, a gesture that always gave away her excitement. "Where is that letter, Mother?" she asked without taking off her coat. I silently handed her the envelope. Harper ran her eyes over the text quickly, and I saw her turn pale. "It's some kind of mistake," she said uncertainly. "Or a scam. Someone used your data." "That's exactly what I told you on the phone this morning," I said, "and I was going to report it to the police." No, Harper said hurriedly. "I'll take care of it myself. I have a friend at Fairview National who can help me sort it out." "I found out something, too," I said calmly. "The address in the letter is a new house on Lakeview Terrace. It's a very nice house, according to the pictures on the internet. 2 stories, overlooking the lake." Harper looked up sharply. "You looked on the internet?" "Yes," I nodded. "And I also noticed that you have a new car. I don't remember you saying you were planning on changing it." "Mom, what are you trying to say?" Harper's voice became hard. "Nothing yet," I shrugged. "Just an observation." Harper clutched her purse nervously. "Look, I told you I'll deal with that stupid letter. You have nothing to worry about." "I think I do," I countered. "Someone took out a loan in my name, used my documents, forged my signature. And if I don't pay that loan, I'm going to lose the house." "No one's taking your house away from you," Harper exclaimed with sudden fury. "Damn it, Mom. Why do you always have to make everything so complicated? I told you I'd solve the problem." She was almost shouting, and I could see the red blotches on her neck, a sure sign of extreme agitation. There was only one thing that could cause such a reaction. Harper knew a lot more about the loan than she was saying. "It's you," I said quietly, looking her straight in the eye. "You took out the loan in my name." My daughter looked away. "Don't be silly, Mom. Why would I do that?" "I don't know," I answered. "But I'm going to find out." Harper snatched the letter out of my hands. "I'm taking this. And please don't do anything stupid. Don't call the bank. Don't go to the police. I'll take care of it." She ran out of the house, slamming the door loudly. I was left standing in the middle of the living room, feeling strangely devastated. My own daughter had stolen my information to buy $1 million house, a house she hadn't even told me about. I slowly walked over to my computer and reopened the page with pictures of the house on Lakeview Terrace, a luxurious building with huge windows and a terrace overlooking the lake. A place I'd never been invited to. In my inbox, I noticed an unread message from the bank. When I opened it, I saw an electronic copy of the loan agreement sent to my address when the deal was finalized. In the borrower's signature column was a forgery of my signature, so crudely done that it was strange how the bank would not have noticed it. I leaned back in my chair, feeling the cold rage building inside. For years, my children had treated me like a burden, tolerated my presence at family events with barely concealed irritation, talked to me like I was retarded. And now Harper had crossed the final line. She hadn't just stolen my data, she jeopardized the only thing I had left. My home, my independence, my dignity. I pulled my notebook out of my desk drawer and started flipping through it, looking for the right number. I needed a lawyer, but not the kind Lennox would recommend. I needed someone who would take my side against my own children. Attorney Rowan Jett's office was in an old brick building in the business section of Concord. I found her contacts in the city directory, where she modestly advertised herself as a specialist in elder law defense and financial abuse. Exactly what I needed. I called first thing in the morning, and the secretary, to my surprise, made an appointment for the same day, at 14 hours and 30 minutes. Apparently, the lawyer's schedule wasn't too tight. Getting off the bus, I stood in front of the entrance for a while, gathering my wits. The word lawyer had always sounded intimidating to me. I'd only had to go to a lawyer twice in my life, when Harold and I had bought a house and when we'd drawn up his will. In both cases, it was Harold's acquaintances, and he handled all the negotiations himself. I can handle it, I said to myself and pushed open the heavy door. The reception area was small but cozy. Behind the desk sat a young woman with a short haircut and thick-rimmed glasses. "Mrs. Tolliver?" she asked when she saw me. "Mrs. Jett is expecting you. Please come in." The lawyer's office looked unexpected. Instead of a stiff, formal interior, I saw a bright room with large windows and potted plants. Behind a wide desk sat a woman in her 60s with close-cropped gray hair and a bright blue suit. "Hello, Mrs. Tolliver?" She stood up and extended her hand to me. "Rowan Jett, please have a seat." Her handshake was firm, like someone accustomed to showing confidence. I sat down in the chair she offered me. "Tell me what brings you to me," Rowan said, pulling out a notebook. I took a deep breath and started with the letter from the bank. I told her about the call to the bank, Harper's reaction, how I'd found the pictures of the house on the internet, and the last conversation I'd had with my daughter. My voice was shaky, but I tried to keep it to the point without getting emotional. Rowan listened attentively, occasionally asking clarifying questions. When I finished, she leaned back in her chair and tapped her pen thoughtfully on the table. "What you've described, Mrs. Tolliver, is a classic case of identity theft, aggravated by the fact that the perpetrator is a family member. Unfortunately, it's not uncommon, especially in the elderly." "Do you think my daughter really did it?" I asked, still hoping for some other explanation. "What do you think?" Rowan looked at me carefully. I sighed. "I think I do. The new car, the nervousness at talking about the loan, trying to keep me quiet. But I find it hard to believe Harper could do that. She's always been ambitious and a little arrogant, but to go on a crime? People change," Rowan said, "and not always for the better. Tell me, has your daughter shown signs of, shall we say, disrespect for your personal and financial independence?" I wondered. There have been many instances over the years when my children have tried to control my decisions, especially those related to money. After Harold, my husband, died, Lennox insisted that I give him power of attorney to manage my accounts, I said. He claimed it would be safer, but I refused. It caused quite a scandal. He even threatened to have me declared incompetent if I continued to be stubborn. And the real estate? Was there talk of selling your house? All the time, I nodded. Especially in the last 2 years. Harper says it's too big for me alone, that I can't keep it up. And Lennox is calculating how much I can get for selling it. They've even found me a nice little apartment in a retirement home. Rowan made a note in her notebook. "Do you have a will? Who gets your estate?" "Harper and Lennox equally," I said. "That's what Harold and I decided years ago. Although I admit I've been thinking about changing it lately. Leave the money to the grandchildren instead of the children." "I see," Rowan nodded. Now let's get back to our case. We have a couple of options. The first is to go to the police and report fraud. That's the most drastic course of action, and it could lead to criminal prosecution of your daughter. I flinched at those words. Harper is a criminal? My daughter in jail? It seemed absurd. Are there other options? I asked quietly. The second option is a civil suit, Rowan continued. We could sue your daughter and have the loan agreement voided as fraudulent. It's less drastic than a criminal case, but it would still result in a public scandal. And the third option? I nervously clutched my purse. Try to resolve the matter amicably, Rowan shrugged. I could write a letter on your behalf, laying out the facts and demanding that your daughter take over the loan or repay it immediately. The threat of criminal prosecution might force her to act. I remained silent, trying to digest the information. All the options seemed horrible, but even more horrible was the thought of my own daughter putting me in this position. What would happen if I just did nothing? I finally asked. If I just ignore this loan? Rowan shook her head. Then the bank will start foreclosure proceedings. First they'll charge late fees, then they'll turn it over to the debt collectors. Eventually they can sue you and get the right to enforce foreclosure, including seizure of your property. That is, your house. But that's not fair, I exclaimed. I didn't sign anything. Justice and the law aren't always the same thing, Mrs. Tolliver, Rowan said softly. To prove that you didn't take the loan, we'd have to prove fraud, and that means naming the fraudster. I closed my eyes, feeling a lump in my throat. For as long as I could remember, Harper had always been a difficult child, stubborn, sharp, ambitious, not childishly calculating. She rarely made friends at school, but she always got the best grades. She often clashed with her brother, but she could manipulate him. Harold thought that she would make a great lawyer or politician. Our girl has a steely character, he said with pride. But there was something else about Harper. Beneath the mask of self-confidence lurked a painful need for recognition, for confirmation of her worth. I noticed it in the smallest things, how she bragged about new things, how desperate she was to impress others, how painfully she reacted to any criticism. I remember when she was 15, she came home in tears because she didn't get the lead role in the school play. That part was mine, she screamed, locking herself in her room. And the next day we learned that the girl who had gotten the part had been in an accident. Someone had pushed her on the stairs and she had broken her arm. Harper got the part. Harold and I never discussed the incident, but I could see the worry in his eyes. As she became an adult, Harper didn't change. She didn't marry Frank for love, but because he came from a well-connected, respectable family. She chose to work in social services, not out of compassion for troubled families, but because it gave her power over others. And I knew she was always jealous of those who lived in upscale neighborhoods, drove expensive cars, vacationed in exotic countries. Mrs. Tolliver? Rowan's voice brought me back to reality. Do you need some time to think? Yes, I suppose I do. I nodded. It's too big a decision to make right away. I understand. Rowan handed me a business card. Call me when you've decided how to proceed, but don't take too long. Time is working against us. I got up to leave, but stopped at the door. Ms. Jett, what would you do if you were me? Rowan hesitated. I can't give such advice, Mrs. Tolliver. Each person must decide for himself what is more important to him, family ties or justice. And if there is no choice, I asked quietly, if family ties are already broken, then there is only justice, Rowan replied simply, and self-respect. I left the office with a heavy heart. It was drizzling outside, and I opened the umbrella I always carried with me, an old habit my children made fun of. Grandma the weatherman, Zoe called me. Mom, there are weather apps now, Harper sighed. Walking slowly to the bus stop, I thought about Rowan's words. Family ties are justice, but aren't true family ties based on mutual respect? Can there be a real family where some members cheat and take advantage of others? The bus was late, and I sat down on a bench. People hurried past, sheltering from the rain, indifferent to other people's problems. And my mind was spinning with memories. Here was Harper, a little girl with pigtails running toward me with a drawing. Mommy, look, it's you! In the drawing is the angular figure of a woman with a huge smile. Here she is, a teenager, rolling her eyes as I try to hug her in front of the school. Mom, you're embarrassing me. Here she is, a college graduate, proudly showing off her diploma. And I see in her eyes, look, I've accomplished everything on my own. Although that's not true. Harold and I worked double shifts to pay for her education. And then everything changed. After Zoe was born, Harper became even more distant. Her infrequent visits became a formality. Her conversations became an enumeration of my shortcomings. Mom, you should watch your appearance. Mom, your house looks old-fashioned. Mom, you talk about the past too much. When Harold died, Harper organized the funeral without asking my opinion on anything. Picked out a casket, flowers, even a dress for me. You're in no position to make decisions right now, Mom, she said in a tone that tolerated no objection. And after the funeral, she and Lennox started sharing Harold's things as if I didn't exist. His stamp collection, which he'd collected all his life, Lennox had taken for himself without even asking me. It'll just gather dust at your place, Mom. I became a burden to them, a problem to be solved. An old woman who could only be expected to cause trouble. They stopped seeing me as a person. They probably never did. The bus pulled up and I walked up the steps, struggling to hold my wet umbrella. A young woman gave me a seat, and I nodded gratefully. A small gesture of courtesy from a stranger, more than I'd received from my own children in recent years. At home, the first thing I did was pull out my phone and dial the number of the only person I could trust, Audrey Flint, a friend of mine from my days at the post office. Audrey was 5 years older than me, but she had more energy than people half her age. When she was widowed almost at the same time as me, she didn't get depressed, but did volunteer work at an animal shelter and even started learning Spanish for general development. Winnie, she answered after the third ring. Is something wrong? You don't usually call in the middle of the day. I briefly told her about the loan situation and the visit to the lawyer. What a snake, Audrey exclaimed when I was done. After all you and Harold have done for her, Winnie, you should sue her. No, the police. Make her answer to the full extent of the law. I don't know, Audrey, I sighed. She's my daughter. How can I send her to jail? How can she steal from her own mother? Audrey countered. Winnie, listen to me. I know you love your children. All mothers love their children, even the most ungrateful ones. But sometimes love means letting them face the consequences of their actions. If Harper gets away with this scam, what will she pull next time? Her words made sense, but I still had a hard time accepting the thought of filing against my own daughter. I'll think about it, I said. I need some time. Just not too much, Audrey warned. Those bankers won't wait forever. And remember, I'm on your side, whatever you decide. After talking to Audrey, I felt a little better. At least there was one person in the world who supported me unconditionally. I made tea and sat by the window, watching the rain intensify into a torrential downpour. The drops drummed on the glass, creating a soothing rhythm. My thoughts were slowly becoming clearer. What would Harold say if he were in this situation? My husband was a kind man, but with firm principles. Justice must be done, he often said. And also, you can't let others wipe their feet on you, even if those others are your own family. Perhaps I let my children disrespect me for too long. Perhaps it was my gentleness and accommodating nature that led Harper to take this step. She knew I'd rather keep quiet than make a scene, but not this time. Stop being the doormat that people wipe their feet on. No more being the invisible one whose opinion can be ignored. No more being the old, out-of-touch mom who was tolerated out of politeness. I picked up the phone and dialed Rowan Jett's number. Mrs. Tolliver? She answered in surprise. I didn't expect to hear from you so soon. I've made up my mind, I said firmly. I want to file a lawsuit against my daughter and a police report for fraud. Are you sure? I could hear the doubt in Rowan's voice. It's a big step. I'm absolutely sure, I replied. If I back out now, I'll never respect myself again, and my children will never respect me again. All right? Rowan said after a pause. Come back tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. We'll prepare the necessary paperwork. As I hung up the phone, I felt strangely relieved. For the first time in years, I'd made a decision with myself in mind, not what the kids would say. It was frightening and liberating at the same time. The phone rang again. Lennox's name popped up on the screen. Mom, are you out of your mind? He started without greeting. Harper just called me hysterical. She said you're threatening to sue her over some bullshit letter from the bank. It wasn't nothing, Lennox, I said calmly. Your sister made a loan in my name without my knowledge. That's called fraud. Oh, come on, Mom, snorted my son. What a big deal. So she took out a loan. She's paying it off. What do you care? The difference is that it's illegal, I said. And if she stops paying, I'm the one in trouble. She's not going to stop paying. Lennox raised his voice. Damn it, Mom. Have you always been such a pain in the ass? Always making everything so complicated. Did you know? I asked you straight out. Did you know Harper was using my papers? Lennox hesitated for a second. I didn't go into detail. She said you had a deal. We didn't have a deal. I cut him off. She stole my data. And if you knew about it and didn't stop her, then you're an accessory. An accessory? Lennox laughed, but nervously. Mom, you've been watching too many crime shows. No one thinks it's a crime. It's just, a family arrangement. No, Lennox, it is a crime, I said firmly. And I intend to get justice. For God's sake, Mom! There was impatience in my son's voice. What justice? You want to put your own daughter in jail? Disgrace the whole family? What are you thinking? I'm thinking that my children think I'm so insignificant that they don't even see a problem with using my name for their shenanigans, I replied. I think about the fact that you've both treated me like a burden for years. I think it's time for that to stop. Mom, listen. Lennox's voice became sweetly persuasive. Let me come over to your place and we can talk about this. It's just a misunderstanding. Harper didn't mean any harm. She just, wanted a better life for her family. At my expense? Don't be so dramatic, Lennox sighed. No one's going to leave you with debt. Harper's paying her loan and she'll keep paying it. What if she loses her job? She gets sick? Decides she doesn't want to pay anymore? What then? It won't happen, Lennox said confidently. Mom, you have to trust your children. No, Lennox, I replied quietly. It was you who should have respected your mother, but you didn't, and now it was time to pay for it. I hung up without waiting for an answer. My hands were shaking, and I felt surprisingly calm. For the first time in years, I didn't feel like a helpless old woman, but like a person who could stand up for herself. Of course, Lennox and Harper would press me, use every means to make me back down. They'll threaten, flatter, manipulate. They might even try to paint me as a senile old woman out of her mind, out of control. But now I had Rowan Jett, a lawyer who believed me and was willing to fight for my rights. I had Audrey, a friend who supported me unconditionally. And I had my resolve not to let anyone else, not even my own children, trample on my dignity. The rain outside the window intensified, but I felt like my life was finally starting to clear up. I picked up the phone and dialed Rowan's number again. Miss Jett, I was wondering, if we win the case, what happens to the house Harper bought with the loan money? The bank will probably seize it to pay off the loan, Rowan replied. And if your daughter is found guilty of fraud, she could face a fine and possibly probation. I understand, I said. Thank you. I'll see you tomorrow. I hung up the phone and thought, Harper would lose her dream home, probably get a criminal record, probably hold a grudge against me for the rest of his life. Lennox would probably side with his sister. I could lose not only my children, but my grandchildren. A high price to pay for justice. But the price for silence was even higher, the loss of self-respect. The feeling that I had betrayed myself by letting my children deceive me with impunity. No, I couldn't back down. This was my last chance to show my children that I was not a waste of space, not an old woman out of her mind, but a human being with rights and dignity. And if I had to come into conflict with my own family to do it, so be it. I stared at the rain outside the window and thought about the fact that tomorrow a new chapter of my life would begin. A chapter in which I would be the protagonist, not a minor character in my children's lives. The next morning was overcast, but it had stopped raining. I woke up early before 7 and lay in bed for a long time, staring at the ceiling. My thoughts swirled around my upcoming meeting with Rowan and what was next for me. Doubts began to gnaw at my soul again. Was I doing the right thing? Was it too drastic a step to sue my own daughter? The phone on the bedside table rang. I glanced at the screen, Harper. My finger hovered over the answer button, but I decided not to pick up. Whatever she said now wouldn't change my mind. It would only take away the energy I didn't have left. At 9:30, I was already outside Rowan's office. The receptionist nodded understandingly when she saw me and let me into the office unannounced. Rowan was sitting at her desk, looking over some papers. "Good morning, Mrs. Tolliver." She pointed to a chair. "I see you're early. That's good. We'll have more time." I sat down, clenching my purse nervously. Miss Jett, I was wondering, do we really have to file a police report? Wouldn't a civil suit suffice? Rowan looked at me carefully. "Are you in doubt?" "Yes," I admitted honestly. "I was up all night thinking about it. I think a criminal case is too definitive. There's no turning back after that." "Do you want there to be a way back?" Rowan asked gently. "After what your daughter did?" I sighed. "I don't know. What she did was awful, but it's still my child. Look." Rowan put the papers aside and leaned across the table to me. "Let's do this. We'll gather all the evidence first, and then we'll decide which way to go. We could start with a civil suit and leave the question of criminal prosecution open. How about that?" "Yes, that would be better." I agreed with relief. "Then let's get started." Rowan pulled out a blank notebook. "We need to make a chronology of events and collect documents confirming the fraud. Let's start at the beginning. When did you first find out about the loan?" We spent the next 2 hours reconstructing what happened. I talked about everything: the letter from the bank, the conversation with the operator, the strange reaction of Harper and Lennox, my daughter's new car, and the house on Lakeview Terrace. "So," Rowan summarized, "the loan was processed on March 14th. Were you anywhere that day? Maybe traveling or at a doctor's appointment? We need to prove that you couldn't have physically signed the documents at the bank." I thought about it, trying to remember that day. March 14th. Yes, I remember. I had a routine checkup at St. Elizabeth's that day. It took almost the whole day, from 8 in the morning until 3 in the afternoon. First tests, then a cardiologist consultation, then some other procedures. It was Tuesday, I remember exactly, because I was worried about the results. "Great," Rowan made a note. "We'll request medical records from the clinic to confirm your presence there when the loan agreement was allegedly signed. It's vital evidence." "Will they give us that information?" "And the request of counsel in preparation for trial, yes. Anything else?" "Oh, yes, we need samples of your real signature to compare it to the one on the loan agreement. Do you have your signature papers with you?" I pulled my passport and driver's license out of my purse. "Just these. The rest are at home." "That's enough for starters," Rowan nodded. "I'll make copies. Later we'll need an official handwriting examination, but that's for the trial." She left the office with my paperwork, and I remained seated, looking at the many plants on the windowsill. Most of all, there were succulents, small, unpretentious, but surprisingly resilient. In some ways, they reminded me of myself. Rowan returned with my papers and a glass of water for me. "Here, drink this. We have a lot of work to do." I gratefully accepted the water. "What's next?" "Next, we need to get a copy of the loan agreement from the bank. I've already prepared the request." Rowan showed me a document on official letterhead. "You'll need to sign it. We'll also need information on all the loan payments, who made them and when. This will help prove that you had nothing to do with the loan." I signed the request, feeling strangely relieved that I wasn't the only one who had to deal with this complicated story. "Now about the house on Lakeview Terrace," Rowan continued. "You said you found information about it on the internet, but we need the official real estate records. Who is it registered to? Who's the buyer on the purchase agreement? I'll file a request, but it'll take some time." "How long?" I asked. 5 to 7 days. Bureaucracy," Rowan shrugged. "But there's a way to speed things up. I know a realtor who has access to the real estate database. He can give us preliminary information informally. I'll contact him today." "What about the bank?" I asked. "How could they make such a large loan without checking everything thoroughly?" "That's a good question," Rowan nodded. "Banks are obliged to conduct strict checks on the borrower's identity. But if the scammer had all your documents, including your social security number and tax returns, plus a well-forged signature, plus if the application was submitted by someone you know well who could answer personal questions about you, Banks make mistakes too. Or turn a blind eye if it's a good deal, I said. And that's possible, Rowan agreed. In any case, we'll be sure to find out if there were any irregularities in the loan. The next few days passed in anxious anticipation. Rowan was busy gathering evidence, and I tried to live a normal life, though it wasn't easy. The kids didn't call, neither Harper nor Lennox. Apparently they decided to give me time to come to my senses. On the fourth day, Rowan called and asked me to come to her office. I have some news, she said as I entered her office. A realtor I know provided information on a house on Lakeview Terrace. Guess who it's registered to? Harper? I guessed. Not exactly. Rowan handed me a printout. It's registered to Caldwell Holdings, LLC. It's a limited liability company set up by your son-in-law, Frank Caldwell, 2 months ago, shortly before he bought the house. I frowned. Why go to all that trouble? Why not register the house directly to yourself? To hide the real owner, Rowan explained. It's a common practice when people want to hide something. In this case, I think your daughter and her husband wanted to hide the connection between the loan in your name and the purchase of the house. If the house was deeded directly to Harper, it would be too obvious where the money went. But they live in the house, right? How do they explain that? Officially, they rent the house from Caldwell Holdings. At least that's what my source said. The rent is $1,000 a month, which is well below market price for a house like this. I shook my head, amazed at my daughter's cunning. I didn't realize she was capable of such machinations. That's not all, Rowan continued. I got a copy of the loan agreement from the bank. Look at the signature. She held it out to me. There was a scrawl in the borrower's signature column that looked remotely like my signature. It doesn't even look like that, I explained. How could the bank accept such an obvious forgery? Because someone at the bank helped your daughter. Rowan tapped her finger on the document. Note the name of the loan officer who processed the transaction. Tyler Pratt. Does that name ring a bell? I hesitated. No, I don't remember it. What about your daughter? I don't know. Wait a minute. I remembered the conversation at Zoe's birthday party. Lennox had mentioned someone named Tyler, someone Harper went to college with. I think they dated for a while, but I'm not sure if it's the same Tyler. It's worth checking, Rowan made a note. If the loan officer knew your daughter personally, that would explain how she managed to bypass the standard checks. Rowan pulled out another document. Here's the loan statement. 2 payments have already been made. Guess who? Harper? No, Caldwell Holdings. The money's coming out of a corporate account. Another attempt to hide the connection. I leaned back in my chair, trying to process what I was hearing. My daughter hadn't just used my documents, she built a whole scheme to cover up her actions. What about Lennox? I asked. Did you find out what his role was in all this? There's no direct evidence of his involvement, Rowan replied. But judging by his reaction, as you described, he was definitely aware of his sister's machinations. The question is whether he was actively helping or just turning a blind eye. At that point, Rowan's cell phone rang. She apologized and answered it. The conversation was short, but afterward the lawyer's face brightened. Great news! St. Elizabeth's Clinic has confirmed that on March 14th, you were indeed there from 8:30 in the morning until 15:45. They kept all the records, including the time of each procedure and consultation. And the loan agreement, according to the bank's stamp, was signed at 11:20 the same day. So I couldn't physically have been at the bank at that time, I said. Exactly, Rowan nodded. It's an airtight alibi. Now we have all the evidence we need for the lawsuit. The forged signature, your alibi for the time you signed the contract, the questionable role of the loan officer, and the obvious scheme to conceal the true purpose of the loan. I remained silent, digesting the information. On the one hand, I was relieved that irrefutable evidence had been gathered. On the other, I was depressed at the thought of how carefully Harper had planned the whole thing. This wasn't an impulsive act or a moment of weakness. This was a well-thought-out scam against her own mother. Are you all right? Rowan asked, noticing my condition. Not really, I answered honestly. I just can't believe that my daughter, that she could do this to me. Unfortunately, it's not uncommon, Rowan sighed, especially when it comes to elderly parents. A lot of kids start to see them not as full human beings, but as property, or a nuisance, or a source of potential inheritance. It's sad, but it's a reality. I nodded, tears welling up in my throat. You know, when Harold, my husband, died, I thought nothing worse would ever happen in my life. But this hurts even worse. Rowan silently handed me a box of tissues. I blotted my eyes, trying to pull myself together. I'm sorry. I'm not usually this emotional. Don't apologize, Rowan said softly. You have every right to feel whatever you want in a situation like this. We were silent for a while. Then Rowan asked, what do you want to do next? We have enough evidence for a civil suit. If we win, the bank will cancel the loan agreement and you won't have to pay the loan. But the house will probably be confiscated because it was bought with illegally obtained funds. And the criminal case? I asked quietly. For that, you would have to file a report with the police, Rowan replied. They will conduct their investigation, and if they find enough evidence, the case will be referred to the prosecutor's office. If your daughter is found guilty, she could face a fine and possibly probation. Real jail time is rare in these cases, especially if it's a first offense. I wondered. Did I want my daughter to have a criminal record? No, but did I want her to realize the seriousness of what she had done? Definitely yes. Could we start with the civil suit? I asked. Could we leave the criminal case open? I want to see how Harper reacts. Maybe she'll come to her senses, admit her guilt. Of course, Rowan agreed. We can take it one step at a time. First, we'll file a civil suit, and then, depending on how things develop, we'll decide whether to involve the police. Thank you. I was relieved. When can we file the suit? I'll have the paperwork ready by the end of the week, Rowan said. We'll file the suit in Concord District Court. After that, your daughter will receive official notice of the trial. It usually takes about a month to prepare for the first hearing. A whole month? I was surprised. That long? It's the rules of court, Rowan shrugged. But the good news is that I'll be filing a motion for interim measures. If the judge grants it, the bank will suspend all claims on the loan until the trial is over. So you won't have to worry about making payments during that period. When I left Rowan's office, the sun was shining outside, a stark contrast to my inner state. I felt devastated, as if I'd been through a serious illness. On my way home, I stopped at the small cafe where I sometimes met Audrey. I wanted to be among people, to listen to ordinary conversations, to take my mind off my heavy thoughts. I ordered tea and sat watching the customers. At the next table, a young woman was having lunch with her elderly mother. They were talking animatedly about something, laughing. The daughter was carefully adjusting her mother's scarf, listening to her with sincere interest. It was an ordinary picture, which before would not have caused me any special emotions. But now I looked at them with a pang of longing. Why had things gone wrong with Harper and me? When had we lost the closeness that should be between mother and daughter? Maybe I was a bad mother, not giving my children enough attention, demanded too much, or conversely, too little. No, I always tried to be a good mother. Harold and I worked hard to give the children everything they needed. I read them books, helped them with their homework, and supported their hobbies. Sure, I made mistakes. All parents do. But I never betrayed my children, never lied to them, never took advantage of them. Harper betrayed me, used me, lied to me. And she didn't even think it was a big deal, judging by her reaction. Maybe it wasn't me, maybe it was her. Her character, her choices, her sense of morality. And as much as it pained me to admit it, I couldn't be held responsible for her decisions. When I got home, I found 3 messages from Harper on my answering machine. The first one demanded that I call her back immediately. In the second, she threatened serious consequences if I didn't stop this lawyer nonsense. In the third, her tone changed to pleading. Mom, please, let's talk. I'll explain everything. Don't do this, please. I didn't return the call. What else could she say? What excuses could she give? I took out a loan in your name because I wanted a better house. I forged your signature because I knew you'd say no. I hid everything from you because I didn't think it was necessary to put you on notice. No explanation could change what had happened. My daughter had betrayed my trust, broken the law, and jeopardized my financial security. And worst of all, she didn't even see the harm in it. I went to bed early, but I couldn't sleep for a long time, replaying the events of the last few days in my head. All the evidence pointed to Harper acting deliberately and calculatedly. She hadn't just used my name, she created a scheme to cover up her actions. She registered the house with a shell company. She used her bank contacts to bypass the checks. It wasn't an impulsive mistake. It was a carefully planned fraud, and Lennox knew about it. He may not have been directly involved, but he certainly knew and approved of his sister's actions. His reaction to my call left no doubt. My own children conspired against me. They didn't see me as a person with feelings and rights, but what? An obstacle? An inconvenience? A means to their ends? How could I have not seen this before? How could I not see that my children's attitude toward me had long since crossed the line into mere disrespect? All my life I've tried to be a good mother, supporting them, helping them, making concessions. And as a result, they've decided they can use me however they want. Well, it's time to show them they were wrong. I'm not a helpless old woman to be manipulated. I'm a person who knows how to stand up for herself. I'm a mother who loved her children but won't let them trample on my dignity. Yes, I'm in pain. Yes, I feel betrayed. But that pain doesn't break me. On the contrary, it gives me strength. Strength to fight for justice. Strength to show my sky. I watch the droplets collect on the glass and slowly drip down, forming whimsical patterns. How many such rainy mornings have I spent in this house? I can't count. My name is Merle Hadley, and in 3 days I will be 68 years old. For 40 years I taught math at Lakewood High School. For 40 years I explained to children the beauty of numbers and logic. Now I am retired, and my days are filled with the quietness that I used to appreciate so much, but now sometimes don't know where to get away from. My tea always Earl Grey, no sugar, with a drop of milk, had long since gone cold. But I continued to sit by the window, watching the rain and going over my to-do list for the day. Groceries, cleaning, maybe the library, weather permitting. the usual chores of an ordinary Tuesday. But somewhere on the edge of my mind, the thought of my upcoming birthday was throbbing. Would I be celebrating it alone? Again? The ringing of the phone snapped me out of my musings.
Watching from. Trust me, you're going to want to see how this ends. My name is Linda Feinstein, and I'm 67 years old. For the past 43 years, I've lived in the same apartment on Manhattan's Upper East Side, a beautiful pre-war building with crown molding, hardwood floors, and windows that overlook Central Park. My late husband Robert and I bought it in 1982 for $180,000. Today, it's worth just over $1 million. It's been my sanctuary, my fortress, the place where I raised my son Scott and created a lifetime of memories. Scott is 42 now, married to a woman named Lucille Slaughter, and yes, that's really her last name, which should have been my first warning sign. They live in New Jersey with their twin 15-year-old daughters, Alice and Carol. Scott works in finance, makes decent money, but not enough to satisfy Lucille's expensive tastes. She's always been the type who measures love by the size of diamond earrings and the thread count of Italian sheets. For years, I've watched their marriage with growing concern. Not because I didn't like Lucille. Well, I didn't. But that's beside the point. But because I could see the financial pressure mounting. Scott started asking for loans about 5 years ago. Small amounts at first. 1,000 here, 3,000 there. Always with elaborate explanations about temporary cash flow problems or unexpected expenses. I gave him the money because that's what mothers do. We enable our children's poor decisions until it becomes a habit neither of us can break. The requests grew larger and more frequent. Last year alone, I gave them $28,000. Scott always promised to pay me back. Always had some story about a bonus coming or a deal closing. But the money never materialized. And the requests kept coming. Each time, Lucille would send me those syrupy sweet text messages afterward. Linda, you're such a blessing to our family. We're so grateful. Love you. I started to feel like an ATM with a heartbeat. The apartment became a source of tension between us. Scott would make little comments during family dinners. Mom, this place is so big for just one person. Or, have you thought about downsizing? The maintenance fees alone could pay for a nice condo in Florida. Lucille would nod along, adding helpful suggestions about retirement communities and assisted living facilities, always with that practiced smile that never reached her eyes. I'm not stupid. I knew what they were thinking. I'm 67, widowed, and sitting on $1 million asset. In their minds, I was already 1 foot in the grave, and they were just helping me plan my estate. The problem was,
I had no intention of going anywhere. My mind is sharp, my body is healthy, and I planned to live in that apartment until they carried me out in a wooden box. But last winter, something shifted. The financial pressure on Scott and Lucille must have reached a breaking point because their approach became more aggressive, more calculated. Lucille started visiting more often, always with some excuse. She was in the neighborhood, she'd brought me soup, she wanted to check on me. During these visits, she'd walk around the apartment like she was taking inventory, commenting on my furniture, asking about my financial arrangements, subtly probing about my will and my plans for the future. "Linda," she'd say, examining my grandmother's china cabinet, "have you thought about what you want to happen to all these beautiful things? It would be such a shame if they ended up in storage somewhere." Scott became more insistent about my safety. He worried about me living alone, worried about me climbing stairs, worried about me managing my finances. He suggested I give him power of attorney, just in case something happens. He brought up stories he'd heard about elderly people being taken advantage of by unscrupulous contractors or falling victim to scams. The irony wasn't lost on me. 3 months ago, Lucille started bringing real estate magazines during her visits. She'd leave them on my coffee table, bookmarked to articles about downsizing and the benefits of senior living. She'd casually mention properties she'd seen online, charming little places in Queens or the Bronx, much more manageable for someone my age, always careful to frame it as concern for my well-being, never admitting what it really was: greed. The breaking point came in February. Scott called me on a Tuesday evening, his voice strained with what I later realized was poorly acted desperation. He told me they were in serious financial trouble. Lucille's mother needed expensive medical treatment. His company was restructuring. The twins needed money for college prep courses. He needed $50,000, and he needed it immediately. When I hesitated, not because I wouldn't help, but because I wanted to understand the situation better, he lost his temper in a way I'd never seen before. He accused me of being selfish, of hoarding money while my own family suffered. He said I was living in the past, clinging to an apartment I didn't need while they struggled to make ends meet. The venom in his voice, the entitlement, the complete disregard for everything I'd already given them. It was like talking to a stranger wearing my son's face. That conversation changed everything between us. Not because I refused to help, I ended up giving him the money anyway, but because it revealed something ugly at the core of our relationship. I wasn't his mother anymore. I was a resource to be managed and eventually depleted. After that phone call, I started paying attention to things I'd previously ignored. The way Lucille would photograph certain rooms in my apartment when she thought I wasn't looking. The way Scott would ask detailed questions about my building's board requirements and transfer policies. The way they'd exchange meaningful glances when I mentioned my plans for the future. I hired a private investigator. I know that sounds dramatic, but at 67, you develop a finely tuned instinct for when people are lying to you. Detective Janet Waters was recommended by my lawyer, a no-nonsense woman in her 50s who specialized in domestic investigations. I told her I suspected my son and daughter-in-law were planning something involving my apartment, and I wanted to know what. What she found was worse than I'd imagined. Scott and Lucille had been meeting with real estate agents for months, getting appraisals, researching the market value of apartments in my building. They'd consulted with lawyers about guardianship proceedings and mental competency evaluations. They'd even visited several assisted living facilities, not for research, but to get pricing information and waiting list requirements. Most damning of all, Detective Waters discovered that Lucille had been in contact with my building's management company, asking hypothetical questions about estate sales and family transfers. She'd presented herself as my concerned daughter-in-law, explaining that she was helping me plan for the future and wanted to understand the process in advance. They were planning to steal my life from me, and they'd been stupid enough to leave a paper trail. But the real revelation came when Detective Waters played me a recording she'd made during one of their meetings with a real estate agent. The agent asked them directly, "And Mrs. Feinstein is on board with this plan to sell?" Scott's response chilled me to the bone. "My mother is getting older. She's becoming confused about financial matters. We're just trying to protect her assets and make sure she's taken care of. She'll understand eventually, Lucille added. The important thing is getting her into a safer environment before she makes any mistakes she can't undo. They weren't planning to ask for my permission. They were planning to take it. That recording changed everything. You can forgive a lot of things in life. Mistakes, poor judgment, even betrayal born from desperation. But what you can't forgive is the cold, calculated theft of your entire existence, while the thieves smile to your face and call it love. I sat in Detective Waters' office for 2 hours after hearing that recording, staring at the transcripts of their conversations, the photographs of them touring assisted living facilities, the emails between Lucille and real estate agents. My hands didn't shake. I didn't cry. I felt something much more dangerous than grief or anger. I felt clarity. For 42 years, I'd protected Scott, supported him, sacrificed for him. I'd worked double shifts as a nurse to pay for his college tuition. I'd gone without new clothes for years to make sure he had everything he needed. When he married Lucille, I welcomed her into our family despite my reservations. When they had financial troubles, I opened my checkbook without question. I'd given them everything, and in return, they saw me as an obstacle to overcome. That night, I made a decision that would have seemed impossible just weeks before. I was going to destroy them before they could destroy me. But I wasn't going to be reckless about it. I was going to be strategic, patient, and absolutely merciless. The plan came to me gradually over the following weeks. I knew Scott and Lucille well enough to predict their moves. They were greedy, but not particularly clever. They thought they were manipulating an old woman who was too trusting to see through their schemes. That combination of arrogance and stupidity would be their downfall. First, I needed to understand exactly how they planned to execute their theft. Detective Waters helped me set up surveillance equipment in my apartment. Tiny cameras and audio recorders that would capture everything. Then I waited for them to make their move. I didn't have to wait long. 2 weeks later, Scott called to schedule a family dinner at my apartment. He wanted to bring Lucille and the twins, he said, for a nice evening together. When they arrived that Saturday, I played the role of the devoted grandmother perfectly. I cooked Scott's favorite meal, pot roast with mashed potatoes and green beans, and fussed over Alice and Carol like I hadn't seen them in months. But I was watching everything. Scott spent most of the evening photographing my apartment with his phone, claiming he wanted to capture memories, but actually documenting my possessions for appraisal purposes. Lucille engaged me in seemingly innocent conversations about my daily routine, my health, my social life, all designed to build a case for my supposed mental decline. The twins, bless them, were completely oblivious to their parents' scheming. They genuinely seemed happy to see me, excited to tell me about school and their friends. Watching Scott and Lucille use their own children as props in their deception made my blood run cold. They were willing to destroy their daughter's relationship with their grandmother for money. After dinner, while I was in the kitchen washing dishes, I heard them talking in hushed voices in the living room. The surveillance equipment I'd installed captured every word. "The place is in better condition than I thought," Lucille whispered. "We could list it for at least 1.2 million, maybe more. The important thing is moving fast once we get guardianship," Scott replied. "We can't give her time to contest anything or change her will. Dr. Richard Kirk already agreed to evaluate her mental state," Lucille said. "He owes you that favor from the golf club. 1 session and he'll declare her incompetent. What about the girls? They're going to ask questions when Grandma suddenly disappears into a nursing home. We'll tell them she's sick and needs special care. Kids forget quickly. They'll adjust." I continued washing dishes, my movements steady and controlled, while inside I felt something snap. Not break, snap. Like a bone setting wrong and finally being forced back into proper alignment. These people were planning to erase me from my own life, steal my home, isolate me from my granddaughters, and they were discussing it like a business transaction. The next phase of their plan revealed itself over the following month. Dr. Kirk, a physician Scott played golf with, started calling me, claiming he was doing wellness checks on seniors in the building. He wanted to schedule an appointment to discuss my cognitive health and future planning needs. When I politely declined, he became more insistent, suggesting that my reluctance to seek medical advice was itself a sign of declining judgment. Meanwhile, Lucille ramped up her visits. She'd arrive unannounced, claiming to be worried about me, and then spend hours documenting everything wrong with my apartment. The faucet in the guest bathroom dripped. Clearly, I couldn't maintain the property. I'd forgotten to take my vitamins one morning. Obviously, my memory was failing. I'd left a pot on the stove while answering the phone. Definitely a safety hazard requiring immediate intervention. She started bringing printed articles about seniors who'd died in preventable accidents, always with the same concerned expression. "Linda, I just worry about you being here all alone. What if something happened and no one found you for days?" Scott's approach was more direct. He began showing up with legal documents that he claimed were just precautionary measures: updated emergency contact forms, healthcare proxies, financial power of attorney papers. He'd spread them across my dining room table like he was doing me a favor, explaining how these documents would protect my interests and ensure my wishes were respected. "Mom, you need to think practically," he'd say, his voice dripping with false patience. "What happens if you have a stroke or a fall? How will anyone be able to help you if your affairs aren't in order?" I played along, asking questions, expressing concerns, acting like the confused old woman they expected me to be. But I never signed anything. I always found excuses. My reading glasses were dirty. I wanted my lawyer to review everything first. I needed time to think about it. Scott's frustration grew more obvious with each visit. The surveillance equipment captured dozens of conversations between Scott and Lucille, planning their next moves, discussing their timeline, calculating their profits. They talked about me like I was already dead. Lucille had even started shopping for furniture online, preparing to redecorate their new apartment. But the conversation that sealed their fate happened on a Thursday evening in early May. I was supposedly napping in my bedroom when they let themselves into my apartment, using the key I'd given Scott for emergencies. They thought I was asleep, or maybe they just didn't care anymore if I overheard them. "We can't wait much longer," Lucille said, her voice sharp with impatience. "The real estate market is hot right now, but it won't stay that way forever. Dr. Kirk says he's ready to file the competency evaluation whenever we give him the word," Scott replied. "But we need to be careful about the timing. If we move too fast, she might get suspicious and fight us. She's already suspicious. Did you see how she looked at those power of attorney papers? She knows something. It doesn't matter what she knows. Once Kirk declares her incompetent, she won't have any legal standing to contest anything. We'll be her guardians, and we can do whatever we think is in her best interest." Lucille laughed, actually laughed. I can't wait to see her face when she realizes what's happening. All these years of her acting like she's so much better than us, looking down on our choices, judging everything we do. Finally, she'll understand who's really in control. "The nursing home in Queens has an opening next month," Scott said. "It's perfect, far enough away that she won't have any visitors, but close enough that we can check on her occasionally to maintain appearances. What about her things? Some of this furniture is actually valuable. We'll keep what we want and donate the rest. She won't need much where she's going." I lay in my bed, listening to them plan my imprisonment and theft, and I felt something I'd never experienced before. A perfect, crystalline hatred that was almost peaceful in its intensity. They weren't just stealing my money or my home. They were stealing my identity, my autonomy, my right to exist as a human being with choices and dignity. That night, after they left, I called Detective Waters and told her it was time to implement our counterplan. She'd been working on it for weeks, waiting for my signal. Everything was already in place. The fake buyers, the forged documents, the elaborate deception that would turn Scott and Lucille's greed against them. But first, I had one more performance to give. I needed them to believe they'd won, needed them to feel safe and confident enough to make their final move. So I scheduled a family dinner for the following Sunday, and I prepared to play the role of the defeated, confused old woman one last time. When they arrived that Sunday, I could see the predatory gleam in their eyes. They thought they had me cornered, thought I was finally ready to surrender. Scott brought more legal documents, and Lucille had even prepared a list of nice facilities where I could get the care I needed. I looked at them across my dining room table. The same table where I'd served them hundreds of meals, where we'd celebrated birthdays and holidays, where I'd helped Alice and Carol with their homework. And I smiled. "You know," I said, my voice perfectly steady, "I've been thinking about what you both said about downsizing and getting help. Maybe it's time." The relief on their faces was almost comical. They thought they'd broken me. You want to know the difference between a good revenge and a perfect one? A good revenge gives you satisfaction. A perfect revenge gives you satisfaction, while your enemies destroy themselves. What Scott and Lucille didn't understand is that when you spend 43 years outsmarting insurance companies, hospital administrators, and bureaucratic systems as a nurse, you learn a few things about manipulating paperwork and creating convincing illusions. The plan Detective Waters and I had developed was elegant in its simplicity. We were going to let Scott and Lucille sell my apartment, or rather, let them think they were selling it. The buyer would be fake, the money would be fake, and by the time they realized what had happened, they'd be so deep in legal quicksand that drowning would be their only option. But first, I had to play my part perfectly. For the next 2 weeks, I became the compliant, defeated mother they expected. I signed preliminary papers for the wellness evaluation with Dr. Kirk. I allowed Lucille to take me on tours of assisted living facilities, nodding thoughtfully as she pointed out amenities like craft rooms and medication management services. I even let Scott schedule an appointment with a real estate agent to discuss my options. The performance was exhausting, but necessary. Every time Lucille patted my hand and told me how brave I was being, every time Scott assured me that this was for the best, I felt my resolve harden like steel. They had no idea they were digging their own graves with every patronizing word. The real estate agent Scott chose was a hungry young man named Federico Webb, who specialized in estate sales. He had that particular combination of ambition and moral flexibility that made him perfect for what Scott had in mind. During our first meeting, I could see him calculating his commission while Scott and Lucille explained my situation. "Mrs. Feinstein is ready to transition into assisted living," Scott told him, speaking about me like I wasn't sitting right there. "We need to move quickly because her condition is unpredictable." Federico nodded sympathetically. "I understand completely. We see this often with elderly clients. The important thing is handling the sale efficiently and getting the best possible price." I played my role to perfection, asking confused questions about the process, expressing worry about where all my things would go, and appearing to defer to Scott's judgment on every decision. Federico ate it up, clearly seeing me as a non-obstacle to a quick, profitable sale. What Federico didn't know was that Detective Waters had already done extensive research on his business practices. He'd been investigated twice for questionable dealings involving elderly clients, and he was currently struggling to make his mortgage payments on an overpriced condo in Brooklyn. In other words, he was exactly the type of agent who wouldn't ask too many questions about unusual circumstances or suspicious buyers. The fake buyer Detective Waters had arranged was a corporate entity called Hudson Valley Investment Holdings. On paper, it looked completely legitimate. Proper incorporation documents, business licenses, even a small office in Midtown Manhattan. The company was supposedly run by a man named Robert Rice, who claimed to be purchasing properties for conversion into luxury short-term rentals. In reality, Hudson Valley Investment Holdings was a shell company created by one of Detective Waters' contacts, a former FBI agent named Lloyd Hardy, who now worked in corporate security. The office was rented month to month, staffed by temporary employees who were told they were helping with a confidential investigation. Robert Rice was actually an actor named Mike McKee, who specialized in corporate impersonation for legal sting operations. The beauty of the plan was that Scott and Lucille's greed made them incredibly easy to manipulate. When Federico told them he had a cash buyer willing to pay $1, $2 million for the apartment, significantly above market value, they didn't question why someone would offer so much. They just saw dollar signs and started planning how to spend money they thought was already theirs. "The buyer wants to close quickly," Federico explained during a meeting at my apartment. "He's willing to pay premium because he needs the property for a specific project launch date, but he wants to move fast. 30 days from signed contract to closing. Scott's eyes lit up. That's perfect. We can have Mom settled in her new place by then. Lucille was already making lists on her phone. Furniture to keep, items to sell, arrangements to make. She'd even started researching vacation destinations, planning a recovery trip to celebrate getting Linda the care she needs. But I had my own timeline to manage. The key to making this work was ensuring that Scott and Lucille committed themselves so completely to the fraud that they couldn't back out when things started to go wrong. I needed them to sign documents, make financial commitments, and take actions that would incriminate them beyond any possibility of claiming innocence. The first step was getting them to sign the power of attorney papers. During a carefully orchestrated visit, I suddenly became confused about the apartment sale, expressing worry and asking if maybe we should wait a little longer. Scott's mask slipped for just a moment, revealing the cold calculation underneath. "Mom, we've been through this," he said, his voice sharp with impatience. "You already agreed to this. The papers are signed, the buyer is committed. You can't change your mind now." "But I don't remember signing anything important," I said, letting my voice waver with uncertainty. "Maybe I should call my lawyer." Lucille jumped in immediately. "Linda, honey, that's exactly why you need help making these decisions. Your memory isn't what it used to be. That's why Scott needs to handle the legal aspects for you. They pressured me for over an hour, using every manipulation tactic in their arsenal. Guilt, fear, false urgency, emotional blackmail. Finally, I allowed them to convince me to sign the power of attorney documents, making Scott my legal representative for the apartment sale. What they didn't know was that I'd already transferred the apartment into an irrevocable trust the week before, with my lawyer as the trustee. The power of attorney papers Scott was so excited about were completely worthless. But more importantly, by pressuring a supposedly mentally incompetent person to sign legal documents, Scott and Lucille had just committed elder abuse, a felony in New York City. The surveillance equipment captured every moment of their coercion. Detective Waters now had video evidence of them manipulating someone they claimed was mentally unfit, pressuring me to sign documents I supposedly couldn't understand, and lying about my legal obligations. The case against them was building perfectly. Over the next 2 weeks, Scott and Lucille threw themselves into preparing for their windfall. Scott quit his job, telling his boss he was taking early retirement to care for his aging mother. Lucille started shopping for a larger house in New Jersey, putting deposits down on furniture and making renovation plans. They even pre-enrolled Alice and Carol in an expensive private school, telling the girls they were getting a financial blessing that would change their lives. The twins were thrilled, completely unaware that their parents were planning to build their new life on the theft of their grandmother's home. Watching Scott and Lucille use their daughter's excitement to justify their actions made me feel something beyond anger, a cold, pure hatred that burned like ice. Meanwhile, Robert Rice was playing his part perfectly. He toured the apartment multiple times, asking detailed questions about the building's amenities and policies. He arranged for a professional inspection and appraisal, all paid for with checks drawn on Hudson Valley Investment Holdings' legitimate business account. To anyone watching, including Scott and Lucille, everything appeared completely normal. Federico was practically salivating over his commission. He'd already spent hours showing Scott and Lucille comparable properties, helping them understand what they could afford with their newfound wealth. He'd even recommended lawyers and financial advisors to help them manage their inheritance. The contract signing was scheduled for a Wednesday morning at Federico's office. Scott wore his best suit and brought Lucille along as a witness. I played the confused elderly woman perfectly, asking rambling questions about details that had already been explained multiple times, expressing worry about bothering everyone with my concerns. Robert Rice arrived precisely on time, accompanied by his attorney, another actor Detective Waters had hired. The paperwork looked absolutely legitimate because it was legitimate, drawn up by real lawyers using standard New York real estate contracts. The only difference was that Hudson Valley Investment Holdings had no intention of actually purchasing anything. Scott signed the documents with a flourish, his hand steady and confident. Lucille took photos to commemorate the moment. Federico popped open a bottle of champagne to celebrate, and I sat there, watching them celebrate the theft of my life, counting down the minutes until their world would implode. The closing was scheduled for exactly 3 weeks later. That gave Scott and Lucille enough time to make irreversible financial commitments, while giving Detective Waters and her team the opportunity to document every aspect of their criminal conspiracy. But the best part of the plan was still to come, because Scott and Lucille weren't just stealing my apartment. They were about to discover that when you build your future on fraud, the foundation tends to collapse at the worst possible moment. As we left Federico's office that day, Scott put his arm around my shoulders and smiled with what he probably thought was paternal affection. "Don't worry, Mom," he said. "Everything's going to work out perfectly. You'll see." For the first time in months, I agreed with him completely. The 3 weeks between contract signing and the scheduled closing were the most entertaining period of my entire life. Watching Scott and Lucille spiral deeper into their own trap while congratulating themselves on their cleverness was better than any Broadway show I'd ever attended. They were so drunk on anticipated wealth that they made mistake after mistake, each one more incriminating than the last. Scott's first major error was hiring a moving company before the closing was complete. He scheduled them to pack and remove all my belongings exactly 1 week after the sale was supposed to finalize. When I asked him about it, playing the confused elderly woman, he brushed off my concerns with practiced patience. "Mom, we need to be organized about this transition," he explained, showing me a detailed timeline he'd created. "The nursing home has your room ready, and we can't delay the move-in date. Everything needs to happen smoothly." What Scott didn't realize was that Detective Waters had already contacted the moving company, identifying herself as my legal representative and informing them that any attempt to remove items from my apartment without written authorization from my attorney would constitute theft. The movers were now cooperating with our investigation, ready to document Scott's attempted burglary when the time came. Lucille's obsession with spending money they didn't yet have became pathological. She put down deposits on a $450,000 house in an upscale New Jersey suburb, telling the seller she was expecting a family inheritance to close within the month. She bought a new Mercedes-Benz, financing it with confidence that she'd soon have cash to pay it off. Most recklessly, she booked a 3-week European vacation for the entire family, paying $25,000 up front for what she called their celebration trip. The financial commitments kept mounting. Scott hired an expensive interior designer to redecorate their new house. Lucille enrolled in a master's degree program that cost $40,000 per semester. They even started shopping for a vacation home in the Hamptons, putting earnest money down on a beachfront cottage they planned to purchase once the apartment money comes through. Every transaction was documented. Detective Waters had arranged for financial monitoring through her contacts in law enforcement, tracking every check, credit application, and deposit. Scott and Lucille were creating an evidence trail that would be impossible to explain away when their fraud collapsed. But the most damaging evidence came from their own mouths. The surveillance equipment in my apartment captured hours of conversations where they discussed their plans with stunning candor. They talked about me like I was already dead, dividing up my possessions and debating which assisted living facility would be cheapest to maintain me in. "The place in Queens is perfect," Lucille said during one recorded conversation. "It's far enough away that Linda won't be able to call people and complain about how we're spending her money. And if she does start causing problems, we can always move her somewhere even more isolated." Scott laughed. "By the time she realizes what happened, it'll be too late for her to do anything about it. We'll have legal guardianship, control of her assets, and she'll be exactly where she belongs, out of our way." They even discussed what they'd tell Alice and Carol when their grandmother suddenly disappeared from their lives. The plan was to claim I'd had a mental breakdown and needed specialized care that required complete isolation from family members. They'd gradually reduce the girls' contact with me until they forgot I existed. "Kids are resilient," Lucille said with chilling casualness. "They'll miss her for a while, but they'll get over it, especially when they see how much better our life is without her constant interference." Dr. Richard Kirk, meanwhile, was preparing his fraudulent mental competency evaluation. He'd scheduled it for 2 days before the closing, timing it perfectly to provide legal justification for Scott's actions. What Dr. Kirk didn't know was that Detective Waters had already contacted the state medical board about his unethical practices. His license was about to be suspended pending investigation, and every evaluation he'd conducted over the past 5 years was being reviewed for fraud. The most satisfying part of watching Scott and Lucille's preparations was seeing how their anticipated wealth changed their behavior toward everyone around them. They started treating people like servants, making demands and showing contempt for anyone they considered beneath their new social status. Scott became arrogant with his former colleagues, bragging about his smart financial planning and offering condescending advice about retirement planning. Lucille started shopping at exclusive boutiques, running up credit card bills she was confident she could pay off after the closing. Their hubris was breathtaking. They truly believed they'd outsmarted everyone: the legal system, their elderly victim, and basic human decency. They saw themselves as successful entrepreneurs who'd identified an underutilized asset and developed a plan to maximize its value. The fact that the asset was their own mother and grandmother never seemed to trouble them. 1 week before the scheduled closing, I made my final preparations. I met with my real attorney. Not the actor Scott thought was representing me, but the sharp-eyed woman named Joan Eshu, who'd been handling my affairs for 15 years. We reviewed the irrevocable trust documents, confirmed that the apartment transfer was legally unassailable, and prepared the criminal complaints that would be filed immediately after Scott's attempted fraud was completed. I also met with Detective Waters for our final briefing. Everything was in place. The fake closing would proceed exactly as Scott and Lucille expected, but instead of receiving $1.2 million, they'd be walking into a room full of police officers and federal agents. The fraud they'd committed crossed state lines and involved financial institutions, making it a federal crime punishable by up to 20 years in prison. "Are you ready for this?" Detective Waters asked me. "Once we spring the trap, there's no going back. Your son and daughter-in-law will be facing serious prison time." I looked at her without a flicker of emotion. "Detective, they stopped being my family the moment they decided to steal my life and throw me away like garbage. I'm ready." The night before the closing, Scott and Lucille came to my apartment for what they thought would be our final dinner together. They brought takeout from an expensive restaurant, a gesture that might have seemed thoughtful if I hadn't known they were celebrating the theft of my home. During dinner, Scott gave me what he probably thought was a touching speech about family and making difficult decisions. He talked about how proud he was to be able to take care of me in my time of need. He assured me that the assisted living facility was beautiful and that I'd be much happier there. Lucille nodded along, occasionally patting my hand and telling me how brave I was being. She'd even brought photo albums of the nursing home, showing me pictures of smiling elderly residents engaged in craft activities and group meals. "You're going to love it there, Linda," she said with practiced sincerity. "You'll make so many new friends, and we'll visit you all the time, I promise." I listened to their lies with perfect composure, occasionally asking questions about visiting schedules and amenities. Inside, I was counting down the hours until their world exploded. After they left that evening, I walked through my apartment one final time, touching the furniture my husband and I had chosen together, looking at the photographs of better times when Scott was still the son I'd raised instead of the predator he'd become. Tomorrow, justice would be served, but tonight felt like a funeral for the family I'd thought I had. The closing was scheduled for 10 a.m. at Federico Webb's office. Scott arrived early, wearing his most expensive suit and carrying a briefcase like he was conducting legitimate business. Lucille came with him, dressed like she was attending a celebration. Federico was practically vibrating with excitement over his commission. Robert Rice was already there when they arrived, along with his attorney and what appeared to be representatives from Hudson Valley Investment Holdings. The conference room was set up exactly like a real estate closing. Documents spread across the table, pens at every seat, a bottle of champagne chilling in an ice bucket. What Scott and Lucille didn't notice was the unusual number of office staff in the building that morning, or the maintenance workers positioned at every exit. They were so focused on their imminent payday that they missed all the signs that something was very wrong. The proceedings began exactly as they expected. Documents were reviewed, signatures were collected, and Scott confidently signed papers transferring ownership of what he thought was my apartment. Federico had prepared a cashier's check for $1.2 million, made out to Scott as my legal representative. For exactly 17 minutes, Scott and Lucille believed they'd successfully stolen my life's work. Then Detective Waters walked into the conference room, followed by 6 police officers and 2 federal agents. "Scott Schmoke and Lucille Slaughter," she announced. "You're under arrest for conspiracy to commit elder abuse, fraud, forgery, and theft of property valued at over $1 million. The color drained from Scott's face so quickly I thought he might faint. Lucille started screaming that there had been some mistake, that they were victims of a setup. Federico dove for his phone, probably trying to call his lawyer. But I just sat there, watching my son realize that his greed had destroyed his entire life, and I felt nothing but cold satisfaction. The arrest was even more beautiful than I'd imagined. Scott's face went through every stage of human emotion in about 30 seconds. Confusion, disbelief, anger, terror, and finally, a kind of hollow recognition that his life as he knew it was over. Lucille's reaction was more dramatic. She actually threw herself at Detective Waters, screaming that they were innocent victims of some elaborate conspiracy. "This is insane," Scott shouted as the handcuffs clicked around his wrists. "That apartment belongs to my mother. I have power of attorney. This is a legitimate sale." Detective Waters smiled as she read him his rights. "Mr. Schmoke, your mother transferred that apartment into an irrevocable trust 3 weeks ago. The power of attorney you pressured her to sign is worthless. More importantly, we have video evidence of you coercing someone you claim is mentally incompetent to sign legal documents. That's elder abuse, and it's a felony." The look on Scott's face when he realized I'd outmaneuvered him was worth every sleepless night I'd spent planning this moment. He turned to stare at me, his mouth opening and closing like a fish gasping for air. "Mom?" he whispered. You did this?" I met his eyes with perfect composure. I protected myself from thieves. The fact that those thieves happened to be my son and his wife is simply unfortunate. Lucille was still screaming as they led her away, demanding lawyers and threatening lawsuits. But Scott just stared at me with growing horror as he finally understood the magnitude of what had happened. They weren't just facing criminal charges. They'd financially destroyed themselves chasing money that was never real. Federico Webb was arrested as an accessory to fraud. Dr. Richard Kirk was taken into custody at his office an hour later. The entire conspiracy unraveled in a single morning, and everyone involved learned the hard way that stealing from elderly people carries serious consequences. Over the following weeks, the full scope of Scott and Lucille's situation became clear. The house they'd put a deposit on in New Jersey. The seller was keeping their down payment and pursuing them for additional damages. The Mercedes Lucille had bought, repossessed when they couldn't make the payments. The European vacation they'd booked, non-refundable, and they'd lost every penny. But the financial devastation was just the beginning. Scott's former employer terminated his pension benefits when they learned about his arrest. Lucille's master's degree program expelled her for providing false information about her financial status. The private school refused to enroll Alice and Carol, citing irregularities in the family's application. Within a month, Scott and Lucille had lost their house, their cars, their savings, and their reputations. They were forced to move into a cramped apartment in a rough neighborhood in Queens. Ironically, not far from the nursing home where they'd planned to warehouse me. The twins, my granddaughters, were the only casualties I regretted. Alice and Carol had done nothing wrong, but they suffered the consequences of their parents' greed anyway. They lost their home, their school, their friends, and their entire way of life. When they asked what had happened to Grandma Linda, Scott and Lucille finally had to tell them the truth, that they'd tried to steal from me and had been caught. I felt sorry for the girls, but not sorry enough to forgive their parents. Children are resilient, as Lucille had said when planning to erase me from their lives. They would adapt and overcome, which was more than I could say for Scott and Lucille. The legal proceedings dragged on for months. Scott and Lucille hired expensive lawyers they couldn't afford, racking up even more debt while fighting charges they had no hope of beating. The evidence against them was overwhelming. Hours of surveillance footage, financial records, recorded conversations, and testimony from everyone they'd tried to involve in their scheme. Dr. Kirk tried to plea bargain by claiming he was just doing Scott a favor and didn't know about the larger conspiracy. But Detective Waters had recordings of him discussing how much he'd charge for a fraudulent mental competency evaluation. His medical license was permanently revoked, and he received 3 years in federal prison. Federico Webb's legal troubles extended far beyond our case. The investigation into his business practices revealed a pattern of exploiting elderly clients, forging documents, and collaborating with predatory family members to steal inheritances. He was sentenced to 8 years in prison and ordered to pay restitution to dozens of victims. But Scott and Lucille's punishment was the most satisfying. The federal charges alone carried a potential sentence of 20 years each. The state charges for elder abuse added another 10 years. Their lawyers advised them to take a plea deal, but their arrogance made them believe they could somehow convince a jury they were the real victims. They were wrong. The trial lasted 3 weeks. I testified for 2 full days, describing in detail how Scott and Lucille had manipulated, coerced, and stolen from me. The surveillance footage was played for the jury. Hours of recordings showing them plotting to steal my apartment, discussing how to isolate me from my granddaughters, and celebrating their anticipated windfall. The most damaging evidence was Scott's own voice on the recordings, laughing about how I'd be out of their way once they had me locked in a nursing home. The jury deliberated for less than 4 hours before returning guilty verdicts on all counts. Scott was sentenced to 15 years in federal prison. Lucille received 12 years. They would be eligible for parole in 8 and 6 years respectively, assuming they demonstrated good behavior and genuine remorse, neither of which seemed likely given their complete lack of accountability throughout the entire process. As I sat in the courtroom listening to their sentences, I felt the same cold satisfaction I'd experienced during their arrest. No anger, no sadness, no regret, just the quiet contentment that comes from seeing justice properly served. After the sentencing, Scott's lawyer approached me in the hallway. "Mrs. Feinstein," he said, "Scott asked me to tell you that he's sorry for what happened. He wants you to know that he still loves you and hopes that someday you can forgive him." I looked at this young man who probably meant well and shook my head. "Tell Scott that love doesn't steal. Love doesn't lie. Love doesn't try to erase someone's existence for money. What Scott felt for me wasn't love, it was entitlement. And I don't forgive entitlement." The lawyer's face fell. "But he's your son." "No," I said firmly. "He was my son. Now he's just a criminal who happens to share my DNA. There's a difference." 6 months after Scott and Lucille were imprisoned, I received a letter from Alice, my older granddaughter. She was 17 now, living with Lucille's sister in Pennsylvania, working part-time while finishing high school. The letter was heartbreaking. A teenager trying to understand how her parents could have done something so cruel, asking if there was any way to rebuild our relationship. I wrote her back immediately. I explained that what her parents had done was their choice, not hers, and that I would always love her and Carol no matter what. I set up college funds for both girls, helped them with their expenses, and gradually rebuilt a relationship with them that their parents had tried to destroy. But I made it clear that any relationship between us could never include their parents. Scott and Lucille had made their choices, and those choices had consequences that would last for the rest of their lives. Today, 3 years later, I'm still living in my beautiful apartment overlooking Central Park. Alice is thriving in college, studying to become a teacher. Carol is a senior in high school, captain of her debate team, and planning to study law. They visit me regularly, and we've built something stronger than what we had before. A relationship based on honesty rather than obligation. Scott and Lucille are still in prison. They've sent me dozens of letters over the years. Apologies, explanations, pleas for forgiveness, threats of legal action, demands that I help them appeal their sentences. I've read exactly none of them. I have Detective Waters forward them to my lawyer, who files them away as evidence of their continued lack of remorse. People sometimes ask me if I feel guilty about destroying my son's life. The answer is simple. I didn't destroy Scott's life. Scott destroyed Scott's life. I simply refuse to let him destroy mine in the process. The truth is, some betrayals are unforgivable. Some actions have consequences that can't be undone. And sometimes the people who hurt you most are the ones who deserve your mercy least. Scott and Lucille thought they were stealing from a weak, confused old woman who wouldn't fight back. They learned too late that underestimating someone is the most expensive mistake you can make. Justice isn't always pretty, and it's not always kind, but it's always necessary. That's my story. That's my truth. And I sleep perfectly well at night knowing that the people who tried to steal my life are exactly where they belong. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and comment where you're watching from. And remember, family isn't about blood. It's about respect, loyalty, and love. Everything else is just DNA.
Pupunta tayo dun sa kabila eh.
Saan?
Doon kila Rigor. May handa doon pa. Birthday yun ng 3 bata. May lechon. Ikaw magkakatun. May sabi ni Cass. So ngayon, mag-itlog na lang kasi
Hindi, kung pinita ng bigas, wala akong bigas.
Oo. Uuwi na maaga kasi siya mag-aasikaso doon.
There are moments in life when silence becomes your greatest weapon. And I learned this at 63, standing in a funeral parlor, wearing my best black dress, while my son and his wife whispered about my future as if I were already dead. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and comment where you're watching from. Trust me, you're going to want to follow this story to its end. My name is Corin Thornfield, and I've been a widow for exactly 14 days. 14 days since Rodney drew his last labored breath in that sterile hospital room. 14 days since I held his cold hand and promised him I'd be strong. What I didn't promise, what I couldn't have imagined I'd need to promise, was that I'd protect myself from our own son. The morning of Rodney's funeral, I stood in front of my bedroom mirror, fastening the pearl necklace he'd given me for our 20th anniversary. My reflection showed a woman who'd weathered 6 decades with dignity intact. Silver hair pulled back in a neat chignon, brown eyes that still held fire despite the recent tears. I'd lost weight during Rodney's illness, but I carried myself straight, shoulders back, a habit from my teaching days when commanding respect meant everything. The house felt different without Rodney's presence. 40 years we'd lived here in Cedar Falls, Iowa, watching the neighborhood change. The young families move in where elderly couples used to wave from their porches. Our colonial-style home with its blue shutters and wraparound porch had been Rodney's pride. He'd spent every weekend for 20 years perfecting the garden, building the deck, refinishing the hardwood floors we'd walked across for decades of marriage. I made coffee in Rodney's favorite mug out of habit, then poured it out when I realized what I'd done. The silence pressed against me like a physical weight. We'd had our routines, Rodney and I. Morning coffee, evening news, weekend drives to visit his sister in Des Moines. Simple pleasures that make up a life well lived. The doorbell rang at 9:30 sharp. I knew it would be Gregory, my 41-year-old son, and his wife Roxanne. They'd been attentive during Rodney's final weeks, visiting the hospital, helping with arrangements. I'd been grateful then, mistaking their efficiency for compassion. Gregory stood on my doorstep in his charcoal suit, looking every inch the successful insurance adjuster he'd become. He had Rodney's strong jaw, but my brown eyes, though his held none of the warmth I remembered from his childhood. Roxanne stood beside him in a black dress that probably cost more than I used to spend on groceries in a month. She was pretty in that polished way some women achieve in their 30s. Blonde highlights, perfect makeup, manicured nails that never saw real work. "Mom," Gregory said, stepping forward to embrace me. "How are you holding up?" "I'm managing," I replied, breathing in his cologne. When had my little boy started wearing cologne that cost more than Rodney's aftershave? Roxanne kissed my cheek, leaving a faint trace of lipstick. "Corinne, you look tired. Are you sleeping?" "As well as can be expected." We drove to the funeral home in Gregory's BMW, me in the back seat like a passenger in my own life. I watched the familiar streets of Cedar Falls pass by. The diner where Rodney and I had our first date. The park where Gregory learned to ride his bicycle. The library where I'd worked for 15 years before Rodney's business took off. The service was small but dignified. Rodney had outlived most of his contemporaries, and Gregory had limited the arrangements to immediate family and a few neighbors. Reverend Collins spoke beautifully about Rodney's dedication to his family and community, about the small construction company he'd built from nothing into something that supported us comfortably for 30 years. What Reverend Collins didn't know, what Gregory and Roxanne didn't know, was that Rodney had been far more successful than any of us had realized. I discovered this 3 days after the funeral, when Rodney's lawyer, David Morrison, called to schedule a meeting. David had handled Rodney's business affairs for 20 years, but Rodney had always managed our personal finances himself. "Private meeting," David had specified on the phone. "Just you, Corinne." Rodney's instructions were very clear about that. The meeting was scheduled for the following Tuesday, but Rodney's secrets were already burning in my chest like swallowed fire. The evening after the funeral, Gregory and Roxanne stayed for dinner. I'd made Rodney's favorite pot roast, needing the familiar motions of cooking to keep my hands busy and my mind occupied. We sat at the dining room table where Gregory had done his homework as a boy, where Rodney and I had shared thousands of meals, where I'd served Christmas dinner to our small family every year since Gregory was born. "Mom," Gregory began, cutting his meat with precise movements. "Roxanne and I have been talking." I set down my fork. Something in his tone made my stomach tighten. "We're worried about you," Roxanne added, her voice carrying that particular brand of concern that sounds rehearsed. "Living alone in this big house, managing everything by yourself. I've been managing just fine for 63 years, I said evenly. Gregory exchanged a look with his wife. Dad handled all the finances, all the paperwork. The house, the utilities, the insurance. It's a lot for anyone to manage alone. Your father taught me well, but you don't need to struggle through it alone, Roxanne continued. We've been researching some wonderful assisted living communities. Very nice places, Mom. Gardens, activities, medical staff on site 24 hours a day. The words hit me like cold water. Assisted living? Just to look at, Mom. Just to see what's available. Gregory leaned forward, his expression earnest in that way that reminded me of when he was 12, and trying to explain why he'd broken my favorite vase. There's this place called Sunset Manor, about 20 minutes from our house. We could visit every week, take you out for dinner, shopping. I studied their faces across the table, Gregory with his earnest concern, Roxanne with her practice of
Dalawang
sympathy.
subscriber lang.
Neither of them had asked what I wanted.
Ah,
Neither had suggested I might want to stay in the home Rodney and I had built together. I'm not ready to give up my independence, I said carefully. Of course not, Roxanne rushed to assure me. But think about it. No more worrying about maintenance. No more cooking if you don't want to. No more being alone all the time. And if something happened, if you fell or had a medical emergency,
oo pa.
nothing's going to happen to
Imposted
me.
pa.
Mom, you're not getting any younger.
O kaya suman
Gregory's
pa.
voice carried a note of impatience I recognized from his teenage years. Dad's gone, and we're your family now. We just want what's best for you. After they left, I sat in Rodney's recliner, surrounded by 40 years of memories. The family photos on the mantle, the books we'd collected, the throw pillows I'd needle-pointed during long winter evenings. This was my life, my history, my home. But it was also something else, something Gregory and Roxanne didn't know. It was my sanctuary, my fortress, my launching pad. I went to Rodney's desk and pulled out the folder David Morrison had asked me to bring to our meeting. Inside were documents Rodney had left for me, documents that would change everything. As I read through Rodney's careful handwriting, his final letter to me, I began to understand that my husband had been preparing for this moment long before his illness. He'd seen something in Gregory and Roxanne that I'd been too loving, too hopeful to recognize. The letter was dated 6 months before his diagnosis. My dearest Corinne, if you're reading this, then I'm gone, and you're alone with decisions I pray you'll never have to make. But knowing our son as I've come to know him these past few years, I suspect you will. Gregory is not the boy we raised. I don't know when he changed, or if he was always this way and we were too blind to see it. But he sees you as a burden now, and he sees your inheritance as his right. Roxanne has encouraged this, and together they will try to convince you that you're helpless, that you need their management. You are not helpless. You never have been. The enclosed documents will show you exactly how much your life is worth, to them and to you. Use this knowledge wisely. Use it to protect yourself and to teach them what family really means. I love you, Corinne. I trust you to do what's right. Forever yours, Rodney. My hands trembled as I set the letter aside and looked at the next document, a summary of accounts and assets that took my breath away. Rodney's construction company hadn't just supported us, it had made us wealthy. The house was paid off and worth $400,000. Rodney had left me 2 cars, his practical Honda and a 1967 Mustang convertible he'd restored in secret, worth $60,000. But it was the bank account that made me grip the arm of his chair. $800,000. In an account with only my name on it. Gregory and Roxanne didn't know any of this. They assumed we lived on Rodney's modest pension and Social Security, that the house carried a mortgage, that I had perhaps $50,000 to my name. Enough to make me worth managing, not enough to make me independent. They were wrong on both counts. I folded Rodney's letter carefully and locked it back in the desk drawer with the other documents. Tomorrow, I would meet with David Morrison and learn the full extent of Rodney's final gift to me. Tonight, I would sit in his chair and plan exactly how I would handle my son's attempt to warehouse my life. Outside, a spring storm was building. Lightning flickered in the distance, and I counted the seconds until thunder rolled across Cedar Falls. Rodney had taught me that, how to measure the distance of approaching storms. This one was going to be very close indeed. The phone rang, interrupting my calculations. Gregory's voice was warm, solicitous. "Hey, Mom. Just wanted to check on you before bed. Roxanne made some calls today about Sunset Manor. They have an opening next month, and they'd love to give us a tour this weekend." I closed my eyes, feeling the weight of Rodney's secrets and the sharp clarity of what lay ahead. "That's very thoughtful of you both," I said quietly. "Let me think about it." "Of course, Mom. Take all the time you need. We just want you to be safe and happy." After I hung up, I sat in the growing darkness, listening to the storm approach. Tomorrow, I would discover exactly how much my freedom was worth. Tomorrow, I would begin to understand the full scope of Rodney's gift and the true nature of my son's intentions. But tonight, for the first time since Rodney's death, I smiled. The storm was coming, but I was no longer defenseless against it. David Morrison's law office occupied the second floor of a brick building on Main Street, the kind of place that had weathered 40 years of small-town changes while maintaining its dignity. I climbed the narrow stairs Tuesday morning, my purse clutched tightly against my side, Rodney's documents secure in a manila envelope. David greeted me with the same gentle professionalism he'd shown during Rodney's illness. At 55, he still wore the wire-rimmed glasses and conservative ties that had made him seem older when Rodney first hired him. His handshake was firm, his eyes kind but serious. "Corinne, please sit down. Can I get you coffee?" "No, thank you." I settled into the leather chair across from his desk, the same chair where I'd sat 6 months ago while Rodney discussed his will. Then, I'd been the supportive wife, letting my husband handle business while I worried about his cough. "Rodney left very specific instructions about this meeting," David began, opening a thick file. "He wanted to make sure you understood your complete financial picture before—" He paused, choosing his words carefully. "Before you had to make any decisions about your future." He spread the documents across his desk like a hand of cards that would determine my fate. Property deeds, bank statements, investment portfolios, insurance policies. A financial landscape I'd never fully explored. "Your husband was a remarkable man, Corinne. Not just in his devotion to you, but in his business acumen. He turned a small construction company into a very profitable enterprise, and more importantly, he invested wisely. The numbers David showed me were staggering. Rodney's construction company had been sold 5 years ago for $1.2 million, money he'd quietly invested in conservative funds and municipal bonds. The house was worth more than I'd imagined. The life insurance policy alone was worth $500,000. In total," David said quietly, "your liquid assets amount to approximately $1.4 million. The house and personal property bring your total worth to just under $2 million. I stared at the papers, my practical teacher's mind struggling to process the reality. Rodney and I had lived comfortably but modestly. We'd driven used cars, clipped coupons, bought generic brands at the grocery store. I'd mended clothes and grown vegetables in our backyard garden. He wanted you to know," David continued, "that he kept your lifestyle modest by choice, not necessity. He believed in security, in having enough to weather any storm. He also believed—" David hesitated, then pulled out another document. "He believed you might need to protect yourself." It was a letter addressed to David, written in Rodney's careful handwriting. "David, by the time Corinne reads this, Gregory will have begun pressuring her to give up her independence. I've watched my son change over the past few years, influenced by his wife's materialism and his own growing sense of entitlement. They assume Corinne is helpless and poor. They are wrong on both counts. Corinne has the strength to handle wealth, but she may need help understanding that strength. She spent 40 years as a teacher, managing classrooms, solving problems, making difficult decisions. She raised a son, managed a household, and supported my business dreams when we had nothing but hope. She is not fragile. She is not helpless. And she is not poor. Help her understand this. Help her protect herself. And if Gregory challenges her decisions, remind him that family loyalty works both ways. Rodney Thornfield." "Corinne," David said gently, "Rodney asked me to help you with whatever decisions you make, but he was very clear that the decisions are yours alone." I folded my hands in my lap, feeling the weight of Rodney's trust and the sharp clarity of my situation. "What exactly did Gregory tell you when he called yesterday?" David's eyebrows rose. "I'm sorry? Gregory called you yesterday afternoon. I could tell from his conversation with Roxanne when he got home. What did he want?" David cleared his throat uncomfortably. "He expressed concern about your ability to manage your finances alone. He asked about establishing a conservatorship. The word hit me like a slap. A conservatorship? It's a legal arrangement where someone else manages your financial affairs. Gregory seemed to think it would be in your best interest, given your recent loss and he said your advanced age might make financial decisions difficult. I was 63 years old. I'd been managing budgets and making decisions since before Gregory was born. What did you tell him?" "I told him that would require a court order and clear evidence of mental incapacity. I also told him that any such proceeding would require your consent or a very compelling medical evaluation. David leaned forward. Kareem, you're nowhere near needing that kind of protection. Your husband knew that. The question is, do you? I left David's office with a new understanding of my power and a crystal clear view of my son's intentions. Gregory didn't want to help me manage my money. He wanted to manage my money. The assisted living facility wasn't about my safety. It was about his control. The drive home took me past Sunset Manor, the place Gregory and Roxanne wanted to tour this weekend. It was a pleasant enough building, modern and clean, with manicured grounds and a circular drive. But it was also a container, a place where people went to wait for death while their families managed their assets. I pulled into the visitor parking lot and sat in my car, studying the building. Through the large windows, I could see residents in wheelchairs lined up in front of a television, their blank faces reflecting the afternoon light. A few others walked slowly through the halls with aluminum walkers, their steps careful and measured. These were not my people. This was not my future. My phone buzzed with a text from Roxanne. Can't wait for Saturday's tour. They said they have a lovely room available on the second floor with a view of the gardens. I typed back, looking forward to it. But I wasn't looking forward to it. I was looking forward to what would come after. That evening, Gregory and Roxanne arrived for dinner with a stack of brochures and a tablet computer loaded with information about assisted living facilities. They'd expanded their search beyond Sunset Manor to include places in Des Moines, Ames, even Iowa City. The great thing about these places, Roxanne said, spreading brochures across my kitchen table, is that they handle everything. Meals, housekeeping, medical care, activities. You'd never have to worry about anything again. Some worry keeps a person sharp, I said, serving the chicken casserole I'd made from Rodney's mother's recipe. Mom, you've worried enough for one lifetime, Gregory said. Dad would want you to relax, to enjoy your golden years. I wondered what Gregory would say if he knew my golden years were worth $2 million. I've been thinking about what I want to do with my life, I said carefully. Now that your father's gone, I have the freedom to make some changes. Exactly. Roxanne's face lit up with enthusiasm. That's what's so wonderful about these communities. They have book clubs, exercise classes, group trips. You could learn pottery or watercolor painting. I was thinking about something more adventurous. Gregory paused, his fork halfway to his mouth. Adventurous? Travel. Maybe volunteer work overseas. Your father and I always talked about seeing the world, helping people in less fortunate circumstances. The silence that followed was telling. Gregory and Roxanne exchanged one of their meaningful looks, the kind couples develop when they need to communicate without words. Mom? Gregory said slowly. That sounds wonderful in theory, but be realistic. You're not 25 anymore. International travel is expensive and volunteer work can be physically demanding. I'm in excellent health. For now, Roxanne added. But what if something happened while you were in some remote location? What if you got sick in a foreign country? What if I got sick here in Cedar Falls? That's different. Here you have us. Here you have familiar doctors, people who know you. I nodded thoughtfully, as if considering their concerns. You make valid points. Maybe I should start smaller. Volunteer locally. Take some trips within the United States. That sounds much more reasonable, Gregory said, relief evident in his voice. Of course, I'd need to sell the house first. Too much space for one person, and the maintenance costs are significant. Another meaningful look passed between them. Actually, Mom, Roxanne said carefully, we've been talking about that too. The housing market isn't great right now. You might want to hold on to the house for a while. Maybe rent it out. Rent it out. Gregory and I would be happy to manage that for you, she continued. Find reliable tenants, collect rent, handle any problems that come up. It would give you a steady income stream while you're transitioning. Transitioning. Such a careful word for what they had planned. That's very generous of you both, I said, but I wouldn't want to burden you with that kind of responsibility. It's not a burden, Mom. We're family. Family. They kept using that word, but I was beginning to understand they didn't know what it meant. After they left, I sat at my computer and began researching international volunteer organizations. Rodney had been right. I wasn't helpless. I'd managed a classroom full of teenagers for 15 years, balanced budgets when money was tight, organized community fundraisers, served on the school board. I'd run a household, raised a son, and supported my husband's dreams. I was perfectly capable of managing my own life. The Habitat for Humanity website showed volunteer opportunities in 17 countries. Doctors Without Borders needed administrative support in field offices across Africa. The Peace Corps had programs for older volunteers with professional experience. I bookmarked a dozen opportunities and began filling out preliminary applications. If Gregory and Roxanne wanted to play games with my future, I would show them exactly how high the stakes really were. My phone rang at 10:30. Gregory's voice was casual, but I could hear the underlying tension. "Hey, Mom, Roxanne had a thought. Maybe we should schedule that financial planning meeting she mentioned. You know, get a clear picture of your resources before you make any big decisions." "What kind of big decisions?" "Well, you mentioned travel, volunteer work. Those things can be expensive, and we want to make sure you have enough money to last." "I see. David Morrison could probably recommend a good financial advisor, someone who specializes in retirement planning." I almost laughed. Gregory had no idea that David Morrison was already very familiar with my financial situation. "That's thoughtful of you to be concerned about my future." "Of course we're concerned. We love you, Mom." Love. Another word they used without understanding its meaning. "I'll think about it," I said. "Good. And Mom? Maybe hold off on any major commitments until we get a better handle on things. You know, just to be safe." After I hung up, I opened Rodney's desk drawer and pulled out his letter again. Reading his words, I could hear his voice, feel his presence in the quiet house we'd shared for 40 years. "You are not helpless. You never have been." Rodney had seen this coming. He'd prepared for it, trusted me to handle it, given me the tools I would need. Tomorrow I would call 3 of the organizations I'd researched. I would schedule interviews, submit applications, begin the process of reclaiming my life. But tonight, I would plan exactly how to handle Saturday's tour of Sunset Manor. Gregory and Roxanne were about to learn that their careful manipulation had one fatal flaw. They'd underestimated the woman they were trying to control. I pulled out a notepad and began writing a list. Not a list of things I needed to pack for assisted living, but a list of questions I would ask during our tour. Questions about costs, about financial requirements, about what happened when residents could no longer afford the monthly fees. Questions that would reveal exactly what Gregory and Roxanne really knew about my financial situation. Questions that would begin my education in the art of strategic revenge. Outside, another spring storm was building. But this time, I wasn't counting the distance between lightning and thunder. This time, I was the storm. Saturday morning arrived with the kind of crisp Iowa sunshine that makes even difficult conversations seem possible. I dressed carefully for our tour of Sunset Manor. A navy cardigan Rodney had complimented, comfortable walking shoes, and the small gold cross necklace my mother had given me. I wanted to look like exactly what Gregory and Roxanne expected. A recently widowed woman in need of guidance. They arrived at 10 o'clock sharp, Gregory in pressed khakis and a polo shirt, Roxanne in a cheerful yellow sundress that somehow managed to make even a nursing home tour seem like a social event. Her smile was bright, her manner encouraging, but I caught the quick assessing glance she gave my outfit. "You look lovely, Mom," Gregory said, kissing my cheek. "Ready for this?" "As ready as anyone can be to tour their potential future," I replied. The 15-minute drive to Sunset Manor gave me time to observe my son and daughter-in-law in their natural habitat. Roxanne chattered about the facility's amenities, while Gregory provided practical commentary about medical care and security. They'd clearly researched this thoroughly, rehearsed their presentation. "The monthly fee includes everything," Roxanne was saying as we pulled into the circular drive. "Meals, housekeeping, activities, basic medical care. It's really quite reasonable when you consider what you'd spend maintaining the house." "How reasonable?" I asked. "About $4,000 a month," Gregory said. "That sounds like a lot, but when you factor in your house payment, utilities, food, maintenance, I don't have a house payment." Silence filled the BMW. I could practically hear Gregory's mental gears turning. Well, no, not a mortgage payment, he said carefully. But property taxes, insurance, upkeep, it all adds up. Inside Sunset Manor, we were greeted by a woman named Patricia Wells, the marketing director. She was perhaps 50, with carefully styled blonde hair and the kind of professional warmth that comes from years of convincing families to make difficult decisions. Mrs. Thornfield, I'm so pleased to meet you. Gregory and Roxanne have told me wonderful things about you. I shook her hand, noting the firmness of her grip and the way her eyes assessed me quickly. Health, mobility, cognitive function. I'd seen that same evaluating look in parents' eyes when they met me as their child's teacher. Thank you for accommodating us on such short notice, I said. Of course. Let me show you around. I think you'll be impressed with what we offer. The tour began in the main lobby, a pleasant space with comfortable seating areas, a reception desk, and large windows overlooking the gardens. Residents moved through the space at the measured pace of people who had nowhere urgent to go. Some used walkers, others moved independently, but all shared the particular careful gait of people conscious of their fragility. We have 120 residents, Patricia explained as we walked. Independent living, assisted living, and memory care, all on one campus. It means you never have to move again, no matter how your needs change. That's reassuring, I said, watching Gregory nod approvingly. We visited the dining room where lunch was being served. The food looked institutional but adequate. Baked chicken, mashed potatoes, green beans. The residents ate quietly, some alone, others in small groups. A few needed assistance from staff members who moved efficiently between tables. 3 meals a day, Patricia noted, plus snacks available 24 hours. Our dietary staff can accommodate most medical restrictions and preferences. What about people who like to cook for themselves? I asked. Each apartment has a small kitchenette, but honestly, most residents find it's easier to just enjoy the freedom from meal planning. Roxanne squeezed my arm. Imagine never having to grocery shop or cook if you don't want to. You could spend your time on things you actually enjoy. We toured the activity rooms, a library with large print books and jigsaw puzzles, an art room where residents painted watercolor flowers, a recreation room where a group was playing bingo with prizes of travel-sized toiletries. We have a very active social calendar, Patricia said. Exercise classes, guest speakers, day trips to local attractions. There's always something happening. I watched the bingo players for a moment, noting their concentration on the simple game, their excitement over winning small prizes. These were people who had once managed households, raised families, built careers. Now they competed for hand lotion and lip balm. It looks very organized, I said. We find structure helps our residents feel secure, Patricia replied. The apartment they showed us was on the 2nd floor, just as Roxanne had mentioned. It was pleasant enough. A small living area, a bedroom with a hospital-style bed, a kitchenette with a microwave and small refrigerator, a bathroom with grab bars and a walk-in shower. This would be perfect for you, Mom, Gregory said, standing in the middle of the main room. Look at that view of the garden. Through the window, I could see the carefully maintained grounds. Flower beds, walking paths, benches placed at regular intervals. It was pretty in the way a postcard is pretty, designed to be pleasing without requiring any effort or involvement. How much personal furniture can residents bring? I asked. That's a great question, Patricia said. We encourage residents to bring personal items that make them feel at home. A favorite chair, family photos, small decorative pieces. But the apartments are furnished with the essentials, so there's no need to move heavy furniture. What happens to the furniture that doesn't fit? Another brief pause. Patricia glanced at Gregory and Roxanne. Families usually handle that, she said diplomatically. Storage, donations, sales, whatever works best. I nodded thoughtfully, picturing 40 years of memories being sorted into piles of keep, donate, and discard. And what about residents who want to travel? I asked. Visit family? Take vacations? We're very flexible about short trips, Patricia assured me. We just ask for advance notice so we can adjust meal planning and activities. What about longer trips? A month or two? Patricia's smile became a bit fixed. We'd have to discuss that on a case-by-case basis. The monthly fee continues regardless, of course, and we'd need to make sure your apartment remained available. So I'd pay $4,000 a month even if I wasn't here? Think of it as maintaining your home base, Roxanne interjected quickly. You'd have the security of knowing you always had a place to come back to. After the tour, we sat in Patricia's office to discuss practical matters. She had prepared a folder with information about costs, services, and admission procedures. The basic monthly fee is $3,800, she explained, but that can vary depending on the level of care needed. If you require assistance with medications, personal care, or have medical needs that require additional attention, there are supplemental charges. What's the maximum monthly cost? I asked. For memory care, it can reach $6,500 per month, but that's for residents who need comprehensive assistance. Gregory leaned forward. What kind of financial documentation do you require? We need to verify that potential residents can afford at least 2 years of care in advance, Patricia said. Bank statements, investment portfolios, property valuations. We also require a conversation with family members to ensure everyone understands the financial commitment. I watched Gregory's face carefully. 2 years in advance. So for the basic level, that would be about $91,000, Patricia said smoothly. It sounds like a lot, but we find it protects both the resident and the facility. No one wants to worry about running out of money. Gregory cleared his throat. And if someone's resources were limited, are there programs to help with costs? Medicaid can cover some expenses. The phone started ringing at 7:30 Monday morning. I was in Rodney's garden, pulling weeds from the flower beds and enjoying the morning sun on my face, when I heard Gregory's ringtone through the open kitchen window. I let it go to voicemail. He called again at 8:15, then again at 9. By the time I came inside to wash my hands, there were 4 missed calls and 2 text messages. The desperation in his electronic persistence made me smile. I poured myself a cup of coffee and listened to his messages. Mom, got your letter. Can you call me back? I think there might be some confusion about the financial situation. Hey, it's me again. Roxanne and I are free this morning if you want to talk about this stuff in person. Mom, I'm worried you might be getting bad advice from someone. Can you please call me? Okay, I'm coming over. We need to talk. I was still smiling when his BMW pulled into my driveway at 10 o'clock. Gregory got out alone. Roxanne was apparently at work, managing her own crisis of expectations. He walked up to my front door with the determined stride of a man who'd spent the weekend crafting his arguments. Mom, we need to talk, he said before I could even say hello. Good morning to you too, Gregory. Coffee? This is serious, Mom. What's this about international volunteer work? And why are you meeting with David Morrison again? I led him into the kitchen, moving at my own pace, making him follow my rhythm instead of his urgency. I thought I explained that in my letter. I'm exploring my options. Mom, be realistic. You're 63 years old. You can't just run off to Africa or wherever you're thinking of going. Why not? The question stopped him cold. He stared at me as if I'd suggested joining the circus. Because it's not safe. Because you don't have the resources for that kind of adventure. Because you have responsibilities here. What responsibilities? Another pause. Gregory had clearly expected this conversation to go differently. You have the house to maintain, bills to pay, your health to consider. And frankly, Mom, you have family who care about you and want to make sure you're okay. I poured him coffee and sat down across from him at the kitchen table. Gregory, what exactly do you think my financial situation is? I know Dad was careful with money, but construction work doesn't exactly make people wealthy. You have the house, probably some savings, Social Security, maybe a small pension. Probably some savings? Mom, I'm not trying to pry into your personal business, but if you're thinking about expensive travel and volunteer work, you need to be realistic about what you can afford. I studied my son's face, seeing the anxiety beneath his impatience. He was genuinely worried, not about my well-being, but about the inheritance he'd been counting on. How much do you think I have, Gregory? I don't know. Maybe 50,000? 75? Look, it doesn't matter how much you have. What matters is making it last. And you think $4,000 a month at Sunset Manor is the best way to make it last? I think it's the best way to make sure you're safe and taken care of. And if the money runs out, Roxanne and I would help. We'd never let you become homeless or anything. I set down my coffee cup and looked at my son, really looked at him. When had he become this calculating stranger? When had his love become conditional on my compliance? Gregory, I need to ask you something, and I want you to be honest with me. Of course. If I moved to Sunset Manor and ran out of money in 5 years, would you and Roxanne really take care of me? Would you invite me to live with you? Give me a room in your house? Support me financially? The silence stretched between us like a chasm. Gregory's face went through a series of expressions.
I would highly recommend Monday.com because it can streamline your operations. Tech Philippines is an environmental
Surprise, calculation, something that might have been guilt. Mom, that's not. We'd figure something out. There are programs, other facilities. That's not what I asked. Look, we don't have to worry about that right now. We just need to focus on making good decisions with the resources you have. I stood up and walked to Rodney's desk, pulling out the folder David Morrison had given me. Gregory watched nervously as I returned to the table. I think it's time you understood exactly what resources I have, I said, opening the folder. I spread the financial documents across the table. Bank statements, investment summaries, property valuations, insurance policies. Gregory's eyes widened as he processed the numbers. This can't be right, he said, picking up a bank statement. This says you have over $1 million in this account alone. Your father was a very successful businessman. He was also a very private man who believed in living below his means. Gregory stared at the papers, his face cycling through shock, confusion, and something that looked like betrayal. You're rich. You're actually rich. I'm comfortable. I have enough money to live however I choose for the rest of my life. But you let Roxanne and me. He stopped, realizing what he was about to say. I let you what, Gregory? You let us worry about you. You let us think you needed our help. You offered to help. I never asked for it, but you knew what we were thinking. You knew we were trying to find ways to take care of you. I leaned back in my chair, feeling the weight of this moment. Gregory, tell me honestly, if you'd known about this money, would you still have suggested I move to Sunset Manor? Another long pause. That's not the point. It's exactly the point. If you'd known I had nearly $2 million, would you have been so concerned about my safety? Would you have been so eager to help me manage my finances? Gregory's face was flushed now, his composure cracking. You're being unfair. We were trying to help you. Help me with what? Help me sell my house so you could manage the proceeds? Help me invest in your business opportunity? Help me make decisions about my own life? You're twisting this around. We were thinking about your future. No, Gregory, you were thinking about your future. You were thinking about the inheritance you expected to receive, and you were making plans based on that expectation. He stood up abruptly, pacing to the window. So what? You were testing us? You were playing some kind of game? I was observing. I was learning. I was discovering what kind of people my son and daughter-in-law really are. And what did you discover? I gathered the financial documents and placed them back in the folder. I discovered that you see me as a burden to be managed and an asset to be protected. I discovered that your love comes with conditions and expectations. I discovered that you have no interest in what I want or need, only in what you think is best for me. That's not true, isn't it? When I mentioned wanting to travel, to volunteer overseas, to have adventures, what was your reaction? Did you ask what would make me happy? Did you offer to help me plan? Did you express any interest in what I might want to do with my life? Gregory turned from the window, his face hard. You're 63 years old, Mom. You're not some college kid who can just run off and save the world. Why not? Because you're old. Because you're alone. Because you don't understand how dangerous the world is. I understand exactly how dangerous the world is, Gregory. I also understand that the greatest danger in my life right now is giving up my independence to people who don't have my best interests at heart. The words hung in the air between us like a sentence passed. Gregory stared at me. his face a mixture of anger and something that might have been fear. "So what happens now?" he asked quietly. "Now you and Roxanne decide what kind of relationship you want to have with me. A relationship based on honesty and respect for my autonomy, or no relationship at all. You're giving me an ultimatum? I'm giving you a choice. The same choice you gave me when you decided I was too old and incompetent to manage my own life." Gregory sat back down, his shoulders sagging. For a moment, he looked like the little boy I'd raised, confused and uncertain. Then his face hardened again. "So you're just going to throw away your family? You're going to run off to Africa or wherever and abandon the people who love you? The people who love me would want me to be happy. They would support my dreams, encourage my independence, celebrate my adventures. They wouldn't try to warehouse me in an assisted living facility so they could control my assets. We never said anything about controlling your assets. You offered to manage the sale of my house, set up a trust, invest my money in Gregory's business venture. What would you call that?" Gregory was quiet for a long time, staring at his hands. When he finally spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper. I thought you needed us. I thought we were helping. You thought I was helpless and poor. You thought you could make decisions for me because I was too old and too stupid to make them myself. That's not what I thought. Then what did you think, Gregory? What was your plan?" He looked up at me, and for the first time in years, I saw something real in his eyes. Not calculation or manipulation, but genuine emotion. "I thought you were going to die alone in this house. I thought you were going to get sick or hurt and have no one to help you. I thought you needed me to take care of you. And the money? The inheritance?" His face closed off again. "I don't know what you want me to say about that. I want you to tell me the truth." "Fine. Yes, I thought about the inheritance. Yes, I thought about what would happen to the house, to Dad's things, to whatever money was left after your care. But that doesn't mean I didn't care about you. It means you cared about me as a responsibility, not as a person. It means you made assumptions about what I needed without ever asking what I wanted." Gregory stood up again, his composure returning. "So what do you want, Mom? What's your plan?" I smiled, feeling the weight of Rodney's secrets lifting from my shoulders. "I want to live. I want to travel. I want to help people who need help. I want to use my remaining years to make a difference in the world. And if something happens to you, if you get sick or hurt in some foreign country, then I'll deal with it. The same way I dealt with your father's illness. The same way I've dealt with every challenge in my life." "And us? What about Roxanne and me?" "That depends on you. If you can accept that I'm an independent woman with my own plans and dreams, then you'll always be welcome in my life. If you can't," I shrugged, "then you'll have to live with the consequences of your choices." Gregory walked to the door, then turned back. "Mom, I'm sorry if we handled this wrong, but we really were trying to help." "I know you were, Gregory. That's what makes it so sad." After he left, I sat in the quiet kitchen, surrounded by the evidence of my husband's love and my son's betrayal. The documents spread across the table represented more than financial security. They represented freedom, possibility, the chance to become someone new. I picked up my phone and called David Morrison. "David, it's Corinne. I'm ready to start making some changes." "What kind of changes?" "I want to set up a trust for my overseas volunteer work. I want to explore tax implications for extended international travel. And I want to make sure my will clearly reflects my intentions." "And Gregory? Have you talked to him about your plans?" I looked out the window at Rodney's garden, where spring was painting the world in shades of green and gold. "Gregory has made his choice, David. Now it's time for me to make mine." The war was over. I had won. But the victory felt hollow, tainted by the cost of learning who my son really was. Tomorrow, I would begin planning my new life. Tonight, I would mourn the loss of the family I thought I had. 6 months later, I stood in the red dust of a Ghanaian village, watching the sun set over the construction site, where my Habitat for Humanity team had just finished building a home for a family of 7. My hands were dirty, my clothes stained with sweat and paint, my silver hair escaping from under a baseball cap that read, "Iowa Hawkeyes." I had never felt more alive. The WhatsApp message on my phone buzzed insistently. Gregory again. I'd received dozens of messages over the past 6 months. Angry, pleading, manipulative, and finally, desperately apologetic. I glanced at the screen. Mom, Roxanne's pregnant. We're going to need your help. Please come home. I turned off the phone and slipped it into my pocket. The irony wasn't lost on me. Now that they had real financial pressures, now that they faced the actual costs of raising a child, suddenly they remembered they had a wealthy mother. Mrs. Corinne, called Kwame, a 10-year-old boy who'd appointed himself my translator and guide. Come see. The family wants to thank you again. I walked over to where the OC family stood in front of their new home. A simple concrete block structure with a tin roof, 3 rooms, and running water. Akosua, the mother, took my hands and spoke in rapid Twi, while her husband Emmanuel translated. She says you are a blessing from God. She says her children will pray for you every day. I looked at the 3 children, ages 4, 7, and 10, who would now have a safe place to sleep, a clean place to study, protection from the rainy season floods that had destroyed their previous home. This was what wealth was for. This was what my inheritance meant. Tell her it's my honor to help, I said, accepting the small carved wooden elephant Akoshua pressed into my hands. That evening, I sat on the veranda of the volunteer guest house, typing on my laptop. The internet connection was spotty, but I managed to send my weekly blog post to the website I'd started. Adventures in Wisdom, One Woman's Journey from Grief to Purpose. The blog had gained a surprising following. Other widows and widowers looking for inspiration.
Hindi ko alam.
Adult children dealing with aging
Nandiyan na ba si
parents.
Princess?
People of all ages questioning their life choices.
Andyan na?
I'd become an
baka
accidental
siya
advocate
nandyan.
for late life reinvention. Week 24 in Ghana. Today we completed our 8th house. 8 families now have safe, clean homes where their children can thrive. 8 families have hope where they once had desperation. But I'm not writing to tell you about them. I'm writing to tell you about me. 6 months ago, I was a widow facing the choice between independence and security. My family offered me security, a safe place to live, people to manage my affairs, protection from the uncertainties of life. All I had to give up was my autonomy, my dreams, and my right to choose my own path. I chose differently. I chose uncertainty over security, adventure over safety, purpose over comfort. Some of you have written to ask if I'm angry at my son. The answer is complicated. I'm not angry. Anger is exhausting, and I don't have time for it. I'm disappointed. I'm sad, but I'm not angry. What I am is free. Free to wake up each morning and choose how to spend my day. Free to use my resources to make a difference. Free to discover parts of myself I never knew existed. At 63, I'm stronger than I was at 30. I'm more confident than I was at 40. I'm more
Igigisa mo yun sa
purposeful than I
kamatis
was
pa?
at 50.
Sa
Age is
sibuyas?
not a prison sentence.
Sa bawang?
Widowhood is not a death sentence. Family obligation is not a life sentence. You are never too old to start over. You are never too set in your ways to change. You are never too far from shore to chart a new course. Next week, I fly to Kenya to begin a 3-month assignment with Doctors Without Borders. I'll be managing logistics for a mobile clinic that serves remote villages. It's challenging work, but it's work that matters. After that, I'm considering an offer to teach English in Vietnam. At 64, I'll be the oldest volunteer in the program. I can't wait. The security my family offered me was an illusion. The only real security is knowing you can take care of yourself, that you have the resources and the courage to face whatever comes. I have both now. I have the financial resources my husband left me, and I have the courage I found in myself. To those of you facing similar choices, trust yourself. Trust your instincts. Trust your right to live your life on your own terms. The people who truly love you will support your choices, even if they don't understand them. The people who don't, well, their opinion doesn't matter as much as you think it does. From Ghana, with love and hope. Cora and I posted the blog entry and closed my laptop. My phone buzzed with another message from Gregory, but I ignored it. Tomorrow I would fly to Accra, then to Nairobi, then to a small village in northern Kenya, where people needed medical care more than they needed my family drama. The stars over Ghana were spectacular. unpolluted by city lights. I sat in the darkness, thinking about Rodney, about the gift he'd given me, about the life I'd built from the ashes of his death. Rodney had known. Somehow he'd seen what I couldn't see, that Gregory and Roxanne would try to control me, would try to make me into a burden to be managed rather than a person to be loved. He'd given me the tools to fight back, to choose my own path. My phone rang. Not Gregory this time, but an unknown number with a Cedar Falls area code. Hello? Mrs. Thornfield? This is Patricia Wells from Sunset Manor. I'm calling about your son. I sat up straighter. What about him? He's been calling us repeatedly, asking about financial assistance programs for residents. He seems to think that you might need our services in the future. I almost laughed. I see. I wanted to let you know that we don't discuss residents or potential residents with family members without written consent, but he's been quite persistent. Thank you for telling me, Patricia. I appreciate your discretion. Mrs. Thornfield, I hope you don't mind me saying this, but I follow your blog. What you're doing? It's inspiring. You're showing people that life doesn't end at 60. Thank you. That means a lot. Your son mentioned that you're overseas now. Is it everything you hoped it would be? I looked out at the African night sky, listened to the sounds of the village settling into sleep, felt the satisfaction of a day spent building something meaningful. It's more than I hoped, I said. It's everything I didn't know I needed. After I hung up, I thought about Patricia's call. Gregory was still trying to control the narrative, still trying to create a crisis that would justify his intervention. The thought of him calling assisted living facilities, painting me as a confused old woman who needed rescue, would have horrified me 6 months ago. Now, it just seemed pathetic. I opened my laptop and began typing a new email. Dear Gregory and Roxanne, congratulations on your pregnancy. I'm sure you'll be wonderful parents. I received your messages about needing help. I understand that babies are expensive and that you're concerned about the future, but I need you to understand something. I am not your financial backup plan. I am a 63-year-old woman living exactly the life I choose to live. I am healthy, happy, and productive. I am using my resources to help people who need help, to make a difference in places where difference is desperately needed. I am not lost. I am not confused. I am not in need of rescue. I am free. If you want a relationship with me, it will be on terms of mutual respect and understanding. You will not attempt to manage my life, control my finances, or make decisions for me. You will not call assisted living facilities on my behalf. You will not spread stories about my mental capacity or my ability to take care of myself. If you can accept these terms, you are welcome to contact me. If you cannot, then I wish you well and hope you find the strength to solve your own problems without depending on others. I love you both, but I love myself more. Corrine P.S. I'm changing my will. The house will be donated to Habitat for Humanity upon my death. My liquid assets will be divided between Doctors Without Borders, the Peace Corps, and a scholarship fund for late-life career changers. I wanted you to know so you can plan accordingly. I sent the email and closed my laptop. The lie about the will was strategic. Let them think their inheritance was gone. Let them face the reality of supporting themselves without my money as a safety net. In truth, I hadn't decided what to do with my estate, but I had decided one thing. Whatever I left behind would go to people who saw value in what I was trying to do, not to people who saw me as a problem to be solved. The next morning, I packed my bags for Kenya. 6 months in Ghana had taught me that I was capable of more than I'd ever imagined. I could adapt to new cultures, learn new languages, solve problems I'd never encountered before. I could be useful, valuable, important, not because of what I owned, but because of what I could contribute. As the plane lifted off from Accra, I thought about the woman I'd been 6 months ago, grieving, uncertain, vulnerable to other people's manipulation. That woman was gone, replaced by someone I barely recognized, but deeply admired. At the airport in Nairobi, I checked my phone for the first time in 24 hours. There were 17 missed calls from Gregory, 6 from Roxanne, and 1 email from David Morrison. Corinne, I've been contacted by Gregory regarding your mental capacity and your ability to manage your affairs. I want you to know that I refuse to discuss your situation with him and that I consider you to be of sound mind and fully capable of making your own decisions. However, I thought you should know that he's considering legal action to establish a conservatorship. Please call me when you have a chance. Best regards, David. I stared at the email, feeling something I hadn't felt in months. Anger. Not the hot, impulsive anger of the moment, but the cold, strategic anger of someone who'd been pushed too far. Gregory wanted to declare me incompetent. He wanted to take control of my life through legal manipulation. I opened my laptop and began typing a new blog post. My final gift to my son. Some of you have asked what I would do if my family tried to force me back into the life I left behind. Today I found out. My son is attempting to have me declared mentally incompetent so he can control my financial affairs. He's calling it concern for my welfare. I call it what it is, theft. But I'm not writing to complain. I'm writing to thank him. His actions have clarified something I've been struggling with for months. What to do with my inheritance. I came to Africa to find purpose. I found it. I came to find meaning. I found it. I came to find freedom. I found it. But I also found clarity. My son sees my money as his birthright. He sees my independence as a threat to his inheritance. He sees my happiness as irrelevant to his needs. He's right about one thing. My money is going to help people, just not the people he thinks. I'm 73 years old. I have 20 good years left, maybe more. I intend to spend every one of them working, traveling, learning, contributing. And when I die, every penny I have will go to organizations that help people become who they're meant to be. My son wanted my money. Instead, he's going to get a lesson in consequences. The greatest gift you can give your children is not your wealth, it's your example. I hope my son learns from mine. From Kenya, with love and liberation, Corinne. I posted the blog entry and turned off my laptop. Tomorrow I would call David Morrison and make the changes to my will official. Tonight, I would sleep under the African stars, dreaming of the life I'd built from the ashes of the one I'd left behind. Outside my window, the sounds of Nairobi settled into evening quiet. Somewhere in Iowa, Gregory was probably planning his next move, strategizing with Roxanne about how to control a woman who'd already escaped his reach. Let him plan. Let him scheme. Let him discover that the woman he'd tried to warehouse was stronger, smarter, and more determined than he'd ever imagined. I was Corinne Thornfield, and I was finally, completely, gloriously free. The war was over. I had won, and the victory was sweeter than I'd ever imagined it could be. That's my story. That's how I learned that the greatest inheritance isn't money. It's the courage to live life on your own terms. If you're facing a similar situation, remember, you are stronger than you think, more capable than they believe, and more valuable than they know. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and comment where you're watching from. And remember, it's never too late to start over. An elderly woman was sharing her story about how her family had forgotten her at a rest stop during a road trip, leaving her stranded for hours until a kind stranger helped her. The comments were filled with outrage. How could they do that to their own mother? What kind of monsters abandon a 75-year-old woman? What made my blood run cold wasn't just the cruelty of the story, it was that I was reading it while sitting in the exact same gas station. Children stab you in the back? That's something else entirely. When you've been pushed too far, when you've been humiliated beyond what any human should endure, there comes a point where kindness becomes weakness, where forgiveness becomes foolishness. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and comment where you're watching from. The water dripped incessantly from my bathroom ceiling, the steady rhythm a mocking reminder of everything wrong with my life at 62. I'd placed a metal pot underneath to catch the drops, and each ping echoed through my cramped one-bedroom apartment like a tiny hammer striking at my dignity. My name is Michelle Campbell. For 35 years, I taught high school English in Springfield, Massachusetts. I raised 2 children alone after my husband Thomas died of a heart attack at 43. I put both my daughter Melissa and my son Samuel through college without a penny of debt. I did everything right, or so I thought. That Tuesday morning, as the autumn rain pounded against my windows, I called my landlord for the 5th time that month. "Mrs. Rutherford, I understand you're busy, but the leak is getting worse," I said, trying to keep the desperation from my voice. "There's a new one in the kitchen now, too. I've got 3 properties with burst pipes from the cold snap, Michelle," she said, not unkindly, but with finality. "The plumber will get to you when he can. Maybe next week." I hung up and stared at the water stains spreading across my ceiling like a disease. The apartment wasn't much, but it was all I could afford on my teacher's pension. After the medical bills from my hip replacement 2 years ago, my savings had dwindled to almost nothing. My phone pinged with a notification. It was Melissa posting on Instagram again. I shouldn't have looked, but some masochistic part of me always did. There she was, my beautiful 35-year-old daughter, standing proudly in front of a handsome colonial house with a sold sign in the front yard. Her arm was wrapped around an older woman with silver-streaked black hair, her mother-in-law Patricia. The caption read, "So excited to help Mom P move into her dream home. She deserves every comfort after all she's done for our family. Blessed our family first." I read it twice, feeling the familiar coldness spreading through my chest. Mom P. Not me, her actual mother, but Patricia, who had done nothing but criticize Melissa's choices until she married Patricia's son, Charles, an investment banker with the right connections and the right family background. The right background. Unlike me, the public school teacher who wore secondhand clothes so her children could have new ones.
Yung co-op,
I scrolled through
250.
the comments, each one a fresh paper cut.
Tapos
"You're
28.
such a wonderful daughter-in-law.
5,000 yung sa
Patricia is so
28.
lucky to have you. That house is gorgeous. She'll be so happy there." I set the phone down, my hand trembling
Tawagan mo si
slightly.
Marlo.
3 months ago, when the building inspector had come and declared my apartment
Bakit
building
tatawagan?
in need of major
Kayo
repairs,
magkausap.
I'd asked Melissa if I could stay with them temporarily.
Ha?
Their house
Huh?
had 5 bedrooms for just the 2 of them. They'd been trying for a
Ano
baby
yun
for
na?
years without success.
Ano
"Mom,
naman
it's
akong
not a good
stressin
time,"
dyan sa
she
ano?
said, not quite meeting my eyes.
Sabay mo.
"Charles is up for partner, and we need to focus on making the right impression. You understand, don't you?" I did understand. I understood perfectly. I was an embarrassment. The shabby mother with the wrong accent who might say the wrong thing at a dinner party.
Wala ko dito,
The
20
irony
pesos
wasn't
lang.
lost on me. My daughter, who I'd raised to value
Punta sa ano,
character over
paparata.
appearance, who I taught that kindness matters more than status, was now ashamed of me while buying a house for her mother-in-law.
Alam niya
The
naman
phone
mahirap
rang,
mangutang sa ano
startling
eh.
me from my
Ano
bitter
ba yan? Sa
reverie.
online lending
It was a
eh.
number I didn't
Ako
recognize.
na-stress sa mga
"Hello?"
text
I answered, expecting a telemarketer or a scam call. "Is this
Kasi
Michelle
iniisip,
Campbell?"
pinagsabay
The voice
mo.
was male, professional, with a hint of a Boston accent. "Yes, who's calling?" "My name is Michael Abernathy. I'm an attorney with Pearson, Abernathy, and Klein in Boston. I'm calling about your brother, William Campbell." I froze. William. My older brother, who I hadn't spoken to in nearly 20
Hindi
years.
kasi sa inyo
"What about
nakapangalan
him?"
yung
I
Gcash eh.
asked, my voice suddenly hoarse.
Kasi sa
There was a
Gcash ko
pause
kayo
on the line.
nangutang.
"I'm sorry to inform you that William passed away last month. Pancreatic cancer. It was quite sudden. I sank down onto my worn sofa, unsure what to feel. William and I had been close once, before the falling out. Before he sided with my ex-husband during the divorce, believing Thomas's lies about me. The betrayal had been complete. My own brother choosing my cheating husband over me. "Ms. Campbell?" the attorney prompted. "Yes, I'm here," I said. "I'm sorry to hear that. There's something else," he continued. William named you as the sole beneficiary in his will. I laughed, a sharp, disbelieving sound. That can't be right. We hadn't spoken in decades. Nevertheless, you are the beneficiary. Your brother amended his will 8 months ago, shortly after his diagnosis. He left you everything: his house in Beacon Hill, his investment portfolio, and his art collection. The estate is valued at approximately $12 million. The room seemed to tilt sideways. 12 million? I whispered. Before taxes, yes. William was quite successful in his investments. He left a letter for you as well. I'd like to schedule a time for you to come to our offices. I agreed to meet him the following Monday, moving through the conversation on autopilot. After hanging up, I sat perfectly still, watching the water drip into the pot as my mind raced. William had left me everything. My brother, who I'd written off as dead to me years ago, had made me a millionaire in his final act. I opened my phone again and looked at Melissa's Instagram post. The perfect house for perfect Patricia. The mother who deserved every comfort. Not me, apparently. I scrolled further back in Melissa's feed. There were no pictures of me. Not from her birthday when I'd taken 3 buses to bring her the handmade quilt I'd spent months working on. Not from Christmas when I'd scraped together enough for a small gift certificate to her favorite restaurant. I was invisible. I opened my text messages and found the last exchange with my son, Samuel. Me. Hi, sweetie. Just wondering if you got the card I sent for your anniversary? The message showed as read, but there was no reply. There never was unless he needed something. The last time he'd contacted me was 6 months ago when he'd asked to borrow $2,000 for a business venture. Money I didn't have, but somehow found anyway. Putting it on a credit card I was still paying off. He'd promised to pay me back. He hadn't. I walked to the bathroom and stared at my reflection in the cracked mirror. I barely recognized the woman looking back at me. Gray hair I couldn't afford to color anymore. Deep lines around my eyes and mouth from years of worry. Shoulders slightly stooped from carrying everyone else's burdens but never my own. But in my eyes, something was changing. A coldness was creeping in, replacing the hurt. The woman in the mirror straightened her shoulders. William's money wouldn't just change my living situation. It would change everything. I picked up my phone and took a picture of the leaking ceiling, the rusty water stains spreading like a cancer. I texted it to Melissa with a simple message. No need to worry about me. Everything's fine here. She read it. She didn't respond. And that's when I knew exactly what I needed to do. That night, as the rain continued to pour and the leaks worsened, I sat at my small kitchen table and began to make a list. A list of debts. Not financial ones, but emotional. A tally of betrayals, large and small. A catalog of wounds that had never healed. By morning, I had a plan. William's unexpected gift hadn't just given me financial freedom. It had given me something far more valuable. The power to make things right. The Beacon Hill townhouse was like something from another world. My brother's world, not mine. 5 stories of red brick and black shutters, nestled among Boston's elite. As I climbed the steps, key in hand, I wondered if William had found happiness here in his final years. Not that it mattered now. Michael Abernathy, the attorney, had been efficient and respectful. The paperwork was straightforward. The letter from William, less so. Michelle, by the time you read this, I'll be gone. Cancer has a way of clarifying things. I was wrong about Thomas. I discovered the truth years ago, but was too proud to reach out. You deserved better from me as your brother. You deserved better from everyone. I've watched from afar as your children grew up and became strangers to you. I saw how they took and took while giving nothing in return. I recognized it because I did the same to you once. This inheritance won't fix what's broken between us, but perhaps it will give you the freedom I never had. The freedom to live without compromise, without begging for scraps of affection from those who should love you unconditionally. Use it wisely, little sister. William. I folded the letter and slipped it into my pocket. William had seen it all. Seen through the perfect family photos on social media. Seen through the holiday cards with no mention of me. Seen what I had been too blinded by maternal love to acknowledge. The townhouse interior was stunning. Original hardwood floors, crown molding, a grand staircase winding to the upper floors. The furniture was masculine but elegant. Leather sofas, antique desks, Persian rugs atop gleaming wood. William had lived.
49.